Volume I. To jasonsmith@hotmail.com. Lectures accompany this text at YouTube. On the ABCs of Communism channel. Copyright 2019 Jason W. Smith. Dedication to the memories of Frank Pastana, who for many decades held high the banner of communism in the USA, especially in those dark moments when the summer soldiers disappeared, the weak capitulated and the modern revisionists betrayed, and Denny Prieto Stock, who gave her life at 19 years of age for the Mexican Revolution. Author's preface to the 15th edition. Volume I, Part 1. The Era of Necessity, Chapter Title Page Glossary Language of Communism 8 1 The Hardware 56 Sex and Speech 63 3 The Band Stages 65 4 Band in Tribal Agriculture 77 5 Simple Chiefdom Stage 88 6 Advanced Theocratic Chiefdoms 95 7 Stage of Slavery 99 8 Stage of Feudalism 106 9 Stage of Capitalism 111 Part 2 Socialist Transition to the Era of Freedom 10 Stage of Stalinist Socialism 145 11 Bolshevism spreads to China 267 12 Union of Soviet Socialist Republics 306 13 World War II 405 14 U.S. Hegemony over Capitalist World 487 15 Collapse 517 16 Comparative Analysis 573 17 Advanced Socialism 583 Part 3 North American Labor History 18 Puritanism to the Revolutionary War 5 1919 Capitalism Unchained 1781 to 1865 197 20 Capitalism Unfettered 1861 to 1877 608 21 Capitalism Unleashed 1878 to 1920 614 22 U.S. Labor 20th Century 620 23 U.S. Imperialism 634 24 Cold War 1945 to 1972 666 25 Cold War 1973 to 1989 688 Part 4 China's New Economic Policy Stages of Advanced Socialism 26 Administration of Deng Xiaoping 715 27 Administration of Jiang Zemin 776 Administration of Hu Jintao 795 Administration of Xi Jinping 820 The N 902 Author's Preface to the 15th edition. 4 years ago in the very first chapters, and in the accompanying lectures in the ABCs of Communism YouTube television series, we reviewed the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism that constitute the foundations of dialectical and historical materialism. The following 4 years I have spent explicating the archaeology and ethnography of all the countries and culture areas of the New and Old Worlds. In other words, Volume 1 explicates the theory and the remaining 7 volumes are the proofs. There are several contemporary equivalents to Karl Kautsky, pretending to be the legitimate inheritors of the Marxist and Leninist leadership of the international working class movement. As you become familiar with them and their empty words, some of you will find your way to this 8-volume textbook. I will be long gone by that time. However, Lenin was taking command 20 years after the death of Marx. His most important student J.V. Stalin was 10 years younger when Lenin emerged. My point is that someone among you will also emerge. And within these 8 volumes you will have all the data and insight you need to light the way. When Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels met in Paris in December of 1842, they realized that they had independently come to the same conclusions about cause and process in human socio-cultural evolution. Namely, that humanity evolved a new way of handling the world that anthropologists now call culture. Culture consists of a base called the mode of production and a superstructure. The mode of production consists of forces of production or technology, and the relations of production or social organization. Chart of culture as buffer between people and their environment. Ideology I. Forces of production, relations of production, technology, social organization. Motor of socio-cultural evolution, dialectics. Primary causation in the evolution of society and culture must be internal, and in the case of culture its loci is the level of development of the productive forces. What is essential to understand is the relationship between the general contradiction within society and the motor of change we call the general crisis of each stage. This is the dialectical key. In concrete terms, every step taken within primitive communism to ensure equality and collectively producing the necessary thing of life was simultaneously making eventual inequality inevitable. What does this mean? First, let us look at the general contradiction in human society from the very beginning and the subsequent 7 million years. Namely, the contradiction between the ability to create more than is needed to survive from day to day, and the danger of creating jealousy, envy, and coveting. These latter feelings will tear primitive society apart if allowed. Thus, the slogan of the primitive communist is that the bare minimum of possessions needed will make us affluent. On the other hand, the spare time collective tool-using primates have on their hands will be spent in cogitation. Some of that thinking will be about making better tools and subsistence strategies. These are the things that, if allowed, will lead to having more on hand than what is needed day to day, and as generations pass, so will their egalitarianism, as there will be too much on hand, leading to social dissolution by envy, jealousy, and coveting. When Karl Marx read Lewis Henry Morgan's classic founding textbook in anthropology called Ancient Society, he realized that Morgan had come to the same conclusion as he and collaborator Frederick Engels about the future. That conclusion was that the communism of the primitive society was to be recreated, this time on the new technological basis created by capitalism. Marx studied all the ethnological literature of his time. He gathered this data in his ethnological notebooks. He found that the origin of class society and the state was in the chiefdoms of the literature. There was no scientific archaeology available to Marx. On his deathbed, he asked Engels to complete Capital Volumes 2 and 3. And he asked him to pull together the information he had amassed in his ethnological notebooks, and what Morgan had done in his various books, and publish that compendium as a final wish granted. Engels did all these things. He did the best he could concerning the prehistoric implications of the ethnographic data in the 1888 book The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. However, there was little archaeology available at that time, and it would be another century and a quarter before I would pull all of it together in the correct theoretical frame. That compilation and explication is what you have been studying in this course on the ABCs of Communism, now, Bolshevism 2019, Volumes 1 through 8. Human Biological Evolution. Reading from bottom to top, this is how I present the 3 grades of human biological evolution through the last 5 million years, from human-like apes to ape-like humans. Homo sapiens. 1500 cc cranial capacity since 1 million years ago. Homo erectus. 1000 cc cranial capacity since 2 million years ago. Homo australopithecus. 500 cc cranial capacity since 5 million years ago. General crises stage by stage. First band stage. V1 and V2 produce enough only. L equals human concrete labor, T equals technology, pre-Oldowin and Oldowin stone tools. V1 equals cost of life, food, shelter, clothing. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology underline, equals general crisis. L equals concrete human labor, T equals hand axe technology. V1 equals cost of life, V2 equals cost of maintaining hand axe technology underline, equals general crisis. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology surplus social product equals proto-surplus value, about to be irreversibly reverse productive potential. Underline, equals locus of general crisis. Final stage of primitive communism, band and tribal agriculture. Homo sapiens. L plus LP, T greater than V1 V2. Surplus social product, surplus needed in family farms / needed surplus is dangerous. L equals concrete human labor, LP equals human labor power, T equals Neolithic / formative agricultural technology. V1 equals cost of life, V2 equals cost of maintaining technology underline. Locus of the general contradiction of tribal agriculture is the surplus needed in family farms in case of environmental disruption versus the inherent danger of surplus creating inequality between family farms. The simple chiefdom stage. L plus LP, T greater than V1 V2. Storage / support. Neither too much or too little. L equals concrete human labor, LP equals emergent labor power. Surplus. T equals proto-archaic, Neolithic formative Chalcolithic technology. V1 equals cost of concrete labor and collective labor power. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. S equals surplus. Storage equals surplus and storage for redistribution as needed. Support equals pay for professional specialists and the center, chief and her conciliare, underline, equals the locus of the general crisis. Now features enough surplus to satisfy demand but not too much. What is extra to the agreed upon amount needed per person in the family farm is collected and sent to the chief and stored in her central warehouse. Potential inequality is eliminated and needed surplus obtained. Advanced theocratic chiefdom stage, L and LP. T greater than V1 V2 surplus and proto-SV storage / support profit / theocrats. L equals concrete labor, LP equals proto-surplus value, T equals Chalcolithic and Bronze Age technology in the Old World, classic and some post-classic technology in the New World. V1 equals cost of labor and labor power, V2 plus cost of maintaining technology, LP equals proto-surplus value underline, locus of the general crisis surplus and proto-SV equals that surplus accumulated in the center. Storage equals that surplus held in storage. Support equals that surplus dedicated to professional specialists. Profit equals that appropriated by the high ranks for themselves. Theocrats equals that dedicated to the theocracy whose religion holds society together. For some persons this is a double dipping. In the absence of the state, army and police, this religion is essential in keeping the masses in line, but it is a new factor exacerbating the increasingly complex division of labor. The stage of slavery. LP plus T greater than V1 V2 surplus value. Profit versus the state. LP equals labor power of the slave mediated by the overseer's whip. T equals Bronze and Iron Age metallurgy. V1 equals cost of keeping the slave alive. V2 equals cost of maintaining the technology. Surplus value equals homogenized collective labor input of a gang of slaves measured by some clock. Profit equals that appropriated by the slave owner. State equals army and police that keep the slaves in servitude. Underline, the locus of the general crisis of slavery. The stage of feudalism. This is the intermediary stage between chattel and wage slavery. It can be expressed as a quadratic equation with the former descending in importance through time and the latter ascending in importance in the same period. LP plus T greater than V1 V2 surplus value. Profit versus cost of the state. LP plus T greater than V1 V2 surplus value. Profit versus cost of NGM. The stage of capitalism. LP plus T greater than V1 V2 surplus value. Profit versus next generation of machinery. LP equals homogenized collective labor of factory workers measured by the factory clock. T equals mechanized machinofacture, cybernetized in modern capitalism. V1 equals wages. V2 equals cost of maintaining machinery. Surplus value equals what is created above V1, V2, and cost of input material. Profit equals that which is appropriated by the capitalist. Next generation of machinery equals constant needed investment in new, more efficient NGM. Underline, equals the locus of the general crisis of capitalism. The road to the communist stage features two intermediary stages of socialism. The first I identify in your textbook as the stage of Stalinist socialism. The second I describe at the stage of advanced socialism, now in the process of completion in the People's Republic of China and the republics of Cuba and Socialist Vietnam. The language of communism. Glossary contents. Defining our terms. Historical perspective. A vision of the future. Erroneous visions. 9. 11. 10. 10. The evil imprinting of the servitude epoch, Herbert Aptheker. 12. In science we build on the past. The method, original documents. History is always unfolding as it should. Modern science born. 14. Theory and practice in the science of society, culture, and their history. Sociobiology. 15. Marxist philosophy of science. 13. 15. 16. 13. Cross-cultural comparative analysis by formula. 13. 17. The mathematics of socio-cultural evolution. The new class and Soviet collapse. 17. The evolution of culture, the dialectics of contradiction. 18. The general contradiction of the servitude epoch. 19. The evolution of culture, crises dialectics. Do not get confused. 20. The absolute decline in the rate of profit. 19. 21. The decline in the rate of surplus value creation. Again on the absolute decline in the rate of profit. Laws. 23. The first presentation of stage sequential laws of sociocultural evolution. 24. One final word on the future. The future mode of production. Bidding the state goodbye. 24. 24. 25. The problem of Trotsky and Trotskyism. Two new sociocultural stages. 26. 25. Preparing to understand Chapter 13 and Trotsky's role in history. 27. Stalin and Stalinism. 33. Taking on the Rothschilds, 1901. The Empire a Tremble. The Revolution of 1905. Trotskyist mythology. 37. 37. 39. 35. The new class is not a deformation but part of a new and necessary transitional stage, of which there will be several more before we arrive at communism. 41. The new class is our number 2 problem. 41. 22. Backwardness in technology is not what Marx and Engels proposed. 42. Prehistoric origins of the new class. In the slave and feudal stages. Capitalism and the technocrats. Socialism and its new class. To review. 47. 2 ugly facts you must face. 43. 43. 45. 46. 48. 22. Back to our story in Russia. 49. Construction of Russian socialism is both fast and slow. 49 Lessons of the Cultural Revolution. 50. Wanting communism is not enough to have communism. 51 Epilogue as prologue. 52. History is with us. 54. Defining our terms. If this country had a real educational system, which is to say a system of telling the truth about political science, then what follows in this preliminary section would more properly be termed remedial terms, definitions, and concepts. Since we do not have an honest educational system and most North Americans are in a state of total political ignorance, with all of its ramifications. Their ignorance of history is a purposeful product of the ruling class that spans the educational distance from the lower grade textbooks to graduate schools. So we will not use the term remedial with its pejorative content. It would be unfair to so penalize those who were the victims rather than the perpetrators of these educational crimes. Furthermore, many who consider themselves communists from some of the self-proclaimed Marxist-Leninist parties have been writing pamphlets, brochures, leaflets, and even books for the last several decades in which their discussion of world capitalism, globalization, the role of labor, the role of revolutionaries, etc., managed to never even mention the imminent global capitalist collapse now in process. One chief offender here is career FBI Special Agent Sam Webb, whose ongoing propaganda in favor of disarming the working class and substituting the U.S. government's version of what is going on for a scientific Marxist view. The other offenders I did not mention simply because they did not see the collapse coming. They did not see it coming because they do not understand Marxist economics. They do not understand Marxist economics because they do not understand Marxism or economics. We, on the other hand, do understand Marxism and the science of political economy. What is happening now is just a dress rehearsal for the total and final collapse, obvious to any serious Marxist-Leninist political scientist, as I have proven over the last 14 years in each edition of this book. This next collapse is coming, and soon. Thank goodness what we are currently experiencing is just a dress rehearsal, because we USA Bolsheviks are far from prepared at the moment to being able to lead working people in a final revolutionary struggle against the fascist regime in Washington. A real communist party is yet to emerge. Always busy, the CIA has its own candidate to replace their competitor, the FBI's CUSA. The CIA's preferred leader for the North American left is another of the some 10 Trotskyist parties in Gringolandia. The CIA's self-declared communists call themselves the P-Cell, led by the gay Becker brothers in San Francisco. To date, their major accomplishment has been in penetrating the Russian English-language online newspaper Sputnik, RIA Novosti, with the objective of using that as a stepping stone into China's English-language press. Let me begin by pointing out that the definition of terms is critical in every scientific and academic endeavor. And so it is in revolutionary politics as well. In this book you will learn, many of you for the first time, the scientific definitions of important terms in the science of society, culture, and their history. You will learn these correct definitions and how enemy propagandists, and their so-called educators, try and trick you by giving these same words an entirely false and unscientific meaning. This confusion is spread as a principal tactic of our enemies. For example, when neo-Nazi fascist thugs, like Rush Limbaugh, mouth words like freedom and democracy, these words end up meaning exactly the opposite of their real definition. For freedom, the reactionary gangs mean the freedom to rob, pillage, and kill the working people of this world. By democracy, they mean that among themselves, the billionaires and trillionaires who own this country and its government, in Washington, they will be democratic in determining how to rob, pillage, and kill the working people of North America. This is very different from the real meaning of these words. Like the Nazis before these, this populist language is aimed at confusing the ill-prepared, ignorant, and uneducated. Social fascist con people like Obama and Clinton do the same thing but are much slicker and aim at the supposedly educated petty bourgeoisie and proletariat. Historical perspective. For the first time in many years, the situation in the USA with regard to the possibility of working-class political power is extremely good. The Orwellian nightmare of modern revisionism in the USSR and Eastern Europe has been lifted from our backs, and now the US imperialist flagship has crashed itself. At first, it was sunk on the Middle Eastern shoals of an emerging new continent in world history. By 2017, the entire globe had become its waiting graveyard as it bogged down everywhere from Europe to Korea. Only in Latin America was its fleet advancing. In the aftermath, there has been great confusion. We Bolsheviks have also passed through this confusion. This book is a signal that clarity is being imposed. It remains only to put our now correct understanding of contemporary historical process to work in appropriate organizational ways. I, for one, have never seen us in a better position than the one we Bolsheviks now occupy, both at home and abroad. More importantly, I believe there has never been a more propitious situation in the history of North America for real progress toward real communism than the one we now confront. Despite a century of anti-communist propaganda, a Gallup poll published on May 19, 2019 shows 43% the US population prefers the idea of communism to the reality of capitalism. From that base, we will build toward a communist seizure of state power, military and police, by the mass of producing working North Americans. A vision of the future. Is there a painting, an illustration, or a movie, which can give us a view of the future that is consistent with what Karl Marx and V.I. Lenin would have pictured for us as an ideal future? Yes, quite a few books, illustrations, and movies or TV shows that illuminate a future with at least some aspects we can admire and with which we can identify. My favorite happens to be the vision of Gene Roddenberry. For in Star Trek we see a near future with technology so advanced that people can live without money and without pay, and yet everything they desire in the way of material things is instantly available. In this future, the necessities of everyday life are made available to everyone as a matter of birthright. This is a future with technology so advanced that when a person wants a cup of coffee or a meal, she simply asks the replicator machine for said item, and the food in the cup or plate containing it instantly appears. Private ownership of such things as food and cutlery is an anachronism, i.e., irrelevant, immaterial. This is communism. In this version, the Starship Enterprise, or Voyager, Discovery, crews are the communists of the future. For me, this Star Trek future is the vision I think is most consistent with the scientifically predicted future of Karl Marx and subsequent Marxists. Therefore, you will see occasional references in this book to future human society and future communist society as societies having Star Trek characteristics. We will be thinking in broad sociocultural evolutionary themes with a sweeping overview of humanity from its primate origins to its near and predictable future forms, so such vision is important for all of you to consider. Whether such advanced technology as pictured by the Roddenberry tradition is at hand, or even possible in the coming century, is not the point. The point is that someday, in the not-too-distant future, meaning in the next few centuries, we will have an adequate industrial base to support the slogan, "From each according to her ability to each according to her need." And when that day arrives, we will have the technological basis needed to support the stage of communism. I think that what Roddenberry pictures for us with regard to faster-than-light travel is possible, and will be achieved in the 21st century. Almost everything else from the original Star Trek series has been invented and is very much with us, with this exception, and the exception of teleportation. As far as space travel in general is concerned, there is just one remaining problem, and that is the cost. However, from a several centuries perspective, that problem will go away once science and engineering create an anti-gravity engine. For these reasons, I have spent considerable time over the last 4 decades in the area of subatomic physics. A kind of hobby, if you will, where the problems of light, speed, and gravitation are the very essence of the subject matter. For those of you interested in where I am going with this, I recommend that you read my book New Perspectives in Physics, 1999, Jason W. Smith, Premier Books, Boise, 160 pp. http://www.worldcat.org, and in its second edition in ebook format //www.worldcat.org. www.amazon.com, kindlebooks.www.amazon.com. Erroneous visions. I want to make one final comment about futuristic visions and their importance. I alluded to the fact that not every communist leader saw the future as Marx, Engels, and Lenin did. Most notorious was Cambodia's Pol Pot, who as a young man in France became associated with a group of French and Cambodian student communists who rejected orthodox Marxism and advanced the idea that poor ignorant peasant farmers could and should be the class leaders in the establishment of a new form of agrarian socialism. His proposed doctoral dissertation did not get off the ground in Paris, but this did not discourage him. Upon his return to Cambodia, he worked his way up through a series of proto-revolutionary organizations and eventually became chief of what was called the Khmer Rouge, called by him the Communist Party of Kampuchea. The point to this discussion is that when in power, his group carried out much of the non-Marxist thinking expressed in his earlier writings. In Pol Pot's way of thinking, it was sufficient to have an ideologically pure and advanced cadre. Lead ignorant farming people into an egalitarian communal way of life before any great technological advance occurred. We know how that turned out in practice. And I think it proves that Pol Pot was never a Marxist at all. Accordingly, his vision of the future was fatally flawed. In China, when the Cultural Revolution took an ultra-left turn, it was Madame Mao, Chang Qing, who took a similar position to Pol Pot. Mao Zedong himself, while always maintaining an orthodox adherence to Marxism-Leninism, was sympathetic to the altruistic motivation of the ultra-left and willing to let them try and make things work in the most progressive direction if they could. He gave them the 10 years of the Cultural Revolution, if for no other reason than that they were the most enthusiastic supporters of his determined war against modern revisionism in China. In September 2017, the Chinese government released a film for the silver screen and television, now on Netflix, entitled Beginning of the Great Revival. It illustrated in an excellent cinematic production all of what I discuss in Chapter 13. Bolshevism spreads to China. At any rate, we know how that Cultural Revolution turned out. The ultra-left could not get production moving, and that meant that they had made no progress whatsoever in getting China industrialized to the level necessary to support communism. When Mao passed from the scene, the other party leaders took China in a new direction, much more like NEP in the early Soviet Union. I have added a fifth part to this organic text on the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics that explores the essential phases of this new course. There is an underlying theme about the first and second economies. I elaborate this fifth part in this edition to show how the tariff assault of U.S. imperialism under the Trump gang has failed. It has grounded itself on the shoals of failure equivalent to the 1588 crash of the Iberian feudal armada that changed the course of Western world history. Meanwhile, by taking the always present second economy out of the shadows and legalizing it, the Chinese party successfully unleashed the engine of the unrequited non-completed capitalist stage. The subsequent progress has been more than sufficient to build the industrial base for communism alongside the Stalinist socialist economy inherited from the Mao era. By 2020, we will see a moderately prosperous society for all Chinese from which communism as a socio-cultural evolutionary stage can be built. Historical commentary notes. There is the historically related movement to anti-Marxist leftism called anarchism. The anarchist view of the future may be seen in the way they organized their areas of Republican Spain in the 1930s. However, their failure to accept Marx and Engels' discovery of the nature of their state left them irrelevant to us in fact. Marx sent the First International away from Europe to the USA, allowing it to die there, in order to avoid allowing the pernicious influence of anarchism to contaminate labor. In Part 3 of this book, we will review the details. In the same sense as the departure of the anarchists, I think Pol Pot and Madame Mao left the common fold when they failed to accept what Marx and Engels had proven. Namely, that one cannot advance into a truly communist society, let alone into a society where human power is its own. And until one has the technological wherewithal to make the foregoing slogan of communism a reality. Roddenberry's vision has our advanced technological base as a given for the altruistic and egalitarian lifestyle he preaches. In that sense, it is fully in accord with the vision of Marx and Lenin. Don't get bogged down in whether this or that facet of Star Trek is possible or not possible, or feasible or not feasible. Give a little artistic freedom to the writers, because our tasks at the moment are much more down to earth, as you are about to see. The point is that we Marxist-Leninists have a vision of technologically assured plenty, scarcity eliminated, egalitarian social relations extant, in the absence of class coercion, i.e., the military and the police state, as the future of humanity. Evil imprinting of the servitude epoch. Herbert Aptheker. Herbert Aptheker, an outstanding North American Marxist historian and theoretician of the pre-FBI PUSA, recognized the evil nature of mental imprinting in the world as currently constructed. In the last years of his life, he said so to his Communist Party USA colleagues. The autobiography of his daughter tells us that Aptheker had his own peculiar, culturally imposed, demons that presumably helped him come to this correct conclusion. His experience teaches us that erroneous visions, such as his terrible life curse, have their foundation in the at-bottom evil nature of contemporary mental imprinting that affects all classes, not just the oppressing classes. People are not born with a blank slate for long. Imprinting begins with birth and proceeds rapidly apace so that by the time a child is a few years old it is well set in. Communists are just as susceptible to evil basal mental imprinting as anyone else is. It is for this reason that attempts to jump into the social organization of communism, without adequate mode of production preparation, have failed. That is, first or simultaneously with socialist reorganization of society, we need to have the fully accomplished technological gains of the capitalist stage firmly in hand, so the material foundations for modern altruism exist. And then enough time must pass for the new way of doing things to be reflected in the ideology of said societies. This means that the old and evilly infected must be allowed to pass away. Then a new generation of properly imprinted persons can take their place, because the earth always belongs to the living, as Thomas Jefferson was fond of saying. Let us say it again, the material conditions of great plenty, the founders required for communism to be successful, must be laid first. At the very least, they must be very well advanced and underway before modern altruism can replace modern selfishness sadism, among the masses, as the primary underlying mental template being imprinted. The founders were right, as usual. Modern communism requires the fully modernized industrial base of the capitalist stage. Either you inherit it or you build it. There is no shortcut. We know. We have tried. We found out the hard way. It certainly is not our intention to return to primitive communism. From our theoretical standpoint, we would be far better off sticking with capitalism, which is more advanced in socio-cultural evolution, as you will see in this book, and as Marxists have always maintained. On that topic you will see in volumes 2 through 8 that all over the world the era of primitive communism is always what we begin with in our analysis of these global areas and their national constituents. As you study these volumes, it will sink in that all humans were originally primitive communists. The term, primitive, in Marxist theory refers to the technological forces of production only and is not a pejorative. In science we build on the past. In science, we are always building on the past. For example, in the case of biology we are always building on Darwin's discovery of variation and natural selection. We work out the details as we go along, explaining how these two pillars of our general theory work mechanically and systematically. We have gone through several distinct periods with their unique contributions, such as the discovery that inheritance is particulate, Mendelian genetic specific theory, and the rise of molecular specific theory, DNA. In passing through these stages, we have not thrown Darwin's discoveries overboard. Rather, we have deepened our understanding of the way in which variation occurs and the ways in which selection acts upon it. In the case of physics, we do not throw out Newtonian mechanics or Faraday's electricity discoveries, but rather more fully explicate their mechanical function. Always we have been seeking to deepen our understanding of the underlying natural system in Maxwell's field mathematics, Einstein's relativity theory, or contemporary subatomic research. My own contribution in the book New Perspectives in Physics is an example. And the same should be the case with social science. Our task is to deepen our understanding of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels' original discoveries, and to do so by learning the real lessons of history from our own historical practice. The method original documents history is always unfolding as it should. In fairness, we need to point out that social science is neither biology nor physics. Because it is social science, everyone recognizes that contemporary political programs are affected by our reconstruction of historical events. This means there is a very definite bias favored by contending persons inherent in such reconstructions, and this in and of itself leads to partisanship in scholarship. This accounts for the radically different qualities of journalism to be found in the newspapers of the far left. Some articles have valuable data and are right on. Others are simply ludicrous and sometimes have not a true historical statement in them, being simply umpteenth-hand regurgitations of historical mythology. As for example in continuing Trotskyist misrepresentations of what happened in the first go-round in China with the capitalist classes. Chapter 14 Bolshevism Spreads to China gives an accurate summary. However, there are ways for everyone to check the tendency toward petty partisanship. A scientific method, in other words, peculiarly well suited to our subject matter. What are these checks? What is this method? The first is to go to the original documents. The second is to follow the guideline that history is always unfolding as it should. Our task is not to pick a side, as for example, in Stalin versus Trotsky, but rather to determine accurately what in fact did happen and why. In the end, we may appear to be taking a side, but there is a very big difference in the way we go about doing it. Contemporary Marxist schismatics pick their side first, and then try to justify it by a partisan, inaccurate interpretation of historical events. Marxist scientists, on the other hand, make an objective historical assessment first, and then if they wish may pick a side, although what possible service side-picking might afford many decades after the fact is beyond me. Recognizing that history has provided us with this analytical tool come rule. I.e., history is always unfolding as it should, I follow it in this book. This means finding out what really did happen and then finding out why. And to do this I always go to the original documents. This is not a difficult task currently, with so much information instantly available on the internet, e.g., Marxist's Internet Archive. A far easier task than it used to be when hours, days, weeks, months and even years in various research libraries were required. This is a method you can use to check the tendency toward petty partisanship in your understanding of history. Once you do this adequately, you can proceed to the next, organizational, step. Modern science born. As Charles Darwin founded modern biology, so Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels founded modern social science. And, as Darwinian evolutionary theory is the foundation of all of modern biology, so Marx's sociocultural evolutionary theory is the foundation of all of social science. Structure of science. The word theory in science describes our highest explanatory construct in that science. Theory does not mean in science what it means in everyday talk, which is to say someone's idea about something. This latter definition more appropriately fits the scientific term. Hypothesis. Scientific general theory flows from materialist epistemology. Epistemology is that branch of philosophy known as theory of knowledge. For us Bolsheviks, this materialist epistemology is always dialectical. That is, we search for the interconnections between all phenomena and try to discover the moving causes that create the evolutionary process. Often these causes appear as opposites, and feature one transforming into the other. We assert that there are no supernatural forces, gods, ghosts, or other such claptrap, and in their place, we assert that the universe is real, objective, and completely independent of human consciousness. Accordingly, all things are understandable regardless of whether they are currently understood. Philosophically, epistemologically, all things are material, including physical matter and energy. Finally, we recognize three forms of scientific explanation as the deductive, probabilistic, and historical. In the deductive form, the premises make the conclusion necessary. In the deductive form, the premises make the conclusion probable. In the historical form, the conclusions are derived from the trajectory of preceding events. There are three areas of philosophical matter. That is, three types of real-world existence in the universe. These are the non-living physical area, the living or biological area, and the socio-cultural realm. Our concern as professional revolutionaries is primarily with the latter. When Marx and Engels met for the first time in Paris in November 1842, they quickly realized that, independently, they had come to the same conclusions as to the motive forces involved in socio-cultural phenomena. We often refer to these discoveries as the laws of history. To wit, people articulate with their environment via a buffer we call culture. Culture has three components: the forces of production, technology, the relations of production, social organization that people enter into in order to utilize that technology, and a mental superstructure, ideology, that arises on the foregoing mode of production, technology, and social organization together. The terms technology, social organization, and ideology were inventions of Leslie A. White, who brought Marxism back to the forefront in the English-speaking world as the general theory of anthropology. White felt he had no choice but to camouflage anthropological theory's Marxist origins if he were to successfully populate the post-Second World War U.S. GI Bill public universities with graduates of his own neo-evolutionary school of anthropology. Thus, we have the terms technology, social organization, and ideology, so widely used in anthropology today. These are exactly the terms of Marx and Engels used for forces of and relations of production. Together, these two are the components of the social base upon which arises the superstructure of society. Theory advances with practice. In biology, that practice took nearly a century of intense work, after Charles Darwin published Origin of Species in 1859. I recommend that you see the movie Darwin's Darkest Hour for an excellent cinematic presentation of the historical events leading to Darwin's historic publication. Yet, the locus of causation of heredity took a century to uncover. Professors Watkins and Crick laid that locus of the underlying mechanism of variation bare for all to see in 1953. That was the historic date when they announced that they had uncovered the nature of hereditary chemistry, as deoxyribonucleic acid or DNA. DNA showed us the structure of heredity, and its replication in chromosomal form told us how natural selection works mechanically. In social science, that practice began with the formation of the First International in 1864, and the publication of Capital Volume 1 in 1867 by Karl Marx. It continued as the center stage of world history with the Leninist Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. Just before Darwin and Marx, those who would found the modern Earth geological sciences, e.g., Charles Lyell, Principles of Geology 3 volumes 1830 to 1833, were publishing their own breathtaking vision of the real forces at work shaping the planet. Building on Newton's discovery that light is particulate, practical experimenters like Michael Faraday, 1781 to 1867, were building the foundations of contemporary electrical engineering and subatomic physics. This latter work would take much longer as the subject matter, being invisible, required far more sophisticated means of getting to its at-bottom causality. That task remains far from finished. See my book New Perspectives in Physics 2nd edition 2012 at Kindle Books. www.amazon.com. www.amazon.com. Theory and practice in the science of society, culture, and their history. In social science, we have had 95 years of practice since workers first seized power in October 1917, by overthrowing the magnate ducal czarist regime in Russia, creating the first working-class state and government in the world. Since then, the tide of global class struggle has ebbed and flowed, and in this book, you will see how and why. As importantly, you will see what stages humanity passed through on its way to this contemporary situation. We are in the second transitional period, between two epochs, and this time two eras, where the last of the servitude stages, capitalism, is giving way to the first stage of the era of freedom, communism, via at least two intermediary, socialist stages. There is a field of ongoing neo-Nazi ideology called sociobiology. The first principle of this so-called school of scientific thinking is, 1. The science of anthropology never existed. 2. There is no such thing as culture as we Marxists, and all anthropologists define it. 3. In this new fascist vision, genes determine all human behavior. It replaces the earlier Hitler caveat of Aryan racial superiority shown as a chart of superior to inferior humans based on skin color, hair form, skull shape, stature, weight, and so forth. The sociobiologist school asserts, by ignoring Marx and Engels' discovery of culture, that genes determine all human behaviors including such things as altruism. And its practitioners blissfully set about finding these genes. Of course, this is all nonsense, and such genes are never found. The Cap Press presents this failure as a need to continue the search. The truth of Marx's and Engels' understanding of culture, forces and relations of production upon which arises an ideological superstructure, is as firmly set in social scientific stone as natural selection and variation are in biology. This is not to say there are no critically important genetic components to human evolution, as of course there are. I mention them throughout this text when they are relevant, especially in the initial chapters on the biological evolution of Homo. Recently, there has been successful ongoing research linking change in the chimpanzee brain to cultural activity. The only important thing for you to note about this nutball, science, of sociobiology is that it is in the wings and waiting. Waiting for what? For the outcome of the inevitable final struggle between fascism and socialism and the open dictatorship the gringo oligarchy will establish by military coup, or at least attempt to establish soon, here in the USA. This will be preceded by imposition of this kind of neo-Nazi ideology on the university and high school textbooks and teachers, e.g., creationism. That is, if we allow that to happen, which we shall certainly try to prevent. Marxist philosophy of science epistemology. Friedrich Engels spent the better part of his life studying the then contemporary advance of philosophy as the highest guiding body of knowledge of any science. His central conclusion was that science and philosophy had become the same thing, at least as far as we are concerned. Bourgeois ideologists, of course, are paid for penning ongoing bullshit, but that is their problem. There are no better works on dialectical materialist epistemology than the originals of this great historical genius. And from his work we have constructed the modern materialist philosophy of science, and I urge Marxist philosophy students to start at the beginning with the work of Friedrich Engels. The method flows from a Marxist philosophy of science, and the theoretical explanations thereby constructed. Science always has an explanatory and investigative structure, beginning with epistemology, that branch of philosophy known as theory of knowledge, which in our case is the epistemology of dialectical materialism. I like to summarize the epistemology of dialectical materialism in 9 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are no supernatural phenomena. The universe is real and exists independent of human consciousness. Human consciousness is a property of matter organized in a special way. For change to happen, there must be direct physical connection between those things. This is cause and effect. There are two kinds of causes: the primary cause, which is internal to any given phenomenon, and the secondary cause, which conditions the primary cause and is external to the primary cause. The interaction of the primary and conditioning causes are what we call cause and effect. Cause and effect we call process. The study of causality and process is dialectics. Within any given phenomenon, there are multiple aspects. The constant interaction of these aspects is the only constant in philosophy. The constant of motion or change. The development of change in a given phenomenon features a certain aspect X as dominant. It is inevitable that change will bring a previously minor aspect Y into the dominant position. It is the study of how Y becomes X, or how opposites interact, Y negating X. Then that negation itself must inevitably be negated again. Repeatedly. That is the essence of dialectical process. The process of change always occurs as a product of quantitative changes. These quantitative changes eventually bring about a qualitative change. The classical example is the quantitative 1-by-1 caloric introduction of heat to ice, which changes it qualitatively to water. Additional identical caloric additions change the water to vapor. Heat itself is simply a measurement of molecular motion. Schematically, we can picture the following from top to bottom. The first level on top is epistemology. Below epistemology is general theory, which means a series of statements and concepts expressed in words or numbers or both, explaining everything within that science. At the next level, below general theory, each science has many, seemingly innumerable, specific theories which are more specific statements that explain everything within a rather tightly subsumed category within that science. So, for example, we have the general theory of historical materialism and the specific theory of primitive communism. The latter specific theory is examined in the following 8 volumes. The former general theory is the subject matter and practical exposition of this entire volume. In our case, our general theory is historical materialism, what this book is about. And that means our general theory is the general, highest, theory of the sciences of anthropology, psychology, history, and sociology. When we set an immediate task of developing a specific explanation, theory, that covers all examples of the new class in all circumstances where it exists, what should we do? We always turn to the 3 major ways to construct an explanatory specific scientific theory. These are 1. The deductive way, where the premises make the conclusion necessary. 2. The probabilistic form of theoretical explanation, where the premises make the conclusion probable. And 3. The historical form, where any given event is explained in terms of its evolutionary antecedent forms. Cross-cultural comparative analysis, mathematics of social evolution. Using the third form of scientific investigation/explanation, we can extract a formula. This formula is for production, is the theoretical way of expressing the relationship within the mode of production. The mode of production is called the base of culture. Ideology arises on the base and is called the superstructure. Technology and social organization equals the mode of production or base. The formula can be expressed in terms of 4 elements in an equation, and using the formula for the capitalist stage as an example, see Chapter 9. These are: human working activity, L equals concrete individual working activity, LP equals homogenized collective labor, temporally measured, called labor power. Technology, in the case of capitalism this is always some kind of machinofacture. Value, the cost of labor, and in the servitude epoch, especially in the capitalist stage, the cost of labor power. Surplus value, the additional amount produced above value in capitalist systems and in pre-capitalist systems of the servitude epoch. In the equation we substitute surplus social product for surplus value in pre-servitude epoch, that is primitive communist and chiefdom societal stages. The relationship of these factors is expressed as follows: L or LP plus technology V1, V2 plus SV. These are the 4 essential elements of human productive activity, and they can be cross-culturally compared through time and across the entire space of the globe. This is the way we build our theory in social science, and the way we make it usable. You may think of these factors as the 4 nucleotides of sociocultural DNA, not that there is such a thing, of course. The general theoretical structure is the cultural concept of the mode of production and its superstructure. The specific theoretical constructs are as numerous as the sociocultural evolutionary stages they represent. This is to say, we define these essential elements as at the core of something, in this case human productive activity. And 2, we arrange them in such a way that they appropriately describe every instance of the subject in question. In this case, it is the evolution of human productive activity through distinct stages. And 3, we do this at 2 levels, A high general level and B, a secondary tier of specific levels. As you can see, theory has 2 magnitudes. The new class. Collapse of USSR and Eastern Europe. In this book, we rely on all 3 forms of scientific explanation. The main theme is the third, historical, form of scientific investigation and explanation. Accordingly, when we get to the subject of what happened in Russia after 1953, leading to the great traitor Gorbachev and the collapse of the USSR, we shall first examine the origin and development of our contemporary, new class, and trace its development from previous forms. In so doing we will see that the new class has had several, occupational, or professional, components. Accounting is one. Enforcement is another. Religion, and certain associated scientific endeavors such as astronomy, is another. Professionally specialized crafts are another. The point is for you to understand who the predecessors of today's new class were, how they functioned and transformed, stage by stage as society evolved out of primitive communism. Mechanically, the embryo of our new class was in the USSR, Chapter 12. After the 1953 death of Stalin's second economy, privateers prepared the way for a coup d'état. They suborned the Soviet new class with the Russian mafia and the CIA. It was the latter who engineered the actual assault from 1985 to 1991 on the Soviet government, and its leaders replacing them with their own men led by Gorbachev and Yeltsin. In this now 8-volume textbook, we have what we meant to have when we used the phrase a Marxist theoretical explanation for where we are in our historical evolutionary past. Before this book, it was the Euro-American left's failure to produce a Marxist theoretical explanation for what happened in the USSR and Eastern Europe that left them in limbo. I have provided that explanation herein. As bad as their failure in understanding capitalist restoration in the Soviet Union was, even worse was their failure to provide a theoretical understanding of how the Communist Party of China developed the final solution in its practical program. As the October 2017 CPC Congress unfolded, it became obvious to communists worldwide that the contemporary People's Republic of China has become the new homeland of the global socialist stage and the hope of the world. China has succeeded in advancing toward communism by perfecting the Stalinist socialist stage. And it is moving forward in an advanced socialist stage. As you read and study this 8-volume textbook, you will understand what has happened and what is yet to be done. This 8-volume textbook provides the knowledge for North American communists to organize the final proletarian revolution. Evolution of culture, dialectics of contradiction and crises. Mechanical materialists, e.g., Leslie A. White, Marvin Harris, approach the evolution of culture as a linear process whereby one step leads to the next. Dialectical materialists approach the evolution of culture by deciphering how one type of core causal phenomena transforms into its opposite step by step, from the earliest to the most recent, and then we try to project into the future the likely next dialectical resolution. Rather than continue to speak in the abstract, let us see how this method works in practice. The general contradiction can be reduced to a prime directive for our purposes. There are two general contradictions with which we are preoccupied in our studies, and each of these will have its own prime directive. The general contradiction describes the two opposite poles in the social organizational component of any society. Recognizing these opposite poles is the first step and the key to understanding the social organization of an epoch. The interaction of these opposite poles is the theoretical engine driving change, and in maintaining the status quo. In practice, there is this prime directive that resolves the interaction of the opposite poles and is the resulting cultural commandment for all citizens of the group in question in the epoch being studied. Let us turn to the real world to exemplify what I have just said. General contradiction of primitive communism. In our case, we begin by describing two general contradictions that occupy two epochs in human history. The first of these is the general contradiction of the first egalitarian epoch. That is the epoch of primitive communism. It consists of the bands and tribes of the hunting-gathering and early agricultural modes of production. Simply put, you will see that every step taken to prevent surplus social product, and the social dissolution, inevitably created by it, becomes in addition a step in making the creation of surplus social product a certainty. And, as importantly, this fact makes it certain that even though a given step may gain a temporary respite in the burgeoning of surplus social product, the process is even more certain to end in social dissolution. The prime directive of this general contradiction is to avoid the production of surplus social product at virtually any cost. General contradiction of the servitude epoch. The second general contradiction is that of the servitude epoch. It consists of the stages of slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. In this epoch, every step taken is aimed at maximizing production. Yet, despite this increase, the results are less and less of a share for those doing the work. In fact, the result is a worse living condition for the producers themselves. In turn, this fact of superexploitation makes it certain that the dissolution of this epoch will also occur as slaves, serfs, and workers revolt. This contradiction sharpens the class struggle, requiring the rulers' use of the armed force, this state, in their exclusive hands. The domesticating classes can only pacify the masses who are resisting the process of being domesticated with increasingly brutal violence. The prime directive of this general contradiction is to maximize production regardless of all other factors. The central theoretical task confronting us Bolsheviks is to explain how the first contradiction transformed into the second, opposite, contradiction. This 8-volume textbook provides the complete explication. The evolution of culture crises dialectics. A general crisis, on the other hand, is the engine that drives a particular stage within the epochs through growth, maturation, and eventual dissolution. In the slave stage, as part of the second or servitude epoch-specific general contradiction, what is the general crisis? The slave stage general crisis results from the need to have a larger and larger ever-growing army and police, i.e., the state itself. The state is essential to keep the slaves in servitude. The cost of the state, army/police, is a drawdown, or cost, charged against the surplus value column. Furthermore, and in addition, it is the difficulty in quantifying the cost of the generals, or sergeants, eventually realizing they can replace their employers. A more intangible cost mathematically but very real objectively. Both A, the drawdown on surplus value, and B, the rise of the state, army and police, over society, lead to the end of slavery as a stage. In turn arises the necessity of the halfway house of feudalism to replace it. The half-measure feudal stage can be expressed in the form of a quadratic equation. Simply put, I mean that one half of the equation is that showing the locus of the general crisis of slavery. The other half showing the locus of the general crisis of capitalism. Note that this resolution of the transformation of primitive communism to chattel and then wage slavery must also be viewed dialectically. The transformation from the stateless society of primitive communism to state society began, matured, and came to conclusion in the chiefdom stages. The state arose to ensure the status quo of wealth and inequality. Yet, the very success of the state in freezing this otherwise irreconcilable contradiction doomed that status quo. Why? Because it necessitated the working class of capitalism taking power into their own hands with their own state apparatus as the only certain way to end the state, the principal weapon of class domination. Of course, ending the state does not mean ending armed force in the hands of the people. No more than it meant primitive communists had no use for armed force. The state properly defined means only the armed force in the exclusive hands of a ruling class. Armed force existed before the servitude epoch and it will exist after that epoch. At any rate, we just introduced you to the equation for the stage of chattel slavery. What about the equation for the stage of wage slavery or capitalism? In capitalism, the general crisis is caused by the financial cost to the capitalist of the constantly increasing investment required of him to stay competitive. He must buy into increasingly expensive, next generations of machinery, which is a drawdown on the surplus value column. Eventually, as you will see, one capitalist eats the other and capital is concentrated. This also can be expressed in the form of an equation. In short, we say that it is the law of the absolute decline in the rate of profit that results from this inherent need of each capitalist to stay competitive by buying into more and more new machinery. This is the engine both causing and driving the general crisis of capitalism. This resolution should be viewed dialectically in that investment in the next generation of machinery, NGM in the equation, occurs to increase production and to increase its efficiency. Yet, the ultimate outcome is great poverty for the mass of producers. Consequently, workers must revolt to put an end to the steady deterioration of their lives. If they are to cease getting less and less value for themselves, even though they produce more and more value overall, they must end expropriation by the capitalist. This expropriation by the capitalist is why we say that capitalism at bottom is just a legalized system of theft. In other words, the industrial capitalists as a class are criminals. They are just smarter than drug traffickers and bank robbers. As communists, we have to deal with the world, as it is, which means in all of our work we will be engaging with criminal classes. Whether that is good or bad depends on our success in the ongoing struggle, or lack thereof. To recap the principal lesson of this section, remember that human culture and societal affairs can be reduced to the few simple elements. In the same way that all of life on Earth can be reduced to a few simple nucleotides. This is what science is all about, getting to the core of causality and process and laying bare the key driving elements, stripping away all the non-essential factors, adornments, and related manifestations. Do not get confused violence, armed force, government class, and state. I want you to notice that we Marxists do not confuse the state with violence. Violence existed before class and state society and will continue after class and state society. Neither do we confuse the state with armed force, for armed force of the people as a whole existed before the emergence of class and state societies and will exist after the disappearance of class and state society. We do not confuse the state with government, for people govern themselves before class and state society and their governments, and they shall govern themselves after the disappearance of the class and state society of the servitude epoch, slavery, capitalism, and feudalism. The state refers to thuggery, a private monopoly of armed force, in the hands of an already separated, or in the process of separating, ruling class. Class refers to a group of people with a distinct relationship to the means of production, the most important relationship being that between those who own, and those who do not own, said means of production. In class-divided society, existing for only some 6,000 years, other classes exist as well. Particularly classes composed of those who find employment serving ruling classes such as soldiers, cops, and priests. There are also small proprietors and occasional entrepreneurial workers, and in time a new class of technocrats. Absolute decline in the rate of profit. There is continuing confusion over the law of the absolute decline in the rate of profit. Marx found confusion abundant on this subject during his lifetime, and he had a great deal to say about this misunderstanding in the post-1867 period, and the publication of Capital Volume 1. Yet, because macro-theoretical economics is such a rarely understood, let alone taught, science in the USA, and most readers, therefore, have no previous experience with the subject matter, it is worth reframing the matter here. The crux of confusion lies in understanding the difference between the absolute decline in the rate of surplus value production and the absolute decline in the rate of profit. These are two separate categories. Two separate things yet intimately related all the same. You will become familiar with many equations, which are shorthand ways of describing relations between essential elements of human productive activity. Let us jump ahead for just a moment, using the formula for the capitalist stage as the example. Labor power, LP, plus technology, T, value 1 plus value 2 plus SV. Profit/NGM. Surplus value. In the case of capitalism, we are always discussing the application of human labor power, homogenized collective output of factory workers, measured by the factory clock, applied to machinery. The category, T, stands for technology, which is machinery in the capitalist stage. What is thereby produced repays the workers for their labor power. This repayment is only for part of their labor power. Therefore, their pay provides an insufficient amount to the reproduction of the working class itself. Workers are often destined to an early death through starvation and lack of medical care. Right-wing socialists attack this lack of adequate repayment in a variety of ways. Accordingly, right-wing socialist unions have success for that part of the working class that can afford to pay their union dues. Anyway, what is paid is what we label as value 1, i.e., wages and benefits. Value 2 accounts for the factory installation and upkeep of the machinery. We call both values 1 and value 2 value. What is left over is what we call surplus value. From the surplus value column, there are many possible deductions the capitalist can make. However, the ones of greatest concern to us are those that account for, as subcolumns in our equation, the capitalist's profit, and those that account for his investment in the next generation of machinery, NGM. When new machinery is installed under T, or technology in our equation, it is done precisely to lower the amount of labor power, LP, that is required to produce a given commodity. This allows the capitalist to hire fewer workers. Alternatively, another way of putting it is that workers previously hired will be sent to the street unemployed. The rate of surplus value production must decline. Because to buy the new machinery, install and maintain it, the capitalists must shift more overall output from surplus value to value 2, the cost of installing and maintaining the newly purchased machinery. And also, and most importantly, take more of this overall output and shift it to cover the cost of this newly purchased, next generation of machinery, NGM. Decline in rate of surplus value creation. In order to avoid this reduction in the rate of surplus value formation, the capitalist would have had to hire more workers, and or work the same workers longer hours, so that labor power input increases at a 1-to-1 ratio with that of the increased productive power of the new machinery. Only then can the cap maintain the same rate of surplus value creation. In this way, he would stay competitive. It is for this reason that capitalism as a stage hates competition, because this he cannot do. His idea was to reduce the amount of labor power going in, not to increase it, and thus his costs. The introduction of new machinery means a reduction in the cost of his labor force, in hours and or numbers of workers. It also means an increase in the cost of installing new machinery and maintaining newly equipped factories. Thus, a reduced amount of surplus value is being created. Simultaneously, the capitalist must invest more and more of his remaining overall output in the purchase of the new machinery. This means, all other things being equal, that this absolute decline in the rate of surplus value creation is exacerbated and indeed brought to crisis by these new costs of each successive generation of machinery, NGM. Again, on the absolute decline in the rate of profit, this latter fact results always in an absolute decline in the rate of profit. This is why, as Karl Marx discovered it, is the antagonistic articulation of profit with the costs of the next generation of machinery under surplus value which is the locus of the general crisis of capitalism. That is, what causes it, the cause of the so-called business cycle, of boom and bust. Yes, of course, there are short-term things a capitalist can do to offset the absolute decline, at least temporarily, by choosing new ways, eliminating previous ways, of using his surplus value that had hitherto been choices he found desirable. The best long-term way for him is, I, monopoly and or fixed corrupt contracting, and 2, slave labor. However, both of these generate massive social resistance. No matter what he does short of these two things, in the end, he is still confronted with the necessity of investing in new machinery or losing competitive advantage to other capitalists. In the end, he will have less surplus value available for profit. This is the iron law of capitalist relations. In short, the decline in the rate of surplus value creation, as the cost of value 2 must increase even when labor costs, V1, decrease as he sends workers to the street, sets the stage for a general crisis. Because what surplus value is available must be shifted on an increasing scale to cover the cost of the next generation of machinery, NGM. Thus, in the end, there is less surplus value available for whatever other expenditures he may have in mind, especially profit, and this means that the rate of profit must also decline. That is why I said that while these two absolute declines in rate are totally separate categories, they are at the same time intimately related. I want you to read the chapter on Capitalism, 9, carefully for the detailed exposition, but this summary may assist you in understanding what is going on. It may be especially helpful to reread this short essay after reading chapter 9. These technical data on the operation of the capitalist system are not just for economists. These internal operations of all capitalist systems always end up in terrible social and political crises that close factories, sending masses of workers to the street, and leaving higher-priced commodities for consumers, as well as undercutting all the social programs that workers have fought for, and which can no longer be paid for in the black. You are witnessing the truth of all I have written above today in your everyday lives. Laws. Before proceeding to the text, let me make one final comment on the definition of terms. In the initial version of this book, I discuss certain terms and their definition around which confusion often exists. Since then I have found some confusion also over the use of the terms law of value, laws of history, laws of socio-cultural evolution. When we use the phrase laws of history, we should be referring to Marx's and Engels' discovery of the fact that history is determined by people using culture, anthropological definition, as a buffer between the environment and society. This is the broadest stroke of the use of the term law. It refers to the fact that all of human social and cultural evolution must be understood in terms of the evolution of culture's three components: technology, social organization, and ideology. The mode of production being the forces and relations of production, ideology is the superstructure. These laws apply to all human socio-cultural formations. This is, as Engels said in his funeral eulogy to Karl Marx, one of the two greatest discoveries of Marx. The other greatest accomplishment was Marx having unlocked the secrets of the internal operation of the capitalist stage. I think a third great accomplishment of Marx was his formulation of the Marxist theory of psychology. Therein the relationships exhibited in production appear in new and different forms. To paraphrase Marx in Volume 1 of Capital, the material relations among people appear as social relations between things. On the other hand, the phrase law of value refers specifically to the law by which capitalism operates. Not pre-capitalist formations, except, of course, where capitalist germinal elements are present in pre-capitalist stages of the servitude epoch. Even then the law of value operates only within the germinal capitalist sector. The law of value in this sense always refers to the socially necessary labor time required in the production of a commodity. The relative value of a commodity produced by different factories is the socially necessary labor time involved in the production of a commodity in factory X as compared to factory Y. This is usually a function of the amount of new advanced machinery installed in a given factory. The newer that machinery, the less socially necessary labor time is required in the production of a given commodity. Laws of sociocultural evolution will be explained as we proceed, but again these refer to all stages in some cases and only specific stages in others. Laws of history refer in general to all of the above. These are important considerations and not simply matters of technical definition. They are important because Marxists believe in history being determined by cause and processual interaction of these causes in a lawful manner as in any other case of natural phenomena. Marx dealt primarily with the laws of operation of the capitalist stage and was spending the latter years of his life deciphering the laws by which pre-capitalist formations operate. This is a task he left uncompleted and is completed in these 8 volumes. Marx never made the mistake of projecting into the past capitalist formation laws onto pre-capitalist society. Even Soviet textbooks, originally at least supervised by Stalin, tended to blur these distinctions. Mao pointed this out in his A Critique of Soviet Economics, see the 1977 Monthly Review Press edition of this work of Mao Zedong. Finally, the key to understanding the economics of Stalinist socialism lies in its historical development in the 1920s and is fully explicated in Chapter 10. First, presentation of stage sequential laws of operation. It is fine to assert that such universal laws exist because on the one hand we know epistemologically, and in our general theory, that such laws must exist. It is quite another to assert that the laws of operation of pre-capitalist systems are known when in fact they are not. To the best of my knowledge, this book is the first one to project a series of laws of specific operation of each stage of pre-capitalist society. These conform in every way to the model established by Marx in his analysis of capitalism, and in Friedrich Engels in his books on science and philosophy. One final word on the future. For Marxists, there has always been one clear vision of the future. The founders of our science laid it out for us themselves. That is Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Their vision was, and is, part of the science of society and culture and their history. That is to say, it is a product of, and mandated by, our scientific understanding of sociocultural evolution. Virtually every subsequent great thinker in our tradition has identified with that vision, including V.I. Lenin, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro, Ho Chi Minh, Deng Xiaoping and Xi Jinping. So what precisely is this vision? Future mode of production. For Marxists and Leninists, the future features highly advanced industrial technology alongside social relations of absolute egalitarianism. and the full freedom of each individual to the fullest expression of their innermost desires in daily productive activity, sexual orientation, and family life. Not least, it is a vision of plenty of material goods for each person as a matter of birthright. In this regard, technology, in the future we shall build, is so advanced as to assure the production of unlimited quantities of heavy and light industrial goods and consumer articles, and the distribution of all such produce to every industry and every person. The future, in other words, features society where unlimited access to the articles of production for every person is a simple fact of everyday life. In Russia, China, Eastern Europe, or Cuba, we have had to build the industrial base from scratch. Why? Because we did not inherit a fully developed capitalist mode of production. Nevertheless, all observers can see that we have built it and continue to do so. Bidding the state goodbye. For Marxists and Leninists, our goal is also a future society in which the state, army and police, has ceased to exist and withered away. How can this instrument of class oppression be made to disappear? The answer is only by doing away with social classes first. Once we have done away with social classes, we have also done away with the role of the state in all societies. The role of the state is a role for a social institution that is nothing more than an institution of repressive violence in the hands of an exploiting ruling class. Once class society ceases to exist, and class society did not exist for 99.99% of human history, nor did the state, then the need for the state will be gone too. When the state is no longer needed as an instrument of class rule, then and only then can we finally abolish the state, and until that time, one class or another will rule. And the way one class or the other rules is through the use of police, intelligence services, military force, judicial systems, torture chambers, prisons, and execution. There are no exceptions now, nor have there ever been any exceptions, anywhere, to this form of class rule, nor shall there ever be. In contemporary times, when the capitalists have state power in their hands, they use it against us. When we seize power, we establish our own state and we use that power, in new, loyal, hands against them. Who will persevere? Science tells us that we will. But science cannot yet tell us how long it will take us to win, for better or for worse in the meantime. Before the final solution, we are free agents with free will. We are free to win and we are free to lose. The problem of Trotsky and Trotskyism in 1965, when I took my first Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, course on Trotsky and Bolshevism, I found myself quietly at odds with the conclusions and general tenor of the instructor and the majority of already convinced students. To me, Trotsky's book Permanent Revolution seemed extraordinarily shallow. There was nothing in the book that was not already established doctrine among Leninists, as far as the idea of continuing the bourgeois revolution into the proletarian phase was concerned. As the course proceeded, it became obvious to me that the then popular idea that Trotsky had the right take on art and literature was in fact ludicrous. It should have gone without saying that whatever art and literary forms exist at any point in time is reflective of the class interests of the ruling classes of that time, period. In other words, should they have any long-lasting trans-class value, such worth is irrelevant to the central point. And as the decades passed, and I learned more about Trotsky as a person, the more disgusting I found him to be. How could a Marxist of whatever stripe act so haughtily and arrogantly toward working-class cadre of the social democratic movement? Unless he was fundamentally flawed as a person, carrying over the worst rather than the best of what had gone before, in terms of individual cognizance of his own importance. Gradually, I concluded that Trotsky was the author of a mythology as deadly to our side as the fantasy world in which the capitalists live is to their side. I mention this up front to make it clear what side I would have been on in the Trotsky-Stalin split, my prejudices preceding me, for your benefit. Take them, as you will. For our purposes, in my opinion, the most important thing we need to make clear about Trotskyism is its real nature. The at-bottom fundamental difference between World Trotskyism and the World International Communist Movement is the idea that the new class is a temporary deformation of a working class-ruled world sociocultural evolutionary stage, when in fact it is no such thing. What we have in Stalinist socialism is a distinct worldwide stage of sociocultural evolution. It has been characterized by technological backwardness because we inherited an incomplete capitalist stage. That has necessitated a new class, potentially dominating and ruling. This is, in fact, the general crisis of this new stage in social and cultural evolution, and not a deformation. In other words, what we have seen is a new transitional stage. A stage that features a necessary technocrat class with certain privileges, because there has been no choice, given the technological, almost pre-capitalist, backwardness in which we first seized power. This is the general crisis of Stalinist socialism. Had we seized power in the most advanced capitalist countries, the role of this technocracy would have been quite different. Many workers, sufficiently educated, would have been in place to quickly ascend into these technocratic roles. That was not the case, as history has proven. Rather, we seized power where we could, meaning in countries where the ruling capitalist classes were relatively weak and thus more easily defeated. The consequences of victory first in these countries led to the necessity of the vanguard party having to create the conditions that Marx and Engels had assumed we would inherit. We did not inherit them. We inherited the presumptive wind of a global hurricane. From nearly empty air, we had to build the technological foundations without which socialism is not possible. 2 new sociocultural stages. This type of Soviet socialism occurs repeatedly in many countries in the period after 1917. Furthermore, despite all odds, it continues to evolve. Thus, we see for the first time a distinct sociocultural stage emerge and evolve on the planet Earth. To get from here to the stage of communism as we conceive it implies at least one more sociocultural stage will emerge along the way. Perhaps 2 or more transitioning stages. China marching into the stage of advanced socialism shows us what that stage looks like, and it is a new sociocultural stage. In about 200 years at this rate, the entire globe may well have entered the communist stage, although political liberation will occur long before that period passes. Advanced capitalist countries like the USA could literally skip over these 2 stages, or at least shorten them to 1 or 2 decades, and go directly to the stage of communism. Preparing to understand Trotsky's role, the stage of Stalinist socialism. An administrative caste, if you will, was clearly necessary for the Bolsheviks in power and in uniform. In the latter part of his life, Leon Trotsky made this de facto new class the principal bugaboo of his theoretical position. Yet even perfunctory historical analysis shows us that when he was on top, Trotsky was all in favor of a bureaucratization of everything. Including the working class itself, he would have placed under military discipline in their factories as Trotsky proposed at the Ninth Party Congress in the spring of 1920. It was Trotsky, not Stalin, that Lenin found guilty, in his testament, of too much attention to the bureaucratic aspect of things. Alternatively, Trotsky later proposed a variety of solutions, but finally, and most often, he spoke of internationalism, meaning the support of workers from other successful revolutions in advanced capitalist countries coming to the assistance of the Soviet Union. And he blamed the Stalin gang for staging what he called a coup against the legitimate representatives of proletarian power in the party and the state, and of course, with filling the government with their own. This is another of those historical problems that requires surgically precise logic and very accurate historical knowledge to resolve the contention. I find it useful to separate Trotsky the man from Trotskyism the strategy, and indeed the Trotskyist theory. Beginning with the former, I think Trotsky in the last analysis had no one to blame but himself for the alienating of the Bolshevik old guard. With his very wealthy family background and privileged upbringing, his arrogance and air of superiority, his tendency to lord it over the less verbal Bolshevik old guard, he was everything that the Bolshevik working class originating old cadre hated. He had opposed Lenin and Bolshevism virtually his entire life. He came over to Lenin and the Bolshevik Party very late. That was in late June, early July of 1917. And then only after rigorous argument with Lenin. He made demands so infuriating to the rest of the Bolshevik Party, such as demanding they change their name, if Lenin wanted to gain his membership and indeed leadership mantle. He made many enemies for life. Among the Bolsheviks, only Lenin wanted him. Because Lenin wanted him, the rest went along. Lenin wanted Trotsky in the summer of 1917 because Trotsky had a big mouth, and he could put the Bolshevik position forward consistently and clearly in the all-important Petrograd City Council, Soviet, and eventually in the National Congress of Councils, Soviets. Trotsky's Bolshevik candidacy was feasible because a. he was mainly a Marxist, b. he agreed with Lenin on turning the bourgeois February Revolution into a proletarian revolution as quickly as possible. That meant throwing out the bums by force and creating workers' state power, army and police, immediately. And c. Trotsky had a small group of followers he could throw into the mix. These were people of competence and ability, so Lenin would pick them up along the way as part of a deal with Trotsky. Finally, d. Lenin knew Trotsky would be a spoiler in the Petrograd City Council, Soviet, upon his return if he was not brought under control. And the only realistic way he could bring him under control was to bring him into the party. As the years have progressed, I have often found myself thinking that bringing Trotsky into the party was Lenin's greatest single mistake. Yet, on the other hand, the most important thing in May and June of 1917 was seizing state power. Lenin knew Trotsky could be invaluable in this respect because he knew Trotsky would have a tremendous influence in the Petrograd City Council, Soviet, which was the most important political body in the empire at that point in time. Without Trotsky, the Bolsheviks would probably win. With Trotsky, the Bolsheviks would definitely be successful in the seizure. Nothing was more important than the seizure. With it, everything became possible. Without seizure, nothing would have been possible. Therefore, Lenin did not make a mistake, he just had to deal with the real world of his time and place. History is unfortunately, often messy, and this is just one of those unavoidable examples. So, in the end, bringing Trotsky in was the right thing to do. Frankly, I suspect that everything would have gone much smoother if Stalin had disposed of La Boca Grande in 1919 rather than 1940, but that is just speculation. Perhaps just my own wishful thinking getting in the way. Trotsky would later claim to have been the originator of the idea of going over quickly to an armed struggle for proletarian dictatorship once the bourgeois revolution began, and attached the label, permanent revolution, to it. However, this is simply not true. It had been the policy of Bolshevism since it became Bolshevism in 1903 to argue for going over to working-class seizure of power from the bourgeoisie as quickly as possible once the bourgeois revolutionary process might begin. In a somewhat different form, the idea goes back to Karl Marx and the revolutionary period 1848 to 1850. And, as a matter to note, for still different reasons, it was Mao Zedong who pressed the idea of permanent revolution on the Chinese Party throughout the period after 1952. Now in the summer of 1917, Lenin needed Trotsky's ability in the Petrograd, earlier St. Petersburg, later Leningrad, Soviet, where debating and oratory were a daily necessity for party leaders of every persuasion. And the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies in Petrograd was a de facto proletarian parliament, which the capitalist parties dominated at the beginning of the 6-month period from February to October 1917. Lenin had seen from the very first that it would be the Petrograd Soviet, and others like it, that would be the organizational form around which the Bolsheviks would move for state power. He had had the experience of the 1905 St. Petersburg Soviet from which to learn. In the 1905 St. Petersburg Soviet, Trotsky had played the leading role, and thus was admired by the relatively sophisticated workers of 1917 Petrograd. In the workers' mind, Trotsky was a man who could hold his own with the best of the Cadet, SR, Socialist Revolutionary Party, left and right, and Menshevik orators. Trotsky had debating skills and an upper bourgeois class background. Nevertheless, he was on their side. He made them proud and they would listen to him. At least that is what Lenin thought and hoped. That was the reason Lenin put up with Trotsky's stifling arrogance in their negotiations. Finally, Lenin certainly had more important things to do than bullshit, day in and day out, in the Petrograd Soviet. Trotsky's followers later maintained that it was he who had led the actual seizure of 24 to 26 October 1917, and that is merely, and only partially true. He was one member of the committee formed for the purpose of seizure 3 weeks before October 24, 1917. By the way, this is the real-world origin of the first Politburo. Anyway, Trotsky played an assigned role, as did everyone else on the seizure committee, except for Kamenev and Zinoviev, who betrayed the revolution on the eve of the revolution. But that's it. Lenin forgave these two their treason, and they were readmitted into the party. Stalin did not. They were shot in 1936 after confessing to the murder of Kirov, as I discuss again in chapters 15 and 16. At any rate, and in fact, the seizure took place in many cities other than Petrograd simultaneously and was hard fought, victory taking several weeks. What is true is that in Petrograd, which was the capital of the empire, the practical work of organizing the uprising was done under the immediate direction of Comrade Trotsky, the president of the Petrograd Soviet. It can be stated with certainty that the party is indebted primarily and principally to Comrade Trotsky for the rapid going over of the garrison to the side of the Soviets, and the efficient manner in which the work of the Military Revolutionary Committee was organized. So said Joseph Stalin, writing on Trotsky's role in a Pravda article of November 6, 1918, the first anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, and quoted by Stalin in his 1934 book The October Revolution. Finally, as I have pointed out, the Bolshevik Revolution was not confined to Petrograd. Bolsheviks under other leaders seized power simultaneously in Moscow, Kiev, Samara, Minsk and many other cities, beginning October 24 and continuing over the next several weeks. And here the leadership was not Trotsky's but local. Today there is a commonly believed myth that Trotsky was the sole brain behind the eventual success of the Red Army, and that certainly is not true. As I explained in Chapter 13, there was from the beginning and throughout the Civil War a sub-rosa conflict between Trotsky and Stalin about military strategy and tactics. And in April of 1919 the Stalinists finally won control of the Red High Command, Party Military Committee, and kept it. Trotsky had been allowed to remain as War Commissar because Lenin wanted it that way. However, from November 1918, when the party created a high command triumvirate of Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, and the worker general Mikhail Frunze, the candidate of Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, all would closely watch Trotsky's policies. In April 1919, Frunze, as the new chief of staff, now would have 3 of the 5 seats, in addition to himself, for 4 out of 5, in the Red High Command. So if there was a gang of Stalinists, they emerged immediately, and the coup against Trotsky began in the first months and years of the October Revolution, not years later after Lenin's death. In other words, there was no coup by any gang. Accurate historical reconstruction shows us that the Stalin-Trotsky party, an army split, existed from the beginning and deepened through the entire Bolshevik experience, until one or the other had to prevail. The divisions between these two and other party leaders were so bitter by 1921 that Lenin feared factionalism could destroy the party. At any rate, so much for the myth of a Stalin gang and coup. Logically, this tells us, in my mind, along with other aspects of the way Trotsky conducted himself, that he had a tendency to exaggerate and distort history, to suit his purposes as he saw fit, with the passage of time. And, when it was all said and done, it was Trotsky's disastrous leadership of the 1920 Polish-German West European campaign that left the Soviet Republic high and dry, without the hope of any immediate international linkage to the essential advanced industrial bases of the West, except for what could be gained by the more normal type of bourgeois statecraft to which Lenin was now reduced. In fact, even Trotsky spoke by 1922 of the new situation internationally where the Soviet Republic could expect to participate on an equal basis in the international grouping of capitalist states. Hardly a call for a revolutionary internationalist solution to the problems confronting Bolshevism. The second bugaboo of the Trotsky theory has to do with the idea that what was needed was more workers' participatory democracy. However, Trotsky was rather slovenly in coming to this position also. It was Trotsky who in 1919 started the program of labor armies to replace the soldier armies that were being disbanded, the soldiers discharged. Trotsky in early 1929 called for the total militarization of the Russian proletariat, and to hell with the trade unions. This proposal being justified by the idea that since the workers now owned the state and government, and were led by a workers' party, that they were well enough represented and could be reduced to what amounted to automatons. Lenin had to step in at the Ninth Party Congress in the spring of 1920, saying someone would have to defend the workers from their own state if Trotsky's ideas were to be given serious consideration. That is how precarious the situation was at that time. And party democracy is the other side of this second theoretical coin. Trotsky tosses out in the 1920s. However, it was Lenin who kicked off the campaign in 1921 to tighten inter-party discipline because he saw the need for ending factionalism in the party, and with it the endless debates, and demanded it. Lenin saw that the time had come to go to work. It was time to face the facts, namely, that the proletariat had failed to seize power in any other capitalist country. That situation was not going to change in the near future. Certainly, it was not going to change right away, after the failure of Trotsky to complete his mission to seize Warsaw and Berlin in 1920. In fact, the situation in Russia had grown so intolerable that the better part of 1921 had to do with crushing the massive Tambov and other peasant rebellions. Not to mention the Kronstadt sailors' mutiny. The rebellions were only successfully concluded because of the reintroduction of capitalism by Lenin's fiat in the spring of 1921, the New Economic Policy, or NEP. There was no possibility of an internationalist solution, to use a popular Trotskyist phrase, to the problem of Russia's technological backwardness at that time. It would have to be done by the Bolsheviks themselves at home where they did have state power. And Trotsky agreed at the time with the demand that debate and discussion end and that a policy of carrying out orders be adopted. Except during a campaign period, if you will, of a few weeks before a conference or a congress. Lenin saw the grave danger confronting the Soviet Republic because of its technological backwardness and improvised accordingly. To make up for the fact that Russia's initial technological backwardness had been exacerbated by the loss, in the Civil War, of up to 90% of the politically conscious proletariat by 1921. The government would have to lick its wounds and start to educate and train the necessary cadre at home. As slow and painful as that might be, and, in the meantime, gain as much time as possible, before the next inevitable imperialist onslaught, with a new foreign policy. The bureaucracy bugaboo in the Trotsky theory claims that the power to appoint secretaries and functionaries from the center, which had replaced the earlier, inefficient for military purposes, electoral forms of democratic centralism within the party during the Civil War, was carried to an extreme by Stalin, used in essentially undemocratic ways to win his political fights. In other words, Trotsky claimed Stalin won his fights in the party by rigging the elections, since the delegates were often his hand-picked secretaries and other functionaries. All of which may well be true. That is just organizational politics. What is important is what lies behind or below the surface. The role of the party was dramatically, and in fact drastically different in power than it had been out of power. Out of power, a great deal of input from below on every issue had been the norm. Then, after a decision had been reached, it was the responsibility of the party leadership to carry out the decisions and the membership to do as they were told, to implement the decisions. Now, in power, without the necessities demanded by Marx and Engels, fully modernized capitalist industry, the party had to get to work and build virtually everything from scratch. Its new circumstances meant a new role. One that demanded it transforms itself into an enabling organization. It had to become an organization in charge of building the foundations of socialism however it could. It had to become a party of builders, as opposed to a party of destroyers. A party without rigid internal control would not have been able to carry out the gigantic historical tasks it would soon confront. not the least of which would be the collectivization of agriculture, which would not begin until 1928, so they had 7 years to get their act together. Not to mention winning the inevitable imperialist Second World War. We shall mention all of these circumstances again in this book, but the point here is that the ideas which formed the mainstay of what would eventually be called Trotskyism are historically ill-founded. I think the Trotskyist analysis makes no sense when reviewed within the context of the reality of those times. Does this mean that the bureaucracy in the Soviet Union was not a new class? Does it mean that they would not separate themselves as a new class with title deed to property if they got the chance, and in the meantime act as if they did? No, of course it does not. It does mean that the Trotskyist analysis is flawed fatally in both theory and practice, and in the real test of the facts of history. After 1928, Trotsky as a person and thus, Trotskyism as a strategy/theory became irrelevant except as a strawman whipping boy for Joseph Stalin. Stalin found it convenient to use him, and that way until he disposed of him in Mexico City in 1940. When Trotsky was reduced to nothing more than an exiled pathetic, has-been, whining about the pace of the very programs he had advocated, i.e., that massive industrialization and agricultural mechanization/collectivization. Then he became irrelevant to communists almost everywhere. And carping still more about Stalin's management methods left him even more outside the fold of legitimate critic in the minds of most communists. Except for the perceptive few who saw the problem created by the new class and were honestly trying to do something about it, the old Trotskyists. It is because of their sincerity that we should welcome converts into the new Bolshevik movement, as I have done for many decades. This does not include CIA agents like Brian Becker, nor their front party called PSL. I remember my friend, Arne Swabeck, one of the leaders of the 1919 Seattle General Strike, see the movie Reds for Arne's last public appearance, and many other Trotskyists in the 1960s for their support of Chairman Mao. Specifically Mao's attempts to reign in the new class. Among them the Trotskyist youth in Los Angeles and their willingness to pursue common objectives with us, Progressive Labor Party, as in the Los Angeles Anti-Vietnam War Committee they created. In this 8-volume textbook, you will see that a new class of managers and bureaucrats had been necessary for the construction of socialism in backward countries such as the USSR in the 1920s. Inherent in that recognition is also the insistence that in backward countries where we may seize power, that we see to it that in these future situations technocrats play only their legitimate role and are not allowed the role of a new ruling class. The danger inherent in failing to acknowledge either the new class proper or the second capitalist economy in reality in the Soviet Union was a more important contributor to the dissolution of the USSR than the CIA or its Russian mafia allies. I describe this in detail in Chapter 18. The correct interpretation of transitional experience. For us in North America, much of this experience should be irrelevant if the coming civil war does not destroy everything so far built. We have the necessary technological base to jump immediately into communism. We shall also see that contemporary backward countries may well have to witness capitalism developing alongside socialist institutions, as in Venezuela, Bolivia, and Nicaragua. Given the backwardness of those economies, a Diaz-Canel Maduro-Morales-Ortega alliance is not just the best we could expect but by far good enough, especially since we have no choice. With our Marxist theoretical understanding as outlined above, and explained herein, you will see that it has been Bolshevik policy to support exactly this, as circumstances require, since 1921. The Chinese Communist Party is doing exactly what is required. In the 4 administrations that have come and gone since the death of Chairman Mao, China has pioneered a new path. One that now takes up a significant section of this book. Because, as in the case of Lenin's and Stalin's Russia, China has had no choice. The Russians tried jumping straight away from capitalism to communism. War communism could not be made permanent. Then, having no choice, the Bolsheviks partially restored capitalism and continued building the unfinished technological foundations of the capitalist stage. Through the 1920s, the constant shortfall in capital accumulation necessitated Stalin's second revolution and its great turn. We barely had time to get the industrial preparation ready for the next imperialist onslaught, but we did by extremely hard work. And we won the war. Post-war reconstruction on the outcome of that war was hard, but an economic miracle occurred thanks to the policies of the Soviet leadership in that reconstruction. Then the success of the Communist Party in seizing power in China led to its joining the socialist world order. Now we see China as the new homeland of the global socialist stage. In China's case, its first 10 years, 1949 to 1959, under Bolshevism were all about getting to communism as quickly as possible. This was to be done by ending capitalism and feudalism in agriculture, then collectivization, and was followed by people's communes. In the event this required, in the succeeding 20 years, 2 new revolutionary struggles. 1966 to 1975, 1976 to 78. And trying to stay on the right road proved not an easy task. It was without historical precedent, and filled with uncertainty as to which road was the right one. In both the Russian and Chinese cases, these initial attempts at jumping into communism failed, and new forms of social organization had to be invented. In both cases, Bolshevism has had to step back and deal with the reality of backwardness. In Russia and Eastern Europe, modern revisionism led to our failure. What began as an attempt to jump into communism in China's first quarter-century turned out to be only the necessary preparation for beginning the socialist stages. We are now witnessing the end of the construction of these socialism stages and the beginning of the construction of true communism that could be as early as 2050 in China. Can we do our part? By which I mean fight for and seize state power, build the socialist transition, and move rapidly into communism, simultaneously preventing new class separation? We should be able to do so now, because we have the technological foundations. Historical experience illuminates the road ahead, and we can prevent the negative aspects of the initial experiments in Russia and China from happening again. We have the cyberneticized ability to replace oligarchic ownership of our factories and land with ownership of the working people in those factories and on that land. Stalin and Stalinism. One might wonder why the question of Stalin and Stalinism has been so terribly distorted in the English-speaking world. The answer should be obvious. The ruling capitalist classes, and their academic toadies, desperately needed to attack Stalin, and they found the most convenient way of attacking him to use Trotsky's mythology. In May of 2010, PBS broadcast an attack of Gringolandia academics against Stalin. It starts out with a great lie of omission. They ignored the 22-year history of Britain and France against the USSR, including their constant attempt at sending Hitler against the USSR during the years 1933 to 1941. The PBS lies continue, one compounded on the other, throughout this miserable series. Far worse yet has been the attack ongoing in the USA by career FBI agents like Sam Webb and career CIA agents like Brian Becker. This PBS pack of lies was rushed out to counter the truth, as now is being published herein. Especially since the earlier excellent movie World War II with major actors Michael Caine, Bob Hoskins, John Lithgow, playing the roles of Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt has had such an impact on contemporary thinking in gringo academia of a positive, which is to say truthful, way. Meaning a truthful exposition of World War II and its conduct. PBS is, after all, just another capitalist outlet for lies and misstatements of history, albeit unlike Fox it is aimed at educated North Americans as opposed to the ignorant viewers targeted by the latter. The cap idea is their narrative, sold in sophisticated or crude packaging, but still a totally ridiculous narrative as far as its relationship to reality is concerned. At any rate, as the years since 1965 progressed and I read more and more of the original documents, I came to see an entirely different Stalin than the one Trotsky propagandized. So different that it is truly shocking. Furthermore, because of my own involvement in the US, and later read, intelligence services, I began to see how Stalin organized and led the most important combat part of the international communist movement, the Red Secret Service. Let me give you an accurate assessment of Stalin's originating role in the Bolshevik Party. In a nutshell, on December 9, 1879, Stalin was born Joseph Vissarionovich Dugashvili in Gori, Georgia. Nicknamed Joey, So-So by others, he chose the name Koba for himself by the time of his adolescence. In time he would take on a new name. His official new name would be Stalin, the man of steel, Stal. But that was some time into the future. For now Stalin would be Joseph, Joey, or Koba. Koba was the hero of a Robin Hood novel about a Georgian who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. Joseph continued to use Koba as his first name in the underground world of the RSDLP. The main book that Koba read was The Patricide. Its author Alexander Kazbegi, perhaps the wealthiest landowner in Georgia, had released his serfs from their serf obligations, given away his own wealth, and gone to living as a simple herder of sheep in the mountains of Georgia. Writing his Koba stories occupied Kazbegi's plentiful spare time as a shepherd during the years 1880 to 1886. The first 6 years of Joseph's childhood. At the age of 8, Joseph's mother enrolled him in elementary school. Here he was forced to learn Russian, as instruction was done only in Russian, and he completed elementary and middle schooling therefore in the Russian language. He graduated with honors from this church school in 1894 and at the age of 14 was admitted to the seminary in Tiflis, Tbilisi, Georgia, for high school. The seminary was the only way toward a higher education for a non-noble boy. The following year at the age of 15 he joined the Russian Social Democratic Circle, called Mesami Desai, in Tiflis. There he caught the attention of the man who would become his mentor, Leonid Krasin. Krasin was a well-educated capitalist, working for Russian wildcatters and foreign oil concerns as a manager, company man, the US term for the financier's boss of a well site, and sometimes as an entrepreneur for himself. Oil field entrepreneurs are called wildcatters, and in Georgia as elsewhere they worked and lived in the rough-and-tumble oilfield culture. In Georgia the oilfields were around Batum and Baku, and Krassin was a secret social democrat of the Lenin variety. Now note two things. 1. At the turn of the century, three families dominated the Russian oil industry: the Nobels, the Rockefellers, and the Rothschilds, and 2. In those days the seminaries were producing revolutionaries like hothouse plants. Not only in Transcaucasian Russia, but also in Georgia and Armenia. In Tiflis, renamed Tbilisi in 1936 by Koba, then Georgia's favorite son, known as Stalin, as a member of the Social Democratic Organization, Joseph and other seminarians met revolutionary factory and oilfield workers. They studied outlawed books in secret, and immersed themselves in these workers' activities. They studied Russian translations of Karl Marx and Frederick Engels' principal works, including Marx's Capital Volume 1. In 1899, Joseph was caught reading these materials at the seminary and expelled. However, in the 5 years from his introduction to social democracy and Leonid Krassin at the age of 15, Krassin had taught him well how to organize workers, and how to rob banks, stagecoaches, and steamships. Krassin was such an obvious and enthusiastic capitalist, the Tsarist secret police missed him altogether, and thus, for some time, they also missed his most promising student. Krassin would work his way up the Tsarist bureaucracy, in time, to become what Lenin would eventually call, during the First World War, the finance minister of the Bolshevik Revolution, for reasons you will come to understand in the text. In 1900, Joseph met his first face-to-face intermediary to Lenin. Arriving in Tiflis from internal exile in that year was Viktor Kurnatovsky, who had met their future leader while in exile. Lenin was exiled to the Siberian town of Minusинsk when they met, and had come under his sway. Kurnatovsky told Koba about Lenin, whom he described as a genius. Lenin had just published his book The Development of Capitalism in Russia, who would lead them all to victory. By the time Joseph met Kurnatovsky, Lenin had been released from exile. Lenin had served his prison and exile sentence, and had made his way to Zurich, Switzerland. Unlike other émigrés, Lenin arrived in Zurich with a plan of action. Sewing circle reading and discussion groups would give way under the new leader to a secret professional organization of militarily organized combat revolutionaries. The central instrument Lenin proposed to implement the policy of the General Staff of the Revolution was a revolutionary guiding newspaper. In 1901, the following year, that newspaper, the Spark, Iskra, began to arrive in Tiflis via sailors on shore leave at the Black Sea ports. In 1901, following instructions received via Iskra, Koba threw himself into organizing the oilfield workers and organizing armed strikes at Baku and Batum. And then, into organizing bank hold-up, stagecoach and steamship robberies and other armed expropriations, known as X's, by the Bolsheviks. At just the right time, Koba provided Lenin with the two things he needed most. 1. 2. A real organized labor movement which had won armed strikes and put their union into the oilfield on a permanent basis, and this was the first successful organized labor movement in the Russian Empire, and it was Leninist thanks to Koba and his fellow Bolshevik-to-be organizers. The soon-to-come Bolshevik Party had also become the first financially independent working-class vanguard party in the world, again thanks to Koba and associates. Lenin recognized all of this and began to put Koba on the top of his list of people to be pushed ahead. Among these principal organizers in the Caucasus were Koba's but closest friends. These included Kliment Voroshilov, future head of the entire Red Army, Michael Kalinin, future president of the Soviet Union, and Sergei Ordzhonikidze, one of the most important, perfect, Bolsheviks of the future. Of course, Leonid Krassin continued as the senior advisor of this young communist cadre. In 1903, the Bolshevik Party was formed. Koba and Krassin became the number one in-country provider team of cash to Lenin's cause. Eventually they would organize the Great Tiflis Stagecoach and State Bank robbery that netted Lenin some 300,000 gold rubles. Taking on the Rothschilds in 1901, at the turn of the century, there were three major international oil concerns operating in Russia. Those owned by the Nobels, the Rothschilds, and the Rockefellers. All three were well represented on the Caspian and Black Sea. They were headquartered in the oil cities of Caspian, Baku, and Black Sea, Batum. Their Koba had risen to be the de facto chief of Russian Social Democratic Labor Party strike organizing operations. In 1902, having built a union in the oilfields, Koba took on what he considered to be the weakest of the foreign oil combines, the Rothschilds. However, as the unfolding strike began, it again brought out the Tsarist troops and gendarmerie. Koba and his associates jumped into the fight with guns and every other weapon they could get their hands on. The fighting was underway. Troops burned the workers' quarters and shot down men, women, and children. Those daring to engage in open protest and refusing to work got the worst of it. Koba's teams of armed workers fought back, forcing the capped troops to retreat or face hundreds of burning wells. The capitalists decided this was a higher price than they were willing to pay and called off their troops. The workers won the strike and went back to work with a union. It was the first social democratic victory in an armed strike, and it electrified the empire. Meanwhile, in his new headquarters in Geneva, Martov and the Mensheviks were now headquartered in Zurich. Lenin was thrilled. He learned immediately that his brand new newspaper was considered by the Tsar's secret police and by his own proto-Bolshevik party as being responsible for the Caucasus in flames. Lenin had believed from the moment of his arrival in Switzerland the previous year that the Tsarist regime was very weak and open to direct attack by workers. Workers could and would engage in massive work stoppages regardless of the sacrifice in wages required to do so. Furthermore, he had proven that workers would take up arms and fight for socialism whether or not Russia was considered by bourgeois intellectuals to be too primitive for socialism. All the workers had needed was encouragement, and that came from the underground newspaper Spark, Iskra. The text or copy to be printed was smuggled to Black Sea and the Caspian on ships by friendly sailors. It was then printed in one of the underground print shops Koba and Associates maintained. All the bourgeois intellectuals had needed were some balls. Then they could understand that it did not matter whether the revolution started in Russia or in England. What mattered was that it started, and then got international, as quickly as possible. Workers with advanced industry would come to the aid of workers with backward industry. They would be more than happy to do so, since the latter would have started the conflagration that had led to their own liberation. And that was Lenin's program in short. Action now for proletarian revolution. The Russian workers' revolution would come to power in a period of transition with the state, army and secret police in its hands. Full-scale industrialization would occur as workers in the advanced capitalist countries became organized and joined in. In 1902, first in Batum, and now in Baku, Koba and his fellow organizers had implanted the party printing presses. Code-named Nina, the Russian printing press operation was hidden in a dugout cellar, eventually expanding under several homes and city streets in the mainly Mongol working-class quarter of Baku. From here, bundles of the paper were printed and smuggled as far as Moscow and St. Petersburg in the north, and then to every working-class quarter in the country, as opportunity provided. The petroleum spinal cord. The distribution network for petroleum products that flowed northward and eastward from the Black Sea functioned for many years as the backbone of secret Bolshevik newspaper distribution. Another gift to Lenin from his devoted Baku Batum followers led by Koba. Accordingly, this network became the vertebral cord of secret Bolshevik party cell organizing as well. The working class action committees of Baku and Batum had set the pace and provided the model for what workers could do in other cities. And Lenin knew from his growing network of informers and couriers that workers in every other city of the empire were aware of what was happening in the Caucasus. They saw in those strike committees the model for their own organizations. Inside the newly created Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, those who had seen Lenin as just another intellectual in exile now saw him in a quite different way. Unfortunately, some such as the father of Russian Marxism, George Plekhanov, were jealous of this young upstart's success. Plekhanov chose to see Lenin thrusting ahead of himself. He concluded that his long service in presenting Marxism to Russia to begin with was being forgotten. Others, like the newcomer Leon Bronstein, Trotsky, initially sided with Lenin but then went over to the other side within the exiled RSDLP leadership. Perhaps because they too were being sidelined by Lenin's ability to get things done. However, their varying motivations may have been, the fact was that what would be, in the Russian revolutionary workers' movement, was being decided on the ground, and Lenin had all the troops. In 1903, Joseph became a follower of Lenin among the Social Democrats following the split of the RSDLP into its Bolshevik and Menshevik factions. Joseph, now known in the party usually as Koba, joined unhesitatingly with the Bolsheviks. The empire a-tremble in 1903, even Lenin was surprised when his as yet unmet leaders in the Caucasus, principal among them being Koba, succeeded in organizing the most eventful workers' action in the history of Europe since the Paris Commune of 1876. That was a general strike that not only shut down the oilfields of the Caspian Sea and everywhere else but also shut down every industrial city in the Russian Empire. For a moment, the empire wobbled. Could it all be over that fast? In theory, yes. Marx had said in the Communist Manifesto that it was just a matter of workers changing ownership of the means of production. By putting themselves and those in need among the people, at the top of the national priority list, instead of at its bottom, as the capitalists had done, and you would have socialism. Eventually, with the abolition of private property you would have a paradise on earth, where all the advantages of industrial production would be at the service of the working people rather than the other way around as the capitalists had arranged it. And with publicly owned means of scientifically advanced industrial production, making the slogan, "From each according to his ability to each according to his need," a reality, you would have communism. However, what about the resistance of the exploiters? Surely, they would mount powerful counterattacks. The capitalists were already sending the Tsarist secret police, Okhrana, in huge numbers. The army and the Cossacks could not be far behind. The revolution of 1905, the 1903 general strike left the Tsar's top advisors unanimous in wanting to start a war to refocus national thinking off the internal problems confronting them. Rather than seeking social reform with the liberal capitalists and the new class of petty bourgeois intellectual and educated bureaucrats, the Tsarists preferred to start a war. This time they planned for a successful war against Japan. The problem came when they failed in their elective war. They had chosen the wrong victim: Japan. In this case, the Japanese nation was prepared, although ruled by a small tight-knit coterie of formerly feudal aristocratic and noble families. Families that had kept the discipline of their rule over slaves and serfs while voluntarily transforming themselves into capitalist ruling families. As they applied this feudal discipline to their rule over workers, they were able to catapult themselves into the modern industrial world of international capitalism. The Okhrana, focused as it was on internal dissent, had missed all of this. Russia acted as if it had not known of Japan's industrialization and its immediate application to the construction of steel warships with fully modern big guns. The setting chosen by the Russians for their conflict was Korea. In the event, the Tsar's army and navy proceeded to disgrace themselves in a series of embarrassing military debacles. The war climaxed with virtually the entire Tsarist fleet being buried at sea. In 1905, the response in the Russian nation was a rising that quickly turned pre-revolutionary. Its class basis was initially bourgeois. Many in the capitalist class, hitherto allied seemingly inextricably with the feudal lords, intermarried and interbred, wanted West European-style parliamentary democracy, as did the liberal bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. Especially the new class of technocrats wanted parliamentary democracy upon which the Tsarist regime increasingly depended. Then farmers rose under their Socialist Revolutionary Party leaders. They were demanding redistribution of land along the lines they imagined had existed before Peter the Great. The workers rose under their political parties, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. As the year progressed, the Bolsheviks began to get the upper hand among them. And along the way a variety of individualists such as Leon Bronstein, Trotsky, arose to espouse their own doctrines and acquire in the milieu of revolution their own following. Trotsky cut out his following from the masses gathering around the St. Petersburg City Council. Soviet is the Russian word for council. The Bolsheviks gained a mass following in the workers' quarters, which was also reflected in the city council. In the end, the Tsar outfoxed the revolutionaries and crushed the Petrograd City Council, and along with it the rest of the revolutionary councils that had arisen throughout the nation. Koba's first importance to Lenin and the Bolsheviks was precisely his clarity on the nature of the enemy and what was to be done about them. And this clarity was achieved first of all in the real school of life. Furthermore, he was willing and able to get done what needed to be done for his party and his chief. Lenin recognized these qualities in Koba, calling him that wonderful Georgian. During the 1905 Russian Revolution, Lenin came to depend on Koba. Koba could get things done. He had a wide range of working-class political contacts and was developing an even wider range of bourgeois contacts, including those of the underworld, because of his prison experiences that had only begun. Lenin would, in the years up to the Russian October Revolution in 1917, rely on Koba to carry out the most dangerous and sensitive, and the most important secret tasks confronting the party. For example, all the bourgeois socialists, including Leon Trotsky, were opposed to Lenin's program of bank holdups and other armed robberies to finance party activities, organs, and the press. This was strong-arm work where he had put Koba, Stalin, in charge. It was a policy Lenin defended in open debate against the Mensheviks and Trotsky at the 5th, 1907, RSDLP Congress in London. After all, Lenin argued the aristocrats and bourgeoisie that had stolen all this money from the people to begin with. It was only right that the people's champions should expropriate it on their behalf. Lenin dismissed his opponents politically, considering them bourgeois sissies, and went on with the business of building his own Bolshevik party. A party which of course did not include Trotsky or any of the other bourgeois socialists, Mensheviks. For Lenin it was politics, not personal. Stalin, however, as we have seen, pictured himself as a kind of Robin Hood of the revolution. So much so that even before he became a social democrat, he had taken the name of the legendary Georgian Robin Hood, Koba, a name his friends would use for him all of his life. The anger he felt toward the haughty Trotsky was not so easily assuaged. Lenin also handed Stalin much of the responsibility for organizing the secret financial investments of the party in a variety of Russian banks. Koba arranged transfers of cash and securities to party safe drops in West European banking centers. And these are just a few examples of the important secret work that Lenin entrusted to Stalin. As a matter of historical note, Stalin's first face-to-face conflict with Trotsky occurred as a product of this 1907 RSDLP, 5th, Congress, joint Congress with both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks attending, debate in London. It went far to shape his dislike for the man he considered to be an aristocrat bourgeois socialist. In a short time, a mutual hatred emerged between these two. Hatred destined to shape so much of the party's future experience. If Trotsky had been less aristocratic in his bearing and less presumptuous toward those doing all the work, and taking all the risks, perhaps even showing appreciation for those such as Stalin, the latter might have been less likely to politicize his personal feelings. I suspect Stalin's feelings were hurt, and he did politicize them. I imagine that the more Stalin thought about Trotsky, the exact kind of privileged person he hated the most, and his absolute failure to understand the dedication and importance of his, Stalin's, work, the more he internalized his hatred of Trotsky. Until it was part of the marrow of his bones. Stalin went off on Trotsky within weeks of the beginning of the armed struggle in 1918, and I don't think it was just because of their principled military disagreements. However that may have been, before this was all over, Stalin would bury an axe in Trotsky's head, albeit via a surrogate and far from home. Trotskyist mythology. We will return to Stalin and his role in the creation of the world's first workers' government and state in Chapter 12. For now, let me say again that it is the Trotskyist mythology which has cursed a certain portion of our movement for many decades that has necessitated this factual review of early Bolshevik history. Also, it sets to rest, permanently I believe, the slander Trotsky spread far and wide about Stalin being some kind of late-coming usurper of the throne that should have been his. This mythology has two main threads. The first that spun by Trotsky himself. The second is the impression left by history on foreign communists about the relative importance of the Russian Bolshevik leaders. The former speaks for itself and is seen in all of Trotsky's writings. The latter is something I witnessed and have come to understand. In 1965, when I was helping Phil Taylor organize Los Angeles for the Progressive Labor Party, I met longtime Trotskyist Arne Swabeck and his wife. See the movie Reds for Arne's last public appearance. I spent a number of hours throughout that year listening to Arne talk about his meeting Lenin and the other Bolshevik leaders in 1919 and many times thereafter. He told me that at the Comintern congresses he attended he never heard of Stalin. I believed him, and it is something that has stuck with me and which I had to confront and answer for myself. Now, after decades of research, I think I can see how Trotsky's shameless proselytizing on his own behalf used certain historical features of 1917 and the subsequent 6 or 7 years. That is, he used these features to spread and reinforce the idea that Stalin was an outsider and a usurper. This, as we have just seen, is the furthest possible thing from the truth one could imagine. I think what Lenin is purported to have said to Michael Borodin upon his return to Russia from Chicago, about Trotsky having been brought into the Bolshevik Party by Lenin to handle the Petrograd City Council where otherwise he would have been a spoiler, is probably exactly what happened. Things worked out, and according to Lenin, when Trotsky turned his attention to military affairs, that worked out also. I will leave this military question to the text and return to the second issue at hand. Namely, that foreign communists, and indeed foreign capitalist leaders of Germany, England, Italy, France, the UK and so forth, got the impression that Trotsky was one of the principal Bolshevik leaders on the same level as Lenin because Trotsky had a big mouth. He had initially been in charge of the highly publicized, in the mainstream international capitalist press, peace negotiation that eventually took Russia out of the World War. Even though Trotsky failed and Lenin had to send Gregory Sokolnikov to get the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. And Trotsky was the public face for a long time of the Red Army. Combine this with the fact that most of these foreigners had no command of the Russian language whatsoever, nor any familiarity with Bolshevik history or even its most basic publications. Thus, the field was left wide open for assuming that whoever was standing up front and talking the most must be the boss. Well, that certainly put Trotsky right up there as public face number 2, right next to that of Lenin, and Trotsky was always shooting his mouth off to the press, foreign as well as domestic. So he got even more press than Lenin. This led to people such as Arne Swabeck getting the wrong impression about the relative importance of Trotsky, who was the real latecomer, and the relatively quiet Stalin. It also explains why Stalin found it so easy to isolate Trotsky from the rest of the Russian party rather quickly, as we shall see in the text. Finally, most foreign communists knew the Russian Bolsheviks almost exclusively through the prism of the Comintern. Here there were many such leading mouths, e.g., Bukharin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, not to mention Trotsky, etc. Stalin was there, but very quietly, as the boss of the Comintern's secret department. This decision to make Stalin the real Comintern boss as far as real-world operations were concerned had been made by Lenin in an almost offhand way when Lenin was single-handedly organizing the call and structure of the Comintern and its first Congress during January and February of 1919. It was rather natural that Lenin would have continued to show complete confidence in Stalin in secret operational matters and that he had long since placed Stalin as the head of the Russian Communist Party's, Bolsheviks, secret department. Stalin, from the beginning, and always thereafter, for the rest of his life, had been and would be head of Bolshevik secret operations at home and abroad no matter what organizational, bureaucratic, structure and name had been or would be involved. The other Bolshevik leaders were intellectuals well suited to the development of the intellectual side of Bolshevism. Now they were the public face of the Comintern and contributed all the talk and stuff of the Comintern press. Stalin, on the other hand, rarely spoke in Comintern meetings or publications. His secret role was the most important job in the Comintern, but only those members with a need to know would have had any indication of this. Most Trotskyists are quite sincere people. At least that is my experience. Nevertheless, they have been badly misled, and in our country, they suffer the gringo curse of failing to read. However, education is the cure for both deficiencies, and perhaps with these 8 volumes we have laid a good foundation for imposing clarity. Now let us move on to the central theoretical false premise of Trotskyism. The new class is not a deformation, it is part of a new necessary transitional stage of which there will be several. Before we arrive at communism, the most important theoretical difference between international Trotskyism and the international communist movement in 2020 is on the question of the nature and role of the Soviet new class, and by extension, that of the new class in the socialist stages in China, East Europe, Vietnam, Cuba, and Korea. Is the new class, as Trotsky maintained, an aberration? Trotsky's thinking made the new class into a historically accidental, peculiar, social structural deformation, something akin to the coming of the mule in Asimov's Foundation series. George Orwell noticed this idea in his book Animal Farm, a book that I think has insight value beyond what the Trots ascribe. In other words, according to Trotsky, this degeneration of Russian communism was due to idiosyncratic developments in Russia, namely his main bugaboo, Kolbe or Joseph Stalin. Accordingly, if Trotsky and associates had been on top, the bureaucracy would have been controlled in an otherwise well-put-together working-class socio-cultural evolutionary stage, a single transitional stage of socialism. Or rather conversely, is the new class a part of a new and specific transitional stage of socialism, which features working-class, farmer, and petty bourgeois technocrats in alliance? By extension, this implies that there will be one or more additional transitional stages of socialism yet to come. Trotsky claimed the former. In fact, the historical evidence, combined with the archaeological evidence, tells us the latter is the case. Let us see why. As I said in the preface to the 2006 edition of this book, we are indebted to Professor Antonio Gilman for identifying a deficiency in my writing the first edition of this book, Fundamentals of Historical Materialism, Bolshevism 2005. Namely, that I had failed to be sufficiently explicit about the origin and evolution of the new class in socialist societies, the central problem in the construction of socialism since 1917. I accepted this criticism as correct, and so, we shall now outline this origin and evolution. The first 34 pages of Chapter 15 deal exclusively with the actual cap takeover in the Soviet Union. The new class is our number 2 problem. In fact, the number 2 problem, after survival, which to date has been our number 1 problem, so far encountered in countries undergoing socialist construction, has been how to live with, meaning how to properly reward, the bureaucratic infrastructure. An infrastructure essential to the construction of the scientific and technically advanced industry and agriculture in societies only pubescent with the high levels of development initially proposed by the founders Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Because the consequences of this central fact of having inherited technological backwardness in the homelands of proletarian revolution have been, and are being, used by the propagandists for capitalism, to discredit the Marxist-Leninist strategy. To discredit our entire historical analysis, an evolutionary trajectory for the new class, as it should be understood. Nothing emerges unique and pristine without antecedents in socio-cultural evolution, is now a centerpiece of these 4 volumes. To begin with then, as you will see in this Bolshevism 2020 version of the ABCs of communism, the problem of the new class has to be understood in Marxist theoretical terms. What does this mean? In practical terms, it means we continue to use the methodology of historical materialism's analysis of pre-capitalist formations as explained in this handbook. And in so doing we lay out the origin and transformation of this new class over the past 6,000 years. As you will see, when we proceed in this way it becomes clear that the administrative bureaucracy of socialism is actually a very old class, with its origins in the simple and advanced theocratic chiefdom stages. Why is it true we must proceed in this way? Besides the fact that this method works. Backwardness in technology is not what Marx and Engels proposed. So far, concerning technology, it has been national backwardness we have encountered in the homelands of socialist construction. This is not what Marx and Engels had proposed. Exactly the opposite, in fact, to what they required before one could realistically hope to construct socialist, let alone communist, society. Our founders had proposed a completed capitalist stage with all its modernizations in place. What we got was the extreme backwardness of Russia, China, Vietnam, Korea, and Cuba, with only the post-World War II German and Czechoslovak exceptions, too little and too late to make any real difference. The problem of the Soviet Union and China with the new class is not the same problem we should expect to have, at least to the same degree and intensity, when working-class revolution comes to the advanced capitalist countries. However, Having said this, let me also assert that a new class of administrators will still be needed through the transitional stages of socialism in the USA and the other advanced capitalist countries as we enter the transitional period. And while the transition in our advanced countries will be fast, the productive forces fully developed, i.e., as fully as possible anyway under capitalism, there will still be a transition, and it may last a decade or even two. Although, hopefully, it will be this time a truly classless intelligentsia, as Stalin named it in the 1930s, and not a would-be new class of wolves parading in sheep's clothing. It will be up to you to be sure that this time the nomenklatura, the Soviet term for the persons named to the different bureaucratic positions determined by the leadership, is held directly responsible and immediately recallable. In the fourth phase of the new party leadership of China, Xi Jinping is making a hearty effort along these lines. In time, the class of party and government administrators will be a class that will be consciously building itself out of existence, working alongside the other working classes, toward the day when all working people share the responsibility of managing the affairs of the economy and government democratically, as the founders planned in 1848, with the January appearance of the Communist Manifesto. A person starting on day one, after the revolution in the USA, could be a bureaucrat for a decade, and then has phased herself into a role she may more truly appreciate, perhaps being a scientific researcher, or a high school coach. We can foresee that management of the whole economic and political life of society by the people as a whole is possible. It is possible because of the cybernetic revolution that makes every person into a potential manager and monitor of the economy as a whole with worksites at home and in their professional capacities. We did not overthrow the class system of the servitude epoch simply to create an Orwellian nightmare, nor to share the poverty, but instead to create limitless goods and services of the most advanced, indeed Star Trek-like nature. And with it the only real-world possibility to create a society worldwide where it can be realistically and common-sense-wise true that each person contributes what she can and is rewarded as she wishes. Creating the mental social template of altruism. It is possible and essential to build this kind of future given the technological wherewithal, but can only happen if we create an altruistic mental template in society. The technical component of the mode of production can make the desired social organizational component permanent with the vast increase in productive capability that makes selfishness anachronistic. A technological qualitative increase that the advanced capitalist countries have achieved. And in the case of China, the vast increase which we project to be extant there by 2050. The struggle to create the mental template of altruism is already underway but must also be made permanent. So now as to the new class, i.e., the bureaucracy in the party, state and government apparatus of the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe and Mongolia. What was it? What were its socio-cultural evolutionary predecessors? What were the specifics of its development? What about the new class in China? What forms does it occupy? Where did they come from and where can they be directed, as a class, while accomplishing the objectives of the proletarian party in power as it is in China? Prehistoric origins of the new class. In the mid-1990s, I noticed an article in a popular magazine from an archaeologist in one of the USA Southwest's national parks about evidence for compartmentalization of the holdings of a chiefdom storehouse, a simple chiefdom at that. It set me thinking. Perhaps, as we archaeologists look for evidence of state origins by finding the material remains of barracks, army garrisons, and cop shops, we could also find evidence of the origins of professional specialization as administrators. By finding evidence of the things that reflects administrative tasks, such as differential storing and accounting for different agricultural contributions. For that matter, as we find evidence for professional specialization in the production of pottery by searching for evolving uniformity and standardization in the early chiefdom levels of archaeological sites, as opposed to the idiosyncratic features of individual household pottery manufacture of the tribal domestic mode of farming production. The point is that there is in fact clear evidence in the remnant material culture of such early administrative tasks in the two chiefdom stages. And eventually these tasks become truly specialized. A new class can emerge from the new specialty, and it often does. In fact, it always does in the 5 known centers of the origin of civilization. By civilization, be sure to note we Marxist historians are always referring to the emergence of the slave stage. We see the beginnings even in the outlying independent centers, e.g. the USA Southwest, that never got quite as far as class division and state emergence for a variety of reasons. I will not pursue the subject here except to say that in our contemporary socialist societies the new class has its distant origins along the banks of the Tigris, Euphrates, Nile, Huanghe, and Yangtze rivers in the Old World, and in the highlands of the Central Andes, as well as the lowlands and highlands of Mesoamerica in the New World. Also in many parts of East Asia and Polynesia. This is the beginning of our specific theory of the contemporary new class and socialist societies. When you get to Volume 4 on Oceania and the chapter on Hawaii, you will note that I identify the war temples as diagnostic indicators of the state, equivalent to barracks, barrack squares, and armories. As you will see, the ruling families that constituted the ruling classes of the ancient world had a deadly problem of their own. The term ancient world means the slave and feudal stages of the old world and the slave stage of the new world. That inherent enemy within was their boss hierarchy. It was an essential part of these servitude epic stages where some became the technocrat bureaucracy. This includes in modern times of capitalist and socialist societies the bureaucracy of government and war. The original servitude epic stages had ruling classes that tried to resolve this contradiction in a variety of ways. Sometimes they were successful, but just as often they were not. Their boss hierarchies always had the ambition of replacing their ultimate employers. For example, in Egypt the nome bosses might have the ambition of becoming pharaohs. Administrative bosses in imperial China might have the ambition of becoming emperor. Among the successful techniques the pharaohs and emperors used to forestall such power grabs were 1. 2. The construction of monumental architecture, to keep labor power and servitude out of the hands of the boss hierarchy, e.g. the pyramids of Egypt. The Chinese emperors had the construction of walls, canals, and cities. Another was to keep the boss hierarchy deeply in debt by encouraging all sorts of expenditures on high living and luxury items. Without labor power and without cash, these potential pretenders to the highest throne could not very effectively challenge the ruling and richest families. Yet, keeping labor power in servitude, whether it be slave, feudal, or capitalist, i.e. chattel or wage slavery, requires a military police establishment. Increasing the number of slaves requires a large, constantly growing military and police establishment. Under these circumstances, it is only a matter of time until some of generals realize they can replace their employers. Thus, slave stage forms always result in military dictatorship and usually begin that way as well. This tendency is ever present. Even in capitalist societies such as the USA, with a parliamentary tradition where some of the richest families want to do away with much of the democracy that exists among themselves. This means moving toward a more efficient dictatorship of the police-military sort. When serious challenges are perceived by the ruling families within their establishment, they take the necessary actions, which range from draining the swamp, cleaning house, to outright assassination. Bush too, Obama and Trump have all been forced into line with the ultimate threat of disposal at the ever-ready present. It's their problem, not ours. Our task is to destroy them. The Patriot Act and the massive NSA spying are just the most recent forms of what they have been doing for many decades. They will keep doing it, with or without legal authorization, until the day they are overthrown and liquidated root and branch. Therefore, this is an inevitable ruling class problem, not ours to solve except by liquidating the ruling classes. The bourgeoisie must fight out their own battles with the billionaire-trillionaire oligarchy to protect their own turf. We know the US ruling class state apparatus will try to do whatever they like about us, as they always have. We will fight back, overcome them, and liquidate them. However, on our terms, as we see fit. Capitalism and the technocrats. Feudalism was the halfway house stage between the chattel slavery and the wage slavery. That is how we understand feudalism. Again, it is the intermediate stage between the preceding, slave, and succeeding, capitalist stages. Therein we examine the role of the administrative bureaucracy, as part of the overall boss hierarchy. When we do so, we see how feudalism assumed its special, Eastern, and Western, characteristics. In Volume 2 on Communism in East Asia we explore in depth the form that socio-cultural evolution from slavery took in the feudal stage. Specifically, for example, the highly sophisticated 250,000-strong corps of eunuch scholar bureaucrats, administering China for the Chinese ruling classes, in the East. Conversely, the rather puny castle-bound individuals in the pay of European fiefdom princes still, however, with their testicles, responsible for financial affairs in the West, meaning the vast territories around the Mediterranean Sea. Nevertheless, as I have pointed out in the text, feudalism was doomed. Not because it was an historic compromise that gave more freedom to farming families in exchange for labor peace. It was doomed because its system of productive forces was primitive. As primitive as it had been in the slave stage. Capitalism, on the other hand, introduced machinery, in part at least of iron and steel made by machine tools, with its own independent power sources, e.g., steam engines, to which unskilled, untrained labor power could be put to work. In the factory-installed machine machinofacture, of commodities, and this changed the entire nature of wealth acquisition. And with it the job spectrum of the boss hierarchy, especially for persons involved in things other than enforcement. And these technocratic sectors expanded quickly and became during the AD 1700s in Europe and the Americas by far the biggest part of the boss hierarchy. Because capitalist machinery takes brains to make, maintain, and most importantly improve, generation of machinery, after generation of machinery. The myriad of productive tasks and professional activities involved in machinery-produced commodities would require a new and far superior method of technical education for the boss hierarchy. Thus arose the modern technocrats. Enforcement of class rule had been primarily the responsibility of each wealthy person, family, or professional specialization. In time with the growth of the capitalist system, enforcement was relegated to a specialized state, military, intelligence, and police establishment, the cost of which could be pushed off onto the lower classes of society. In economies as advanced in the capitalist way as those of the major capitalist countries, this new class is not as obvious as it was in the newly emerging economies of places like Mexico, Brazil, and Venezuela and much of South America. There the technocrats stand out clearly, and as a political force. We don't want to forget that the most advanced capitalist countries had an emergent class of technical people that looked in the 1700s and 1800s much like these contemporary technocratic new class elements in today's developing capitalist countries. Where the Marxist parties did take power beginning in 1917, it was often from this previous old order that the new technocrat class gave us our leadership, e.g., V.I. Lenin. However, usually the technocrats had the diagnostic petty bourgeois and bourgeois class outlook. Nevertheless, a class that has continued to generate our leaders, e.g. Fidel and Raúl Castro, and Che Guevara. In other words, our leaders often come from this special part of that class, in service to the ruling families. It is this class where intellectual preoccupation and commitment to science and scientific method led, and leads, some of them to accept Marx's scientific discoveries of the laws of history. And, as importantly, the laws of operation of the capitalist system. Among these individuals were those who decided, and who continue to decide with the working class, the proletariat, and its farmer allies. Socialism and its new class. The very first problem confronting Lenin and the Bolsheviks in Petrograd on the night of October 24, 1917, was how to build a new government. The second was how to build a new state, military/police. Surprisingly, little thought had been given to these tasks when everyone's eyes were fixed on the seizure. It was chaos at the Smolny Institute where Lenin's leadership established their first ministries, commissariats. They did so by tacking pieces of paper on doorways, announcing that this room was for education and enlightenment, this for nationalities, this room for this, and that room for that. Within hours, they had to confront and deal with the old bureaucracy of the bourgeoisie that either walked away altogether or refused to obey orders or in a few cases tried to help. The same was true in the military. The crude use of power was all that the Bolsheviks could do in those first days to open the financial system, blowing the vaults open, and making the military command submit by shooting officers refusing to carry out Lenin's commands issued by telephone or in person. It soon became apparent, for their government, the Bolsheviks would have to use those who were willing among the old technocratic petty bourgeoisie, and as soon as possible to add to their ranks or supplant them altogether with persons coming from the ranks of the proletariat or poor peasantry. Those persons who could read or write, or soon would learn how, and who could be educated quickly to assume minimal responsibilities. The Bolsheviks had no choice. Even for their state, the army, navy and special police, it would initially be necessary to use officers of the Tsar, when they were willing. And it was safe to do so, or at least as safe as such a policy could be. If there was a red political officer counterpart next to every command officer with the ability and willingness to shoot said command officer if the slightest perfidy was suspected. Russia and the soon-to-be constituent republics of the Soviet Union featured nearly universal female illiteracy among the small farmer masses and most of the males too, in a country that was 90% small proprietor farmer. It would be hard to make technical administrators out of these people quickly. It would take time. It did take time. In the meantime, after the seizure of power, the Bolsheviks improvised as best they could, always believing that international assistance from working-class revolutions in the advanced capitalist countries was inevitable, and most importantly believing it would arrive soon. You will also learn about the consequences of Trotsky's failure to successfully conclude the Polish-German campaign in 1920. The failure of that 1920 Red Army offensive meant no assistance from the advanced workers of the West would be coming anytime soon. And 1921 began for the Bolsheviks with the necessity of having to stifle another civil war in the bud, confronting the 1921 Tambov peasant uprising and the Kronstadt sailors' mutiny. Lenin was forced to restore capitalism at home and to embark upon a new kind of international statecraft abroad. You will learn how illusions about industrial assistance from the working class in the advanced cap countries dissipated by 1921. The party did not like the 1921 New Economic Policy, NEP, and went along with it only because Lenin insisted. They trusted Lenin. After all, without Lenin, they never would have gotten this far and they all knew it. Even so, the party wanted to move on with the abolition of private property and everything that went with it, with or without advanced technical assistance from Europe or North America. But that was not possible in the foreseeable, day-to-day planning future, as far as could be seen at the beginning of 1923. Nor did Lenin think that it was a matter of critical importance. There was no Marxist prescription on how long the revolution against private property would take. Nor, more importantly, any prescription left by the founders, other than some broad social notions. See Chapter 2, Paragraph 22 of the Communist Manifesto, as to what forms and phases the transition to public from private property would encompass. Lenin knew that the essential thing was that the party had state power. Its important first task was to preserve itself, and its hold on state power. Always, first and foremost, is and was the question of could the Bolsheviks retain state power? Everything else that was to be accomplished depended on this. Lenin was always preaching and demanding that the Bolsheviks retain state power no matter what. No matter what the cost. If that meant the temporary partial restoration of capitalism, so be it. And it did mean this. To fail to restore capitalism in agriculture in 1921 would have led to the overthrow of the Bolshevik Party and the loss of state power. Lenin realized now that it was war communism that had led to the defeat of Bela Kun and his communist government in Hungary. Rosa Luxemburg's radicalism in proposing permanency to the abolition of private farming in Germany had led to the defeat of the insurrection in Berlin. He realized he had tried to go too far too fast. It would take time to educate the farmers and to prepare a transition to US-style large-scale mechanized and indeed industrialized agriculture, although this time publicly owned. In the event, it took the Bolsheviks another 7 years to become organized and pursue Stalin's agricultural collectivization program. In September 1922, the Civil War proper had ended. By this, I mean the end of the period of white Russian armies against red Russian armies. That civil war had featured the whites supported by all the imperialist countries including the USA, the UK, France, Italy, Serbia, and Japan, and against the reds supported by working classes of those countries and by the peoples of the colonial world. To review, the whole point behind my 1966 decision to go into archaeology to begin with was to uncover prehistoric sociocultural stage evolutionary indicators that by comparative analysis might help us determine where we are today and why. This is what Marx spent the last 7 years of his life trying to unravel. What I have discovered is that the stage of Stalinist socialism is structurally comparable to the sociocultural stage of simple chiefdoms, especially in the latter's initial few centuries. This archaeological comparative evidence tells us that what we have been witnessing since 1917 is the emergence of a distinct sociocultural stage, comparable to that of simple chiefdoms, structurally, with its own class characteristics. It also implies what must come next. The next stage in sociocultural evolution is the second transitional period's second phase, the stage of advanced socialism emerging from the first stage of Stalinist socialism. In practice, this is what we have been witnessing in the first 4 post-Mao Chinese Communist Party administrations. And there will yet be another stage after the current Xi Jinping and successor administrations. However, when this next transitional stage is complete by 2050, we will begin the actual transition to communism. In each of these 20th century examples, what we have is not a worker government alone, nor even a workers' and farmers' government, but a government whose support requires a technocratic new class and a police military force of modern type, these classes being somewhat differentially rewarded. This will continue until China has completed its socialist transitional stages. Alternatively, until we seize power in an advanced capitalist country and get to the point Marx and Engels thought we would have reached by the time a working class revolution took power. Or both. This newest revolutionary conquest of power, and the completed Chinese socialist stages, in other words. Specific transitional problems we encountered. In the Soviet Union, a second, capitalist, economy always existed. It grew and grew after 1953 until, under the mafia direction it assumed, it subverted the socialist first economy, and indeed the entire new class-dominated Soviet political system. We will review all of this in detail in Chapter 15, so you will see the blow-by-blow dynamics of how the mafia placed Gorbachev in power, and then destroyed what we had come to know as Soviet socialism. A socialism, which by this time was no more than a caricature of what socialism should be. Soviet socialism, which was socialism in name only, had already been totally besmirched by the Khrushchev modern revisionists. Chairman Mao had warned us in 1960 that Khrushchev's fakery would inevitably lead to restoration of the capitalist system in some form. Lenin's party membership had an emotional commitment to end private property. They had often interpreted their emotions as being the same thing as objective realistic assessment. Meaning, the party membership wanted the transition to total public property to happen overnight. As we were about to see, given the peculiar conditions of working-class dictatorship in the 20th century, happening first in the least advanced capitalist countries of Russia and China, it was not going to happen overnight. It was going to take a long time. In 1921 Russia, no one knew how long. The Russian Bolsheviks had to face up to the ugly fact that there is a big difference between wanting communism and being able to have communism. Something the Chinese would have to face up to by 1975 to 78. And, that the Communist International movement must face up to today. Nor would people suddenly become altruistic and give their all for their fellow humans in the construction of a new and just society. In time, we would learn that people carry with them the psychological template of their epoch. In this case, the template of selfishness sadism that characterizes the servitude epoch and is imprinted in nearly everyone to greater or lesser degrees regardless of class into which they were born. That would not change overnight either. In fact, even under the best of circumstances, when we have fully developed near Star Trek levels of technology, it will take generations. This means that backward countries must build the capitalist mode of production first. At least the technological component, before they can begin building the communist one. We tried jumping into communism repeatedly, only to fall back time and time again, for lack of mode of production preparation first and superstructural, ideological, preparations. Second, it also means that it is high time revolutionaries in the advanced capitalist countries bring about revolution in those countries if they want to get to communism more quickly. We know this is true not only because we have tried to jump and failed, but because the proof lies in the fact that this is the way history played out, and history is always unfolding as it should. In short, 1, 2, 3. Wanting communism and having communism are two different things. Communism cannot exist in its modern form without the most advanced, indeed Star Trek-like, technology. People are not inherently good. Even working people. People are not inherently bad either. They are just people. Their environment conditions the way they think. The principal component of their environment is culture. The ideology arising is either egalitarian altruistic, the primitive communism of the bands and tribes of hunter-gatherers and early farmers, or it is selfish sadistic, as we see also clearly in the history of slavery, feudalism and capitalism. These are ugly facts, but they are nevertheless facts, and Bolsheviks must face them and accept them. It will take generations of inculcating modern egalitarian altruism, after we have state power, before we will see the final disappearance of the selfish sadistic ideology of the servitude epoch. Back to our story in Russia. Meanwhile, the Soviet new class began to emerge as the bureaucracy the Leninists had to run the party, the government, the state, and the public sectors of the economy. And after the spring of 1921, the new class bureaucracy regulated the private sectors. Initially, that bureaucracy was composed of 1. Party people, 2. Old Tsarist-era bureaucrats of the willing variety, and 3. A new kind of opportunist. No longer did we have only the romantic idealists of the pre-revolutionary period or the self-sacrificing Bolshevik and trade unionist shock troopers of the Civil War. Now, joining up were all those looking for advantage. For the self-serving individualists, there was only one way forward, and you had to talk a good show to get a job with the Bolsheviks. How to tell the real revolutionaries from the opportunists? Well, there is no sure way. The secret police can only do so much, i.e. the Cheka, or the Party Control Commission, or the Commissariat of Workers and Peasants Inspectors. Periodic reform campaigns and purging of party ranks helped but could never ever fully succeed. Not until scarcity was overcome altogether, and that would take decades, would the opportunist sector be permanently ended in party ranks. Fortunately, the bureaucracy was also an open road for the honest and forthright, and just as often manned and staffed by them. Bureaucracy, as a class, had and has a legitimate role, and it has lasted 6,000 years in its evolution. In these 8 volumes, you will see that origin, and watch the evolution of the bureaucracy of the chiefdoms, through the stages of the servitude epoch. In the latter, it functions as one or another kind of boss hierarchy for the ruling family, families, or classes. The question is 1. 2. Can differential reward be established without threatening the internal foundations of proletarian power, i.e., without corrupting the party? And in this historical explanation, we have a specific Marxist theory. 1. That explains A. both the rise of modern revisionism and its collapse in the USSR and East Europe, and B. the totally different way in which the new class is being handled in China. Construction of Russian socialism is both fast and slow. The first and most important part of the bureaucracy the Bolsheviks had to replace was in the state apparatus. That is to say, the police and military. By the end of the Civil War, they had pretty much succeeded in weeding out the Tsarist officers and replacing them with officers of proletarian origins. War is an exceptionally fast way of naturally selecting the best among the new people of proper origins, and for elevating them to higher positions of command. Things were not nearly so smooth in government as far as industry is concerned. It took years. The years from 1917 to 1934. In those years, a new class of managers was trained. This was the first generation of socialist technocrat managers. Politics was emphasized in the new schools and technical training institutes as much as performance in the subject matter. However, the truth was that the extreme poverty of Russia would see much left to be desired in terms of creating a communist consciousness in these students. The new system of restored and controlled capitalism was extant to a sufficient degree that it could be explained by Bukharin 1 year after Lenin initiated NEP. Bukharin did so in his treatise on the economic organization in Soviet Russia, an argument essentially the same as that of Deng in China in 1975 to 1978. Lessons of the Cultural Revolution. In the end, the Cultural Revolution in China, 1966 to 1975, failed because it failed to deal with the new class in any final definitive, theoretical way. On the contrary, China's ultra-left demonstrated the futility of its ideological campaigns to get production moving in China, and in the end they were shown to have no real program to offer the Chinese people except to share the poverty. To the degree that the Cultural Revolution may be said to have succeeded, it is to the degree that everyone in China and much of the rest of the world now knows that new class separation is our number 2 enemy after US imperialism. The biggest problem we have coming up, after we liquidate the gringo trillionaires and their sorry government, will be to establish our own rapidly transforming socialist stage. And to do so without creating a permanent new bureaucrat class come new ruling class. Acting on the experience since 1949 and the lessons of the Cultural Revolution in 1975, 1978, at any rate, the Chinese Party examined its heritage and especially the results of its first 30 years. Consequently, there was a turn to a course very similar to the one Lenin launched in Russia in 1921. That was the new economic policy, NEP, about which Politburo spokesman Nikolai Bukharin wrote in detail in 1922. 45 years have passed since 1975, and what has emerged in China in 2020 is a far more complex mixed economy than the Russians had ever had an opportunity to achieve in their 7 years of NEP. In this volume, the last section deals with the advanced socialist stage in China, and we shall pursue it further in Volume 3 on communism in East Asia. China's progress since 1975 has been determined and planned. The results have been amazing. In 1928, in Russia, after 7 years of partially restored capitalism, the Soviet government was opposed at every turn by the imperialist encirclement. Stalin had no choice but to go to a war footing. Why? Because the coming world war with capitalism would find Bolshevism insufficiently armed to win. Stalin had to get serious about the USSR's technological industrial preparation. To do that, he also had to complete the social revolution at home. Why? To get the money to pay for that preparation, Stalin would have to turn Russia's peasantry into an asset, rather than what it was, a pathetic albatross. This necessity to prepare for a world war and complete the social revolution in the countryside was in fact a fight for the survival of socialism as a global stage. The preparation became manifest in the 5-year plans beginning in August 1928. In other words, if the belligerent cap pressure had been off, and the Soviet Union could have had access to capitalist bank credits and financing, the USSR could have industrialized under NEP. The agricultural pace toward collectivization and cooperatives would have had to have been stepped up. But that was already part of the NEP program. However, the global capitalist class of this historic period had no policy other than the total military destruction of socialism, and especially Bolshevism, by aggression and eventual cataclysmic world war. The die was cast, and we know how it played out in this time, as the 21st century unfolds. The world balance of class forces is the opposite of what it was in the 1930s. Global imperialism has found a partial live and let live attitude towards socialism as feasible, and this meant China could industrialize by providing its labor power to cap machinery. Then the imperialists found that they could not have their cake and eat it too. When the Chinese Communist Party insisted on following their own course with the money they had accumulated and the capital installation that had occurred, the greedy caps in Gringolandia and Europe found they had no choice but to go along or go to war, and the latter would negate the profits they had made. The Communist Party of China in the current Xi Jinping administration has been able to, 1. Tackle the problem of corruption successfully. This is another way of saying that the CPC has tackled the root problem of new class emergence. And 2. At the same time, the CPC has solved the root problem of overproduction. Wanting communism is not enough to have communism. Having a solution and explaining it internationally are often two different things. Especially since the rank and file left in the West is not well read, nor well educated. It has not had the discipline to sit down and study the progress of the NEP-like program of the CPC over the last 40 years. Furthermore, the left in the West has always had an ultra-left component that wants communism now. Euro-American leftists have been especially resistant to the idea of a mixed economy in China. However, as you will also see in these volumes, and as Lenin was forced to admit in 1921, wanting communism and being able to have communism are two distinctly different categories. Emotion is not enough. One has to accept what Marx and Engels discovered, and that is that the mode of production for modern communism requires an extremely modern technological component. There is no shortcut. We have tried relying principally on the ideological and social organizational components of culture, instead of technological advance, and in all instances these attempts have ultimately failed. Without an extremely advanced industry and agriculture, communism is not possible in the post-servitude epoch way, anyway. And it is not our intention to return to the primitive living conditions of primitive communism, the stages of hunting and gathering in primitive agriculture, in order to share the poverty. There will be no return to utopian socialism. Those who wish to follow that road now, after the experiments of the 20th century, are free to do so, but they are not communists, nor Marxists, nor Leninists, nor Maoists. Rather, they are a modern form of the old utopian socialists that Marx and Engels first confronted, exposed, and defeated. Living in a commune, in the forests of Oregon or the slums of Chicago is fine for those who wish to do so. However, it is no more representative of what we communists have in mind for society overall, than the kibbutz is representative of capitalist Israel. After reading this book you will know exactly what it is we have in mind in a phrase, modern communism, with Star Trek levels of advanced technology. That is, with the highest living standards and conditions possible, for everyone, to go along with it. You revolutionary cadre, from a variety of political parties and tendencies, need this textbook summary in the now 8-volume textbook form. With it, you can better use our scientific grasp of causality and process in history to successfully defeat the tiny U.S. ruling oligarchy. It is the intention of this tiny group of superbillionaires and trillionaires that rule the USA to kill you and yours. Their ruling ancestors consciously set about killing tens of millions of US and European workers when they started the First World War. It is the intention of their descendants, now in power, to kill you. And they have new means at their disposal, such as intercontinental disease, environmental catastrophe of geologic epic proportions, in addition to war, to use against you, and they will use them against you. These are examples of what they have in store for working people around the globe, but they do not include all of the evil plans of the billionaire and trillionaire elite in the USA and abroad. These are the families Rockefeller, Morgan, Mellon, DuPont, Bush, and their foreign allies such as the ruling families of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, to name only a few. You see, this gang of killers no longer need you. They see you as the enemy within. Ironically, you are an enemy they have created, because of the laws of capitalist production. I am going to teach you about these laws of capitalist production. And along the way I will teach you about how capitalism as a stage in social and cultural evolution came about. You will learn, for example, in this book, why the capitalist ruling classes undertook the mass murder of tens of millions of European and North American workers in what they called the Great War of 1914. By the time you finish this book, you will know why mass murder by war was the conscious policy of the capitalist ruling elite of North America and Europe. Why this was one of the two main reasons the capitalists started their First World War. To stop them from doing the same thing again, this time against you and your families and friends, you must act first, before they succeed. For the moment, U.S. imperialist policies are primarily aimed at global domination of raw material inputs, e.g., oil and gas, to the factories they own on all the continents of the globe. In addition, for the moment, U.S. imperialist policies are primarily aimed at controlling the globe's cheapest labor power resources. In part, this is because the tiny group of U.S. ruling billionaire and trillionaire families is in desperate straits. They are far weaker today than at any time since they established their hegemony over the capitalist world in 1945. Hegemony means asserting a predominant influence over others, in this case, the U.S. ruling families exerting dominance over the ruling families and classes of the other advanced capitalist countries. In fact, the U.S. ruling oligarchy of billionaire families and their U.S. government have lost that hegemony in the past 3 decades, and they are now desperately striving to stave off total financial collapse. Your first acts must encompass the concept of stopping their drive for global domination. We are in the last days of the imperialist phase of the capitalist global stage. Imperialism means shipping constant capital, machinery and factories, to colonial, now third world, countries to take advantage of their cheap labor. Imperialism is a phase of the capitalist stage that began soon after capitalism was extant in Great Britain c. 1850, and reached a zenith in global terms, in the First World War period, 1914 to 1918. Since then, imperialism has been the only form of large-scale capitalism, and it has become increasingly centralized. In the aftermath of the Second World War, it was until very recently hegemonized under the leadership of the U.S. ruling financial families. The fact that U.S. hegemony has collapsed during the last 3 decades is a new development. A very positive development for our side with special ramifications, not all of which we can yet foresee. Some of which we shall discuss at the close of this first volume. You will learn why that the strategy of liquidating billionaire-trillionaire control over the North American people is a feasible and correct strategy to follow as the 21st century unfolds. Their control is an unholy alliance of foreign trillionaire families with the Bush and U.S. comprador billionaires' families. The Gringo and the Saudi so-called royal family are examples as demonstrated so well by Michael Moore in Fahrenheit 9/11. Along the way, you will figure out which tactical approaches may best be honed to your long-term goals. However, fighting the US ruling billionaire-trillionaire elite and their foreign allies over their policy of global domination of raw resource and cheap labor inputs does not mean that you should spend all your time and energy in the anti-war movements, or for that matter in the anti-Afghanistan war movement. After all, the more troops imperialism sends against the religious crackpots in South Asia, the fewer gringo troops we have to confront in this hemisphere. And if they do not destroy the Muslim nabals, we will have to do it, so in a sense they are really doing our work for us. It is hilarious that they have to use jihadists to foment trouble in Syria and earlier in Libya on the one hand and denounce them in South Asia on the other. Keeping them tied down in Southwest Asia had meant it is much harder for them to attack Venezuela. At the same time, if anti-Islamic war activity corresponds to base building, fine. Otherwise, it is far more important to devote as much time as possible to organizing working people to 1. 2. Organize workers, union and non-union, organized and unorganized, especially the lowest ranks, the most oppressed, for the seizure of political power at the opportune moment, somewhere down the road. And 3. Remember that in the end, it is the conscious, working-class mass base which will provide the ultimate block to the ruling oligarchy, by destroying imperialism, the final stage of capitalism, root and branch, once and for all. The final solution to the problem of those who would kill us, in their drive for super profits, is to seize power. Make no mistake, the final solution in the US will involve an armed struggle to defend democracy from the fascist regime in Washington, and to go over, all the way, to the armed fight for socialism. This is not going to end well for the enemies of the people, or it will not end well for us. Unless I miss my bet altogether, what is coming will make the French Revolution look like a Sunday school picnic. Either you must kill the oligarchs or they will kill you. The armed struggle for a final solution is not going to be a pretty picture. Nevertheless, our every step should have armed insurrection and our total victory as its ultimate objective. History is with us. Remember, we Bolsheviks have never admitted the word defeat into our vocabulary. We fight to the bitter end or until there is no one left to carry the guns. We do know the word victory. Victory belongs to those who believe in it the most, and who believe it the longest, who sacrifice everything for it. Remember what we are fighting for. The future we Bolsheviks have in mind is Star Trek-like, a united global federation of peoples. Our objective is to establish a communist social order over the entire planet, with such massive production that the slogan, "From each according to her ability to each according to her needs," is the obvious way to live. The future the capitalist oligarchs, enemies of the people, have in mind for you would have you made into Borgs. Part 1: Pre-Socialist Humanity. Chapter 1: The Hardware. For the purpose of this presentation, I have left out the story, as it is understood today, of the origin of our universe, our solar system, the Earth, life upon it, and the subsequent evolution of life. As fascinating as these topics are, we shall begin with the origin and emergence of Homo. Those of you who understand the importance of these former topics, as the framework for understanding cultural evolution, are referred to the many textbooks in astronomy and subatomic physics. Physical matter and living matter are two forms of philosophical matter. My own monograph, New Perspectives in Physics, 1999, Jason W. Smith, Premier Books, Boise, 160 pp. Gives one new account of the Big Bang, and the creation of the fundamental particles that constitute force and matter and their anti-mode. The second 2012 edition of New Perspectives in Physics is now available in ebook format. www.amazon.com. Kindle Books. And of course, there are many excellent textbooks in paleontology and geology which will bring you up to date on modern conceptions of the origin and evolution of life on Earth, and the plate tectonic history of the Earth itself. Because of space and time limitations, I have to skip over the now understood stages in the origin and evolution of life on Earth, before and after the advent of hard-part fossils. The entire story is directly germane to the way in which the biological foundation for culture came about. Suffice to say that this evolution created the parameters upon which a new, third, form of philosophical matter came into existence. This new form of material existence is what anthropologists call culture. Understanding how cultural software functions, one must also understand first the biological hardware upon which culture is based. Therefore, the evolution of invertebrate and vertebrate life is not a peripheral subject. It is simply beyond the scope of this summary. The requirements of compact presentation are served when we begin by coming directly to the evolution of the order of primates. For practical purposes, this begins with the extinction of the dinosaurs and the creation of vast new ecological niche opportunities, following the asteroid impact some 65+ million years ago. The dialectics of human sociocultural evolution require an understanding of the dialectics of human biological evolution. Therefore, I want to begin with some commentary on our earliest relatives, and how the biological wherewithal to support culture came into existence. Then we shall proceed directly to the important questions of causality and process in the evolution of cultural matter, i.e., people and their humanity. Preparation for human era of necessity. We know there have been extraterrestrial contacts of the asteroid impact category. These have created a series of sudden wrenching changes in the course of the evolution of life on Earth. Also, at the end of the Precambrian there was a mass extinction of still uncertain cause, perhaps the global snowballing of Earth. Another event of geologic proportions occurred at the end of the Paleozoic when Siberia was literally split apart as a dome some 1,200 miles across began to build in its center. Out of that dome came perhaps the greatest outpouring of mantle rock, as lava, in the Earth's history, occurring over many tens of thousands of years, leaving behind 60-mile wide and 1,000-mile long seismic fissures in the surface. After the collapse of oxygen levels and the subsequent emergence of a new atmosphere with new fauna, dinosaurs, birds, mammals, we have the Mesozoic and its age of dinosaurs, Triassic, Jurassic and Cretaceous. The most famous of all the catastrophic changes is the one defining the end of the Mesozoic, caused by the asteroid impact centered near contemporary Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico. And with it came the extinction of the dinosaurs and all terrestrial forms of animal life weighing more than about 60 pounds in adulthood, and huge numbers of species of plant and animal life in the oceans. Also, there was a dramatic renovation of the botanical landscape of the entire world. It came from outer space. Hurtling toward Earth and the Cretaceous fauna and flora then flourishing on it came a giant rock. It was an asteroid 9.5 miles in diameter. It had been pulled by cosmic gravitation into an orbit that sent it crashing onto what is now the town of Chicxulub on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Thus came the Cretaceous-Paleocene extinction event that annihilated 75% of our Earth's species, including all the non-avian dinosaurs. This rock created what we call the Chicxulub impact crater. It is 110 miles in diameter and 12 miles deep. Pemex geophysicists Antonio Camargo and Glenn Penfield discovered the crater while searching for oil and gas deposits. I first became aware of the crater during that time when the Gringo regime had me locked up in that penitentiary in Lima, Peru. I have discussed in my autobiographical volumes. Walter Alvarez and his Nobel Prize-winning father Luis W. Alvarez had discovered an iridium concentration at the KPG boundary in many parts of the world. That is the term used by geologists to describe the layer that separates the Mesozoic from the Cenozoic. That iridium concentration is much higher than occurs anywhere else on the Earth. On the other hand, it is common in extraterrestrial objects like meteorites. Then another geologist proved the existence of shocked quartz and tektites in areas not too distant from Chicxulub. On April 7, 2016, a drill ship off the coast of Yucatan, Mexico stared to penetrate the Chicxulub crater. Its aim was first on one of Chicxulub's most striking features, its peak ring. This peak ring is a circle of mountains that rises within the crater floor. At Chicxulub, researchers will look for evidence to explain how a 9.5 half-mile wide asteroid could have punched a hole that pushed rocks from the surface down 12 to 18 miles. Flowing like liquid, the rocks then rebounded towards the sky, reaching as far as 6 miles above the original ground level before splattered down to form the peak ring. By the start of 2017, we knew that all of this happened in the span of several devastating minutes. By boring 4,680 feet into seafloor rocks, the drill passed through carbonate rocks that make up the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. Eventually it reached the fractured impact breccias that represent the obliteration event. At least a dozen other boreholes and several oil exploration wells had already penetrated the parts of Chicxulub that lie on land. They include a 4,714-foot core drilled near the crater rim in 2001 to 2002 by a large international scientific consortium. Combined with seismic survey data, this and other cores had revealed a complex picture of nested rings of shattered rock, all created on a black day for Yucatan. The water at the drill site 18 miles offshore from the port of Progreso is so shallow it required a kind of jack-up barge, called a lift boat. I have often logged wells from a jack-up barge in Louisiana's inland waters. At any rate, this boat dropped 3 enormous pillars to the sea floor, then jacked itself up to form the drilling platform. Drillers quickly bored their way through the top 1,600 feet of sediments, and then collected core samples more carefully as they went deeper. At about 1,900 feet, the drill produced a core as it passed through rock from the KPG boundary. That boundary witnessed a temperature spike 66 million years ago that creating a greenhouse world. At 2,080 feet, the drill hit the peak ring. From the drill rig, the cores were sent to Bremen, Germany, for more detailed study. UNAM geophysicist Urrutia Fukagachi says some of the most dramatic samples will eventually return to Mexico, perhaps to a new core laboratory at the Yucatan Science and Technology Park on the outskirts of Mérida. On November 17, 2016, scientists reported for their drilling expedition. They discovered shocked granite rocks from deep in the crust on top of the sedimentary rocks. This is proof of the impact formation of Chicxulub's peak ring. The peak ring formed in a matter of minutes. Just after the impact, deep granite bedrock, flowing like a liquid. It rebounded into a central tower 6 miles high before collapsing into the circular ridge. Next, a layer of jumbled up rocks, called a breccia, covered the peak ring. These are chunks of blasted up rock and impact melt. Then, in the hours that followed, ocean tsunamis dumped huge amounts of sandy sediment in the giant hole in Earth. Further deposition would come slowly, as life returned to the seas, and layers of limestone were built up in the ensuing millions of years. The initial thick section of this deposition between the Cretaceous and Paleocene is the event layer. On March 28, 2017, researchers published more results on the Chicxulub cores. They announced that life came back surprisingly quickly to the dinosaur kill site. When the asteroid slammed into the Gulf of Mexico 66 million years ago, causing the demise of the dinosaurs as part of the largest mass extinction event in the last 100 million years. We now know it took life on the planet 30,000 years to bounce back. The space rock also melted the crust and mantle at the point of impact. Now a core sample from the crater rim has revealed that, even at ground zero, life managed to bounce back rapidly, closely matching the resurgence of life around the globe. Life returned to the crater very quickly. Christopher Lowery, a researcher at the University of Texas Austin, said during a news conference at the Lunar and Planetary Sciences Conference, LPSC, in Houston on March 21, 2017. Microfossils found in the core sample showed that life at the crater reappeared after about 30,000 years. That is roughly when it reappeared in other locations across the Earth. Rise of our ancestors. What is most important to us is the fact that the insectivore/prosimian complex of tiny animals radiated throughout the world in the Paleocene. The Paleocene is the first geologic period in the Cenozoic, or most recent geologic epoch. These small animals, of the size of prairie dogs, filled the ecological niches left after the sudden massive extinction of so many life forms 66 million years ago. If not for that, the carriers of culture might have been the dinosaurian, raptors, of Jurassic Park variety. And it is time to memorize the geological periods below and to put some landmark sociocultural features firmly in your memory bank. I suggest these, from most recent to the most ancient. The Cenozoic era. Years ago. Geological period. 10,500 Holocene agricultural revolution, bands and tribes, chiefdoms emerge and give rise to the servitude epoch, c. 4500 BC Old World 1000 BC New World. Pleistocene, 2.6 Maya to 11,700 years ago. Archaic and modern humans, H. Erectus, H. Sapiens, living in band and tribal societies. Pliocene, 5.3 Maya to 2.6 Maya. The first ape-like humans, Homo australopithecus. Miocene, 23 Maya to 5.3 Maya. Old World apes, Dryopithecus, Ramapithecus, evolved from a form with data published in 2017 named Nyanzapithecus elisi that dates to 13 million years ago. Oligocene, 33.9 Maya to 23 Maya. The genes of living primates tell us that the ape lineage, which includes humans, diverged from the Old World monkeys such as baboons and macaques. Recent archaeological finds indicate that this happened during the late Oligocene period between 26 and 27 million years ago. This as yet to be defined primate gave rise to Nsungwapithecus that led to the Old World monkeys, Egyptopithecus, well known from North Africa, emerged thereafter. It also gave rise to Rucopithecus that leads to the hominid Old World apes Dryopithecus and Ramapithecus. Eocene prosimians become monkeys, North Arctis. Paleocene prosimian primates radiate worldwide, Plesiodopus. The Mesozoic era. 66 million. Cretaceous ends with asteroid impact at Merida, Yucatan. Jurassic. Triassic. The Paleozoic era. Siberia split in half by mantle eruption. Permian. Pennsylvanian, Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian or Division Cambrian. Precambrian. Origin of the Earth 4.6 billion years ago. Dialectical commentary. The dialectics of primate biological evolution feature contemporary natural selection producing biological alternatives, as usual, for eventual adaptation to future changing environmental conditions. This time, however, emerging in the primate line is the potential for the ability to use an entirely new way of adaptation that, in form, is the dialectical opposite of traditional natural selection. Those primates that make the entire trip outlined below become human. Those who do not make the trip will not get further than where they are, more or less, in the evolutionary schema of primate speciation. Now adaptation takes the form of controlling environmental change. This new way of adaptation is what we call the cultural way in anthropology. Thus, you can see why we can say cultural matter is the third form of matter, the physical and biological forms preceding. And its precursor requirement is an expanded, human, brain capacity of the right type that is organized in a special way. Currently, substantial progress has been made in isolating those human brain genes that are accelerated in their evolutionary change rate over those of the chimpanzee. Simultaneously, in October 2012, researchers reported that the overall rate of human genome DNA mutation was slower than earlier hypothesized. If both the more rapid brain alteration and the generally slow rate of DNA mutation overall in humans turn out to be correct, this is the strongest DNA proof of the primacy of culture as the principal natural selection factor in our species. However, this biological factual foundation is laid, so to speak, human evolution of the biological type will be seen to be decisively changing course because of the evolution of a complex of behavioral prototraits. The behavioral traits include collective tool use and defense, and thinking and symbol use. The complex is acting as the prime director for natural selection, not natural selection operating directly for genetic features of fleetness of foot, keenness of eyesight, etc. Rather, natural selection among humans acts for improved brains, in the sense of abstract thought capability. Brains that allow cultural evolution to take over the direction to be taken in the future evolution of Homo sapiens as a species. Because this thinking, collective, tool-using protoactivity is what is giving them the ability to survive and reproduce consistently effectively. This is the first key for you to understand, and this is a rather well agreed upon anthropological principle, if not always well explicated. During the Pliocene and Eocene, the consequences of a life in the bushes and trees brought about a new kind of prosimian. You want to remember that the Pliocene begins immediately with the wreckage of this planet created by the asteroid impact. The foliage that survived, mutated, and spread throughout the world was quite different than that preceding it. Now there were a great many small bushes and trees of all sizes and grass. There were antecedent grass forms before the asteroid impact, but they were rare. In this environment, our earliest ancestors among the primates flourished. This is the phase called the arboreal adaptation period in physical anthropology. Our basic body plan emerges at this time. Hands and feet that are prehensile, arms and legs, binocular vision and a rotating neck, expanded cerebral cortex, ability to assume upright posture, and so forth. Recently discovered early Pliocene fossils from China show a chipmunk-sized mammal coexisting with giant 7-foot-tall carnivorous birds extant over most of the Earth by 9 million years after the asteroid impact. These tiny mammals had clearly developed primate prehensile hands. One of the early fossil prosimian primates is an early lemur called Plesiodopus. These arose after tree shrews, which still had claws instead of flat nails. Other than a few of these prosimians, all other primates lost claws in favor of flat nails. We see the change of the location of the eye orbits beginning to occur, so that binocular stereoscopic vision replaces the lateral orbit monocular eyesight of the insectivores and the lower prosimians. But flat nails, precision grip, and binocular vision are simply associated features of arboreal adaptive anatomy. What is important is that there is an enlarged cerebellum associated with this increase in the visual and motor cortex. These traits were obviously caused by the rigorous natural selection that accompanied life in the trees and high bushes. Why is this important? Because abstract thought appears initially among primates as a product of the same part of the brain as that responsible for motor control and precision manipulation, and with vision. The family Adapity is the second level of fossil lemur, and is important to us because it shows the eyes truly in a forward position, meaning that the transition to binocular vision was complete. And the fossil family Northardidae shows excellent prosimian to monkey characteristics by Middle Eocene times. So, the brain was expanding and in the area most important to our analysis that associated with abstract thought. Of course, not all individuals in a species continue to evolve. For as long as there is no challenge to their genetic makeup, they are perfectly free to continue as they are. They will survive until some great environmental change comes along that they cannot tolerate. However, since erroneous DNA duplication keeps throwing up variation in the form of abnormal individuals, each species will generate aberrant forms. Some of these will prove adept at living within some particular environment. Some will not. When environmental change does come, there is a broader spectrum of responses proposed by biology to the dispositional effect of nature. Thus, the increasing reliance upon the new and improved primate brain led onward and upward among some individuals to monkeyhood. Fully developed fossil monkeys have been excavated in Egypt, and are now known from many localities. These are called Egyptopithecus. They have the best organized brains of any animal then extant, and are by far larger than the lower prosimian primates from which they evolved. We find them in Oligocene times. These are the fossil Old World monkeys. The Old World monkeys gave rise to the early apes. Fossil specimens include the Dryopithecines and the Ramapithecines. From these kinds of apes emerged the first human-like primates. Human-like apes gave rise to ape-like humans. We call these the Australopithecines. Brain changes in favor of abstract thought. The important ball to keep your eye on is brain reorganization in favor of abstract thought. This is the important change going on in the line leading to humanity. Once humans are extant on the face of the earth, it will be the continuing expansion of the brain to handle culture that is the most important thing changing. The split of the hominid elements out of the anthropoid ape stock probably occurred between 10 and 7 million years ago. The term hominid I use to include the still largely missing fossil data that links the anthropoid apes to the hominids. There is a lot of sloppy terminology in both professional and popular literature, but for your purposes think of hominid as the line beginning with Homo as a genus. So we have modern humans, H. sapiens, gorillas, orangutans, chimpanzees, gibbons, archaic humans, early humans, hominids, human-like apes, hominids, anthropoid apes, monkeys, Homo erectus, Homo australopithecus. The hominid transitional step is becoming better known in the fossil record, as you can see in the chart above showing relevant fossil discoveries through 2017 for the Miocene and Pliocene. However, we have not yet been able to identify stone tools for them. Although, logically, we must assume they at least use rocks to throw, cut and crush, in their natural form, so that we may be able to find some stones of this sort in sealed and well-dated stratigraphic components. A chart of the overall stages of sociocultural evolution can be seen at the end of this book. Chapter 2 Sex and Speech. After the expanded brain and abstract thought capacity, what broke the hominids out of the anthropoid ape stock? The answer: 2 more new components of a biologically enabling nature, for 3 balls to juggle. One of these is sex, the other is speech. Primate sex and speech are the only things of significance to be added to the genetic pie on top of the arboreal adaptive anatomy and the concomitant expanded abstract thought capability. Let's talk about sex first. Human sexuality required the revolutionizing of the biology of the sexual system. 365-day-a-year female receptivity to male advances is what separates hominids from the great apes. It provided assured group life for the obvious reason that you can't have non-masturbatory sex if you don't have access to a partner. However, constant female receptivity is not the only feature of primate sexuality that assures group life. Male constancy in pursuing sexual pleasure is just as important. Homosexuality and heterosexuality. This is true because for the advantages of group life, it is irrelevant whether sexuality is heterosexual or homosexual. The mechanics of sexual object identification among higher primates allow both to occur as children are socialized. Thus, homosexuality is a permanent part of the human condition, as well as that of our nearest relatives. This explains why we have lesbian chimps in the Congo, within the chimpanzee bands. Human sexuality, and that of our nearest relatives, is primarily for the purpose of social organization, not for the purpose of reproducing the species. There will always be someone to impregnate the female. Then as well as now. The structure of sexual relationships acts as the skeleton for the musculature of social organization. The key to understanding human sexuality is group life. It gave the hominids and the chimps safety from predators. Once hominids emerged as social animals, they had conquered the earth, as far as fearing predators is concerned. That is, as long as they stayed social. In other words, as long as they stayed together. A wandering lone hominoid could be caught and eaten then as well as now. There is one change that is more physical in the hominid line that we want to point out. One which is intimately related to the efficiency of group life. And that is, talking speech is rudimentary in many animals, including the chimps and the gorillas, in the sense that they make noises that communicate ideas. Higher primates have the abstract thought capability to make words and sentences, but they don't have the physiological ability to enunciate the phonemes, the fundamental repeatable units of sound, to make the morphemes, fundamental units of meaning, which constitute words. This required an anatomical change in the throat and voice box. Such anatomical change requires genetic selection over a long period of time. That genetic selection had to occur no later than about 7 to 5 million years ago among the hominids. However, it is not speech that separates the hominids from the other great apes. Speech is a result of the group life that was shaping them. It accelerates the process of strengthening the group efficiency by making the coordination of hunting and gathering, offense and defense, invincibly efficient. It makes cooperative collectivity permanent. Was speech just a matter of improving the efficiency of group life in the defensive posture? Was it just the matter of making the collective production of tools and using them to produce the fundamental needs of life more efficient? What about accelerating the rate of brain alteration because of the warp speed advance in the use of intellectual symbols? Spoken words. Yes. Talking was a revolutionary, gigantic leap forward in facilitating the way the earliest people could intellectualize about the world around them. Talking made the passing of learned behavior to successive generations certain, initiating a true material cumulative process of cultural memory being passed on from parents to children. It made the use of complex kinship reckoning feasible. Thus, the complex organization of society became possible. The selective advantage is obvious. We can see why, therefore, talking did accelerate the rate of genetic expansion of the brain itself. As the molecular biology of brain genetics develops, perhaps a test can be designed to relate these genetic changes to changes in vocal anatomy and other aspects of cultural evolution. The pattern of avoiding surplus social product is set in. Complex kinship reckoning and complex social organization became principal ways of using social time, simultaneously diverting some of that social time from becoming labor time. In effect, the result was a true dialectical opposite. In other words, the first mechanism, in which human surplus social product negated accumulation occurs, negated in favor of only producing what was needed day to day. That was the mechanism of spending time thinking and symbolizing rather than engaging in productive activity, and this is critical for the avoidance of surplus product creation, which is the basis upon which primitive society avoids envy, jealousy, coveting, and the like antisocial centrifugal tendencies. These are the only tendencies that can tear band society apart. The pattern of doing non-productive things to evade surplus social product accumulation has been set. It will be with us for millions of years. In fact, until the last 6,000 years, it was the only way people had to handle the danger of too much produce inequitably distributed among a band or tribe. At any rate, the first true hominids, humans, we do have in fossil form, as well as their stone tools. They walked the earth 5 million years ago. They are known best almost exclusively from Africa. But there may be reasons to consider the possibility that these Homo australopithecines have extended across the entire tropical and subtropical Old World from Africa to China's Pacific coast. Chapter 3: The Band Stages. The last human-like apes become the first ape-like humans by virtue of their struggle to create value. By value, we mean that which is created in modern society, capitalist and socialist, in the process of putting labor power, a special economic category, distinct from simple labor, to work on machinery. This system of machinofacture we shall discuss extensively in Chapter 12. The capitalist stage. In capitalism, the capitalist reimburses the possessor of labor power with money. Her subsistence may or may not be adequately provided thereby, and the capitalist spends money to maintain the machinery itself. Whatever is left over from the value workers produce he appropriates for himself. All things have origins. Labor power is no exception. Labor power is a commodity having its origins in the collective labor of primitive society. Also, collective labor has itself an origin, and that can be found in the evolution of Homo. We can define the period when the first ape-like humans emerge, as the period in which collective production of necessities of life and of the tools for obtaining them coexist. This a complex of traits constitutes the dividing line between hominids and the earlier hominid stock. From the dim mists of antiquity, some 7 to 5 million years ago, there did emerge this entirely new phenomenon among living, breathing, animal life. It came in the form of the complex of anatomical features we have just reviewed. In their totality, they brought about the capability of cultural creativity. At first and for many millions of years, this creative activity would center around the creation of tools and the necessities of life, and in the maintenance or recreation of said tools. In other words, in the creation of primitive value, which is to say the process of manufacturing things of everyday life, consumables, via the use of other things that had also been created, i.e. tools. And in using these tools, the first hominids entered into social relations. Along the way, people began to become creative in another new direction. They began to experience the feeling of freedom that comes with cognition of self, and the belief one understands something of the world around oneself. Thinking, cognizant, self-aware, conscious, self-actualization vis-a-vis the material, world, real-world environment, in which this awareness emerged created along the way simple real-life reflections. Necessarily, where real-life reflection were not self-evident in their operation, we have the creation of hypothesis, we call superstition, about those non-tangible or non-understandable phenomena. In this way people created the spiritual world. These mental or psychological categories constitute what we call the superstructure or ideological essence that arises on the mode of creative production of the fundamental needs of daily life: food, shelter, clothing, warmth, and defense. That production mode, and the ideological superstructure that arises on it, constitutes an entirely new and separate form of matter. This new form of matter is what anthropologists call culture. The mode of production has two internal categories: technology and social organization. Ideology. Technology-social organization. Above is what anthropologists call culture. Culture is both tangible, as you can see above, and somewhat intangible, at the same time. It arises on biology, as biology arose upon physics and chemistry. Yet, it is entirely new. As biology was once entirely new. Culture is subject to its own laws of cause and process. Intimately related to its biological carrier yet fundamentally separated. As biology was subject to its own laws of cause and process. It is also intimately related to the non-living physical world yet fundamentally separated. When the human-like apes could walk, talk, and engage in social life and cooperation in pursuing the reproduction of their daily needs, that was the key to the reproduction of themselves from generation to generation. Then they had become the first ape-like humans. We call them the Australopithecines. The hominids had arisen from the hominids. Both the tools and the things that these early people made with them are what we call primitive value. These creatures had a type of social organization that has been called a horde. In its initial stages, it was probably not much different from a chimpanzee band. A group of males was sharing the sexual favors of a group of females. The females bearing and raising their children. Bonds of affection and reliance develop among the children for their mothers and quite often between certain males and certain females. Among some chimps, between females also. Therefore, it must have been between Australopithecine females. Then as now. And presumably the same for some males. Thus, the work of contemporary field primatologists is of critical importance for us to understand the social and sexual lives of our earliest ancestors. A molecular biological search is underway and currently is providing promising results in the evolution and development of human versus chimpanzee RNA genes where human-specific changes occurred in a much accelerated fashion. Thus, as time proceeds, we should be able to nail down the natural selecting factors and correlate them with specific steps in hominid emergence. Until then, we are stuck with our rather old-fashioned stones and bones approach to these earliest humans. The Australopithecines used sticks and stones and built crude shelters. They fought against predators, as well as capturing animals as food, in a collective fashion. Gathering what they could from the environment in which they lived, they found solace and security in collectivity and talking. Having along with this an omnivorous food consumption pattern, the world was theirs. Physically, the Australopithecines were not much different from the norm of stature and weight of the world's Homo sapiens populations today. They were a little shorter and weighed a little less, but not that much. Never compare fossil specimens to North American averages for stature and weight, because these are skewed far to the extreme even on today's modern population spectrum for stature and weight. What is different about the Australopithecine populations anatomically is the size of the cranium. They had about 1/3 the cubic centimeter capacity of modern people. The important question is why? Better put, we might say, why did the Homo cranial capacity double and then grow by half again in the 3 grades of humanity? From 1 million years ago, Homo sapiens 1500 cc. Between 2 and 1 million years ago, Homo erectus 1000 cc. From 5 million to 2 million years ago, Homo australopithecus 500 cc. It is not a question with a simple answer. It looks simple. One says to oneself that the reason must be that they made better tools and thus benefited by increased rates of survival, as they got smarter. It's such a seemingly obvious answer that the question has not been seriously considered very often. A closer examination, however, shows us that it took millions of years for people to produce tools more sophisticated than hand axes. Yet, their brains doubled in size in that time, and they spread into the most northerly climatic regimes of the Old World. Yes, as they moved northward they needed more clothes. They had to have an associated tool kit of hide cutting and sewing tools. But these are not such a great technological advances over what they had in tropical and subtropical zones of Africa and Asia. There had to be some other factor at work that put a heavy premium on abstract thought. What could put so heavy a demand on Homo? Why would people pay such a high price for the ability to think in increasingly sophisticated ways? The answer was a brain structure trait that became the only DNA segment of substance changing. Mitochondrial DNA markers are not matters of substance, in this presentation regardless of their utility in tracing population relationships. Rupert Murdoch took over National Geographic magazine in September 2015. Amidst the many changes he has wrought in the structure of the magazine since his involvement, you will notice a definite editorial shift toward emphasizing the myth that humanity, as we know it, comes from one individual who walked out of Africa some 60,000 years ago and populated the rest of the world. This is obvious nonsense, but uninformed youthful minds can be affected. This is more dangerous to science than Murdoch's much ballyhooed denial of climate change. What other genetic alterations occurred? Yes, skin color changed. As people moved northward, they acquired the genetic prohibition on the production of melanin from the melanocytes in their skin, giving them whiter skin. This allowed the vitamin D production that would have been lethal in the hot tropical zone to reach proper levels in the affected skin, in the cold, sunlight-depleted northern temperate and alpine zones. If you were in Scandinavia or Britain, you would have only your hands, face, and feet exposed to the sun for much of the year. What vitamin D was produced was going to have to be produced on those tiny skin areas, so you cannot have a lot of melanin screening out the rays of the sun. All races have the same amount of cells that produce melanin. But different races have different genetic prohibitions on the amount produced by these cells. Among Negrids, the melanocytes make lots of melanin. Among Caucasids, very little. This regulation of vitamin D production is the principal reason. However, skin color does not mean anything fundamental. It has nothing to do with what really counts: brain power. Nor does hair form, nor stature, nor weight. These things vary according to local need, when populations are resident in said areas for 10,000 years or more. That is all. So, what was driving the doubling of cranial capacity among humans? Why did people expand into northerly, more hostile regions? Yes, they needed to make better tools to deal with the more hostile environments into which they were moving, but why move there to begin with? Population pressure? Not really. These human bands were tiny. These people had short lifespans. Most died not long after reproductive age. Menarche in women starts the clock. At any rate, in their 20s they were on their way to the Grim Reaper. They lived in groups of 20 to 60 individuals and had no inherent need to move very far for reasons of population pressure. In short, there were very few of them, and as individuals they were not around long. We are not sure how many people lived on the Earth after 5 million years, at the end of the last ice age. With the beginning of the agricultural revolution, estimates based on various criteria put the number no higher than 10 million, globally. And many experts think that it was only 1/10 of that, or 1 million, on the entire planet. Africa alone could easily have handled 1 million to 10 million hunting and gathering humans. Therefore, what propelled them all over the globe, including the entire Western Hemisphere? The answer is that migration into harder areas had inherently within it the fact that more social product would be necessary day to day. That is, more than the day-to-day amount of social product required in the original Eden. In other words, migration indirectly assures compliance with the prime directive not to produce surplus social product by making expanded production necessary rather than surplus. Living with the enemy. After security was institutionalized through group life, the principal enemy ceased being the outside world. The only thing that could destroy these groups was their own failures to maintain unity. The enemy was not the lion, the tiger, or the elephant. The enemy was envy, jealousy, and coveting. These things would blow a group up. Competition for sexual mates among all concerned was not a sufficient force to dissolve a group. The hominids had already dealt with this concomitant of intensive sexual activity, in their biological evolution, each step of the way. It had to be something more powerful than that. Let us say it again. The answer is that surplus social product was dangerous to the health of all concerned hominids and hominids. In fact, it still is the most explosive thing in human society. It is like a powerful drug, and it takes a lot of control to use it. For 5 million years people thought the best thing was just to say no. It took me 40 years to figure out that what was driving the expansion of the human cranial capacity was the critically important need not to produce surplus social product. It is this need that 1. 2. underlies migration, and it is this need which underlies the drive to spend more social time doing non-productive things. Non-productive things means things not directly related to securing the fundamental needs of life. Because we live in the servitude epoch, this was hard to see. The one thing that characterizes all stages of that epoch, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism, is the drive to produce surplus value regardless of all other factors. The one thing that is so difficult for people today to get a handle on is that maximizing production was an idea that never existed until the chiefdom stages. Then it was in its incipient form, and until slavery, civilization, emerged some 6,000 years ago. Prior to the emergence of first chiefdoms and then slavery, the prime directive of the primitive communistic way of life of the hunting and gathering bands and the tribal agriculturalists was to produce only primitive value. What does that mean? What is the difference between primitive value and primitive surplus social product? The primitive form of value and surplus. Let us review again what I discussed above concerning the definition of primitive value. By primitive value in these studies, I mean two things. 1. The cost of maintaining the lives of these early people in the very rudimentary form of food, shelter, clothing, defense, etc. from day to day. And of course, in this way they could survive to reproduce sexually from generation to generation. I call that value 1 in the formula we shall be using. 2. The second kind of value is that energy which is invested in the production of the tools people use to make the first kind of value. I call this value 2. The law of fundamental need says that reproducing life from day to day and generation to generation is among humans satisfied in this new, cultural, way, i.e., the cultural production of value. This cultural buffer, technology, social organization and ideology, between our species and nature was an entirely new phenomenon on the Earth. Primitive surplus social product is in strictly economic terms, proto-surplus value. We shall see what is meant by surplus value in modern economics a little later. For now, we are concerned with that amount of product of hunting and gathering beyond what can be instantly shared and consumed. It is a category peculiar to the band stages. As society becomes more complex, especially in the chiefdom's period and the succeeding servitude epoch, these terms and the formulae in which we insert them will evolve and transform. Nevertheless, always they continue to be critically important in understanding every aspect of modern production. However, in the beginning it was a childishly simple relationship. To resolve the potential crisis of inequality, created when surplus social product is on hand, people needed improved brains more than those available to the Australopithecines. These earliest people found migration into more hostile climates an effective way of dumping labor time in the day-to-day production of value 1 and value 2, thereby putting off, the day of reckoning when surplus social product would be on hand no matter what. The agricultural revolution, when it finally occurs, will feature the irreversible release of surplus social product, but that is long into the future. In other words, the Australopithecines needed to take the enemy from within and put it outside of them again. One easy way of doing this was to move into more environmentally challenging regions, where increased amounts of social product are necessary rather than surplus. People managed, 1. in this way, and 2. in directing potential labor time into other social activities, to avoid the irreversible release of surplus social product for about 5 million years. What was so dangerous about surplus social product? People achieve unity and affluence. Jealousy, envy, coveting was the dangerous thing people were evading by avoiding surplus social product. Especially for the earliest people with a brain too small to grasp the details of their behavior in any scientific way. What they knew was that the sharing cooperation they exhibited in food collecting and collective defense made them strong. Intraband strife over surplus undermined this cooperation because it negated sharing. It undermined collective defense too. The foundation of social dissolution, on the other hand, is the centrifugal process created by envy, jealousy, and coveting, and the avoidance of these things that created that foundation. In other words, sharing what you have instantly is the answer to avoiding the socially dissolutional tendencies of jealousy, envy, and coveting. Sharing binds people together and secures the production of value 1 and value 2. It is a centripetal process. It is the foundation of primitive social unity. Because in this way the best condition of no excess social product in daily social life. It is the extant condition. Now the problem of excess social product did not come into the picture of daily life at all. Thus, there was no need to face the question of how to share such excess. To spend time in non-surplus producing activity, people began working in more challenging environments. Moving into northerly difficult climates required labor activity that was not necessary in lush tropical climates. On top of this, people began to pour more effort into the social organizational component of their culture. This emphasis on social organization, and the idea system necessarily inherent in primitive kinship reckoning and the increasingly complex sodality social structures, was time-consuming. In other words, time, that is to say, social time, was dumped in non-surplus producing activities of thinking about the real world and hypothesizing about it. Thinking and talking about the mythology and practicality of their kinship-based social organization had succeeded in diverting social time from becoming productive labor time. A concomitant was that technological innovation was slow for millions of years. That is, thinking about and talking about social organization and creating ideas and categories of thought, and indeed specialized kinship words, are all things keeping people busy. People did not need to constantly scavenge, hunting and gathering, for food as most animals do. However, they had to do something with their time if they were to avoid the creation of surplus social product and its centrifugal antisocial forces. This attitude of a lack of attention on production is the exact opposite of the way contemporary capitalist modes of production accelerate innovation at an exponentially increasing rate. We will pursue capitalist innovation in Chapter 9. After all, the technology available to Homo australopithecus was sufficient to produce the fundamental needs of group life. Any further creation of value has within it the potential of becoming private, individual, or subgroup, an ownership. An ownership which has to be unequal between persons and or proto-families. That would be a hidden invitation to violence and social dissolution. Remember that the underlying prime directive of primitive communists is to produce what is needed and no more. Its purpose is to satisfy the underlying desire for unity rather than disunity. This is the hidden explanation for what drove selection for the doubling of the brainpower of Homo. Increased brainpower made increasing concentration on categories other than technology certain. Thus did Homo australopithecus give rise to Homo erectus. 1. 2. 3. Figure out how to organize society based on kinship and to assign rights and responsibilities accordingly. It takes brains to Invent sodality structures, non-kinship categories that cut across kin lines such as men's clubs and women's clubs. It takes brains to come up with a supernatural idea system of cognizing the real world. If you had, A, the brains to do these things, and B, spent much of your daily life thinking about and talking about these things rather than creating potential surplus, then this kind of primitive affluence would allow, and indeed promote, unity, and the group would survive as disunity would disappear from the face of the earth. At least until long after you and yours were buried in the ground. Millions of years thereafter, in the case of the Homo australopithecus populations, and Homo erectus populations, with their much bigger brains, found a continuation of these patterns of diverting social time advantageous. The proof lies in the fact that the human brain continued to expand by vastly increasing in size. This further brain increase is on the order of 500 cc, from 1000 cc for H. erectus to 1500 cc for H. sapiens. Then they had the pattern of continuing to move into more challenging environments. Their social time spent as labor time was necessary simply to provide the fundamental needs of group life, rather than the creation of what would have been surplus in the more bountiful environments from which they came. These better socially organized, via kinship reckoning and sodalities, peoples, and their more sophisticated supernaturalism confronted the world. They found that by moving on into new and more challenging environments that they were all busy, every day producing limited value, sharing it, and just living the simple life. In this way, they had the necessary yet minimal amount of surplus social product on hand. In their minds, they were affluent. No objective social basis existed for stealing. People can covet only what they see, not what they have never seen, do not have, and cannot have. The resulting permanent intra-society peace achieved becomes part of the reward one has for this simple way of life and a pillar of being affluent, as defined here. In other words, these people are happy because they have the necessary things of daily life. However, dialectically, there was in this surplus avoidance patterning an opposite beginning to emerge. Culture contact. It is this simple fact that affluence is defined among primitive peoples as having that needed for daily life and nothing more based on what they know, which is another proof in its converse of the entire thesis presented herein. When a superior culture, invariably defined as a technologically more advanced culture, meets an inferior culture, the latter often collapses altogether. As we see time and time again with the impacting of Native American societies by incoming white society. The Russians had a similar history with the Eskimo and herding peoples of their far north and Siberia. There are many programs on Netflix about peoples undergoing initial contact in our time with predictable results. What we have when people confront a superior culture is that there are new things to covet. In this case, the inferior culture people had no previous knowledge that these things existed and were obtainable. Overnight, their way of thinking about things was changed in a de facto revolutionary way simply via culture contact. Science fiction writers explore this contact condition in futuristic settings and especially in movies like Independence Day 1 and 2, and V. Still another way of spending social time. Along their Paleolithic way, people also found that a good way to dump social time before it became labor time was in handicrafts. Making things repeatedly means making some of them better and different, for new previously unthought of uses. Thus, handicrafts are inherently a kind of social time dumping, that leads inexorably, if invisibly, to increasing technological sophistication. A dialectical conundrum. Resistance is futile. Resistance to technological improvement becomes futile, and technological sophistication simultaneously becomes increasingly desirable as the challenge of new environment increases. As we have seen, this migration into new and harsher environments are another way of seeing that social time is transformed into productive social time that does not increase surplus social product. In this way, technological sophistication does not pose the threat of constant social surplus product on hand. Because what would have been surplus social product has been transformed into necessary social product. Therefore, technological sophistication is a concomitant of the territorial expansion of the human race. Nevertheless, not its cause. This social time expenditure avoids the production of surplus social product and is inherent in human migration into hostile regions. I am not illustrating this book, so I will leave it to you to get pictures of Oldowan, Chilean, Acheulean, Levalloisian, Clactonian tools and techniques. Note that stone tools become increasingly sophisticated between 5 million and 1 million years ago. However, it didn't require 4 million years and the doubling of cranial capacity to learn how to take all the surface off of a cobble or a flake of stone rather than just a few flake removals to get a cutting edge. When it is all said and done, what is crystal clear is that people doubled their cubic centimeter cranial capacity in that 4 million years because of the importance of making culture work for them. That meant organizing their social relations to minimize friction internal to these primitive hunting and gathering bands. It meant producing only what they needed, which is value 1 and value 2, and to do anything and everything to avoid The production of surplus above that. All the things I have mentioned above, including and especially their intellectualizing about the supernatural world, then associating these ideas with the kinship organization of society, honed their abstract thought skills. The better their ability to think abstractly, combined with their sexually motivated group life and their ability to express their thoughts with precision due to speech, the better their selective advantage in the environments they confronted. Every sociocultural evolutionary stage has its own driving general crisis. In the band stages, the general crisis is that created by the need to create daily needs collectively versus producing too much. We can illustrate this Australopithecine cultural mode of production in a formula. The Australopithecines. L plus T greater than V1 V2. But no more. General crisis produce enough. L equals human labor, which much later will become the category of labor power. T equals technology, Oldowan stone tools, V1 equals cost of life, food, shelter, clothing, etc. V2 equals cost of maintaining Oldowan technology. __ equals general crisis. Second band stage. People make themselves by struggling to create fundamental needs, value, but not surplus social product. The actual course of human evolution is not divisible into simultaneously incompatible species. In other words, it is not the case that one day people can mate and produce fertile offspring and the next day some are so advanced that they can no longer do that with their more primitive neighbors. That is never the case in biological evolution anyway. At any given point in time, all humans were capable of mating and producing fertile offspring if all other things are normal. What we should be thinking about is that there are three rather distinct grades of humanity based on cubic centimeter cranial capacity of the fossil skull data, groupable in time. These three grades of humanity can be associated with general levels of subsistence and modes of production. These grades we can detect in the remnant material culture we archaeologists dig up. The at-bottom reason for the doubling of the cranial capacity that leads to the archaic form of modern human, that is Homo erectus, was, as we have seen, surplus avoidance. Nevertheless, the formula for production stays the same. H. Australopithecus had 500 cc of cranial capacity and H. Erectus roughly 1000 cc of cranial capacity. The general crisis here is the same as it was in the first stage. We create a second sociocultural evolutionary stage in our sequence because these people are twice as smart as their predecessors. At least have brains twice the cubic centimeter cranial capacity of their preceding ancestors. However, the general crisis continues as it was. L plus T. V1, V2 produce enough but no more. L equals human concrete laboring activity, i.e., human labor, Homo erectus. T equals hand-axe technology. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining hand-axe technology. __ equals the locus of the general crisis, which continues in the exact same form. New challenging environments. Social time dumping into non-labor time activities of intellectualizing the supernatural world and the kinship organization of society, alongside the application of real-world knowledge and discovery to the handicraft industries of the band, all in the course of collecting animal and plant food, assisted in the sharing cooperation essential to keep the enemy outside. It kept the inside world a place of comfort and safety for the 2 or 3 decades that constituted a human lifetime. Brain size doubled. Ideology emerges. Although superstition is the enemy of modern science and intelligence, it was also its mother. Another archetype dialectical paradox. Primitive people lived in a world of superstition. However, the important thing about superstition is that it established a complex abstract world that was the intellectual framework for their cognition of the real world. All that remains is to make that unreal, real world construct into an increasingly real world model. And eventually, we shall have modern science. We know about primitive unreal, superstitious worldviews from the study of animism and animatism among living primitives. Our scientific knowledge about primitive peoples is what is called the ethnographic record. Ethnologists, cultural anthropologists, write ethnography, thus the term. We know about contemporary unreal, superstitious worldviews from the study of religion. The world of the hunting and gathering band person is a world of so-called animistic and animatistic spirits. Meaning that everything from the lowly pebble to the great spectaculars of nature has a supernatural component in the minds of primitive people. To all of this is hooked the aura and mysticism that surrounds the ceremonial life of the band woman and man and child. This mysticism explicates their rights and responsibilities to one another on the kinship organized chart of their little group. Lewis Henry Morgan's discovery that kinship terminology was a key to the kinship system, which in turn is the sole basis upon which primitive society is organized, was a tremendous discovery. It is why we Marxists consider Morgan to be the father of modern anthropology. Kinship terminology, and the social organizational system it reflected, constituted the subject matter of two of Morgan's greatest works, including Ancient Society. It changed Karl Marx's perception of human history. These discoveries of Morgan's propelled Marx into his study of primitive society in the last years of his life, 1877 to 1883. You will want to read the Ethnological Notebooks of Karl Marx. This was an unpublished manuscript until translated and edited, with an extensive introductory commentary, by Lawrence Crowder in 1972. Also, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, published in 1888, by Frederick Engels, and republished subsequently in many editions and languages. For some further oral comment on my part, there are my lectures on YouTube at the ABCs of Communism channel. At any rate, these archaic humans had evolved in the period between 2 and 1 million years ago, and occupied all of the Old World. It is possible that Homo in its archaic form spread into the New World too, although I doubt it. As far as I can tell, the first Homo in the Western Hemisphere were Homo sapiens, and they arrived about 100,000 years ago. Third band stage, the archaic human populations we call Homo erectus evolved into Homo sapiens, or modern people, with roughly 1,500 cubic centimeters of cranial capacity by 1 million years ago. All of the erectus populations made this journey. There was no fantasyland separation of the grades of humanity, with some pockets left behind. The ability to use culture was always the factor being selected. Technical competence and social, organizational, and ideological sophistication were the universals responsible for nature acting in favor of the increasing cranial capacity. That is the end of that story. Broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation is a revolution. Triggering a new general crisis. What is new and revolutionary to understand is that these Homo sapiens populations faced the crisis of the mode of production Professor Kotak has defined as broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation. Building on the work of other investigators, the ability to exploit virtually every living animal and plant resource was at hand. Why did this mode of production give rise to a crisis? Because such exploitative ability has within it the assurance that surplus social product is increasingly likely as an outcome. This is exactly the opposite of what all this social time expenditure of millions of years had been about. By dumping social time, primitive people managed to stave off the terminal deepening of the crisis of increased competence in production, too much on hand, until broad-spectrum exploitation made it impossible to ignore. Everywhere the potential of nearly unlimited surplus social product on hand could no longer be deferred. In other words, the broad-spectrum wild resource revolution that had been inherent abstract was knocking at the door. It was the enemy at the gate, and the ways of 1,000,000 years or more would no longer suffice to ameliorate the outcome. Every step they would now take to delay the inevitability of surplus social product on hand, instead made having it on hand the immediate and irreversible result. A true dialectical irony. The archaeological evidence is universally in line with this interpretation and compellingly conclusive in this regard. All over the Old World, people had built banks of knowledge. From seaside camp villages on the French Riviera, c. 400,000 BP, to grassland-burning South African bands, c. 100,000 BP, to the Chinese of Chaocaodian, 500,000 to 100,000 BP. Everywhere, people had built these banks of knowledge about their environments. They had started controlling them in a variety of ways. Not the least of the results of that control was the ability to spend long periods in one place, and to produce quite sufficient social product with a relative minimum of labor input. Social affluence was now achieved with an absolute minimum of labor input. The classical work on this original affluent society is published as the first paper in the book Stone Age Economics by Marshall Solins. The original edition was published in 1974 by Tavistock, London, and is available in all libraries of tertiary institutions. A new 2004 edition is available from Routledge, London, 348 pages. Those of you interested in anthropological economics in the cross-cultural comparative sense should study this. To summarize, these hunter-slash-gatherers could work fewer hours and do other more creative things. But although the reduced labor time input into production could keep the output to just value, creative activity also led to more knowledge about the world, which implied the eventual ability to produce even more social product. Another excellent example of an emerging dialectical opposite. First, proto-commoditized labor power. Among Homo sapiens advanced hunter-gatherer tribes, often these larger communities engaged in group production, where the concrete laboring activities of the individual were de facto abstracted through joint communal effort. The cliff jumping of herds, netting of migrating fish, the planned burning of grasslands to encourage the growing of certain nut trees, are examples of pooling labor power. The modern homogenizer of labor power did not govern these pooled labor power categories. That is, the factory clocks. However, we can see that labor power has been placed in a clearly proto-position. In this homogenized labor power production, there is a certain amount of time regulation. Although it may be only, we work from dawn to dusk. In strictly economic terms, the next step for this primitive, proto-homogenization of labor power is the actual commoditization of labor power. In that, this proto-labor power could be allocated to community or intercommunity tasks, and or otherwise put up for exchange. A more precise term, given our temporal perspective, would be that this pooling of labor power in primitive hunting and gathering tribes is a form of proto-commoditized labor power. With the advent of animal and plant domestication, the tribal form of life was already very much on the horizon in the Old World. McNeish's studies show that in the New World, with its limited domesticated animal component, bands were often the basic social organizational form. In bands, the new arts of subsistence were in vogue before reliance on plant domesticates made semi-sedentary agricultural village, tribal, life possible. Band society lasted several millennia longer in the Western Hemisphere than the Eastern. In other words, the rate of change in the Old World centers of agricultural revolution, with their numerous potential animal and plant domesticates, featured bands quickly transformed into the larger tribal unit. Nevertheless, the transformational revolutionary process is and was identical in both Old and New Worlds. General crisis of all hunting-gathering bands/tribes by 110,000 BP. We see toolkits of intricate content all over the Old World in archaeological sites. These specialized tools reflect deep knowledge about environments and ways to exploit and control them. Most importantly, from our perspective, these specialized tools reflect the great amount of labor time devoted to experimentation with and perfection of said toolkits, and increasing emphasis on time-consuming beauty in the manufacture of utilitarian items. By 20,000 years ago, people were making the final steps toward irreversible release of surplus social product. Another way of putting it is that they were making their first tentative steps into the agricultural revolution. Over the next 10,000 years, from 20,000 BP to 10,000 BP, in center after centers of the origin of animal and plant domestication, people would become irreversibly committed to this new agricultural way of life, producing food rather than collecting it. And in this process they would come face to face, finally, with the enemy within. At the core of this transition is the reality that social time consumed in experimentation, perfection and beautification of tools, rather than engaging social time in direct production, i.e., hunting and gathering, had backlashed. It made people into being even more capable of creating social surpluses than they were before. The band general crisis continues: produce enough, but no more, in a more sophisticated form of extraordinarily complex social time usage. Nevertheless, this increased concentration on thinking abstractly in order to engage in such extraordinary social time dumping is simply exacerbating the rate of development of this tendency to potentially being able to really significantly increase production by making it certain people know more and more about plants and animals, and every other aspect of their objective daily lives. In other words, the more they know about nature, because of this extraordinary amount of thought and time devoted to de facto learning, the more they could, if they wished, increase their production of the material fundamentals of life. When they want to increase their production for whatever reason, they will be ready. The proof lies in the fairly rapid emergence of broad-spectrum exploitation in the latter part of the Lower Paleolithic and then in the Middle and Upper Paleolithic. Then, in turn, the transformation into the agricultural revolution begins. We should consider this a distinct sociocultural evolutionary change flowing from the extremely acute nature of the general crisis combined with the biological evolution of the carriers to having 1/3 more cubic cranial capacity, meaning presumably, they were smarter. The new formula looks like this: L plus T greater than V1, V2 plus more. L equals human concrete laboring activity. Surplus social product non-productive time creates productive potential. T equals Middle and Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic tools. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. Surplus social product equals proto-surplus value about to be irreversibly released productive potential. __ equals this is the locus of the general crisis of hunting and gathering, as it has been, but it is now acute. Chapter 4 Stage of Band and Tribal Agriculture ***. All of the societies discussed in this chapter are based terrestrially. In Volume 4, I discuss societies based in the ocean. These marine-based societies will have a stage of band and tribal agriculture and aquaculture. Preventing social time from becoming labor time was the multimillion-year tested, tried, and true method of avoiding surplus social product. Surplus social product is more than just surplus, it is, in modern economic terms, proto-surplus value. Surplus social product will become surplus value, and like all value, both 1 and 2, comes ultimately from human labor. Eventually, human individual and group labor will become the economic category we call human labor power. As we have seen, in some parts of the world tribal life began to replace band life many tens of thousands of years ago. That is, while people were still in the hunting and gathering mode of production. Precisely because more mouths to feed made having social surplus on hand less probable. At least at first. That is to say, that tribes, as simply larger bands, tied together by more complex kinship reckoning systems and cross-skin line-cutting sodalities, would with their larger population numbers, naturally require larger amounts of value 1, and even value 2, thus momentary increases in production were absorbed quickly by more mouths. A corollary proof we can see in the ethnographic record. When populations are small much of the year people arrange themselves in territorial bands. Until such time as seasonal bounty provides the objective basis for a get-together of all the bands in a tribal setting. There the greater number of mouths can quickly absorb the extra social product. Always underlying this way of life is the commandment not to produce surplus social product above absolute necessity, when it is necessary to make the larger settlement patterns the option of choice while certain of the consumption of seasonal bounty. Why the categories, tribal society, and proto-commoditized labor time are important. The great divide in the mode of production base of society lies at the boundary between individual concrete labor time and the value it produces and collective abstracted socially necessary labor time and the surplus social product, later surplus value, it produces. That great divide occurs in the socio-cultural evolutionary stages of chiefdoms. However, its origins lie as far back as the beginning of proto-commoditized labor time among tribal hunters and gatherers. After the chiefdom stages are the three stages, slavery, feudalism and capitalism, of the servitude epoch. Properly understood, abstracted socially necessary labor time is the basis of what is now the academic field of political economy. Socially necessary labor time is the technical definition of value, i.e., abstracted socially necessary labor time. This would be a good time to read papers 2 through 6 on the domestic mode of production and related topics in Stone Age economics by Marshall Solins. Agricultural Revolution. Tribes, at bottom, are just bigger groups of people. Yes, they have a more complex kinship system of organization by far than do the bands. Kinship is the only means they have after all, to organize society, and the larger the group the greater the demands on the kinship way of doing things from day to day and generation to generation. And tribes have sodality organization also, which simply means that there are institutions that cut across kin lines such as men's clubs and women's clubs devoted to different tasks. Nevertheless, fundamentally tribes are still just elaborated bands. In the Old World, tribal, social organization is the basis upon which the agricultural revolution evolved and as such is an essential diagnostic. In the Americas, the agricultural revolution took longer to evolve because the predicate animal and plant stock was qualitatively different in that it was so much smaller. In the Americas only camelids, turkeys and small mammals existed to domesticate, and among domesticatable grass seeds, only corn, maize, had sufficient protein for supporting populations larger than bands. So, tribal, social organization is just a part of the diagnostic social structures of New World social organization, sharing that label with bands. With or without tribal organization, people in the New World also got to semi-sedentary village life because of the efficiency of the broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation revolution now so well developed. In the New World, it was often the mode of production at the band level of population size. When we uncover semi-sedentary hunting-gathering band campsites in the New World, we also know these people would eventually certainly have developed tribal stage social organization, with its agriculture and animal husbandry. They simply are taking longer to domesticate their limited wild precursor plant and animal stocks, during their advanced broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation, day to day. It would tell archaeologists that the next phase they will be looking for, in the ground, would be exactly this new tribal agricultural phase. At any rate, whether as bands or tribes, the main diagnostic we want to understand is the revolution that agriculture, as technology, brought to humanity. Surplus is now irreversible. Archaeologically, we often speak of a set of artifactual diagnostics that accompany the Neolithic, Old World, and formative, New World, agricultural revolutions. Ground and polished stone tools, milling and grinding tools to turn high-protein seeds into flour, village life, and pottery. However, what is critically different is that people are producing food, rather than collecting it. With their agricultural suite of food production arts, it is now inherently certain that people will produce a surplus. The general crisis driving this stage is the need for ongoing, continuing, on-hand surplus, being considered a necessity by farmers. This stands in contradistinction to the danger of a system that could, unregulated, become an open-door invitation to violence. Inequality in possession of articles of agricultural production is that kind of invitation, especially if it is permanent, or appears to be so. Our production formula now looks like this: L plus LP plus TV1 V2 plus SV. Surplus in the family farms. Surplus needed versus dangerous. Surplus L equals concrete individual laboring activity. LP equals human labor power. T equals Neolithic/formative agricultural revolution technology. V1 equals cost of life. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals irreversibly released surplus social product, proto-surplus value, in large quantities. Underscore equals surplus in the family farms, both needed and dialectically dangerous, inequality between the farms. This is the locus of the general crisis of tribal agriculture. One reason for the irreversible release of surplus was and is that farming people need surplus for the rainy day. A myriad of events can bring catastrophe to crops in the field, then as well as today. Floods, droughts, insect pestilence, fire, disease, hurricanes and tornadoes. In these predicaments, the farming families have to have reserves to see them through until a new crop can be planted and harvested. Another reason surplus is irreversibly released is because it simply isn't possible to tell either the plants or the animals not to reproduce to capacity. You can thin herds and let fields lie fallow, but you wouldn't have to do this if ever-present extra surplus would not otherwise be on hand. Surplus release can be irregular. So, surplus social product has been irreversibly released with the coming of the agricultural revolution. However, this kind of agricultural surplus has a tendency to be irregular due to outside forces such as those just listed. Commoditized labor time has also become a new if irregular feature of the agricultural mode of production. Why is this so? Because primitive farmers must pool their collective labor power, at least occasionally, for clearing fields, planting, harvesting, the construction of irrigation works and perhaps building the village chapel. Largest families produce more than smallest families. Within this new setting, the larger families will produce more than the smaller families. If for no other reason than that the larger families have more hands, population will expand simultaneously, because more hands make self-sufficiency of the domestic unit far more certain, and simultaneously, because the more mouths there are to feed, the less surplus will be accumulating in individual farms at any given moment. These sociocultural dynamics are well established in the ethnological literature and the subject of Professor Marshall Sahlins' domestic mode of production in his book Stone Age Economics. I urge those of you with a theoretical interest in applied Marxism to move on to that study as soon as possible. More hands and more mouths constitute a vicious circle, running inside and in the same direction as another circle of need for surplus for hard times. And in both cases these two circles are encouraging increased production, meaning more labor hours and or labor time hours devoted to productive activity. These two circles of causation encompass another counter-rotating inner circle consisting of societal mechanisms for controlling the magnitude of surplus. Joining these three counter-rotating circles are people themselves. People in this model are the ball bearings which make these social movements work smoothly. This is the essential nexus. In primitive farming villages of whatever size it is, the more hands and mouths and inevitable hard times means we need the surplus. It functions as the central ideological feature driving production. That is, driving production beyond the old hunting-gathering band level of minimal subsistence requirements. On the other hand, as we have seen, it is the existence of surplus, and the real or potential inequality between the farming families it creates merely by existing, that is now the at-bottom source of jealousy, envy, and coveting. These are the ultimate danger confronting primitive communism. Acceptance of the new reality of constant surplus on hand sets this new farming village way of life fundamentally apart from the subsistence pattern hitherto lasting millions of years. In other words, this drive for surplus, regardless of magnitude, runs diametrically counter to the millions of years old tradition of handling potential and real surplus with a. Minimal labor input, and b. Sharing. General crisis of tribal agriculture. Let's say it again. The engine at the core of tribal, or band, agriculture, as a distinct sociocultural evolutionary stage, as the principal mode of production is society's need. Its need for 1. Permanent surplus for its needed redistribution in the event of environmental stresses, and 2. For regular redistribution to support community efforts and perhaps 1 or 2 professional specialists. Surplus potential increases with the steady growth of population. Growth provides the domestic farming unit with more hands and is sustainable in the new economy. A growing population level, in and of itself, reduces the amount of surplus on hand at any given moment. Simultaneously, it makes it necessary that new levels of production be regularly achieved to support these rising population numbers. These are: the central features constitute the driving force to increase production and become antagonistic to the counter-running tradition of discouraging surplus social product from existing. In satisfying the need for more production by assigning more persons to agriculture and sedentary life, leading to bigger families living in each individual farm, society had created a self-triggering mechanism. This mechanism is leading to an inevitable increase for surplus social product being created in the farms and thus in society as a whole. On the other hand, this irreversible release of surplus social product was certain to generate societal dissolutional effects of jealousy, envy, and coveting, unless it was immediately and promptly ameliorated, shared, in some effective way. Initially, this effective way of countering centrifugal social dissolution will be tribal council collection of surpluses and then the storage of said surpluses until the time comes for redistribution, or some kind of socially approved consumption. New general crisis within old general contradiction. The general contradiction, on the other hand, continues as it has for the previous many millions of years. The drive not to produce surplus social product, but only produce needed, in the face of the ever-present reality that people in such societies could produce much more than they do. Both the general crisis and the general contradiction find mutually satisfactory resolution when the tribal council collects surplus above and beyond what is agreed upon to be necessary for the annual upkeep of one given person. In other words, if X is the amount needed for one person as agreed upon, and Y is the number of persons in your family farm unit, then Y times X is what each farm keeps. Everything above that number is then sent to the central storage accountants. In this way, the larger families are assured of having what they need, as are the smaller families. The inequality that otherwise would exist between different sized farms is leveled out by the collection of everything above the agreed level. This is the surplus. Then this surplus is transported and stored at some central point, which is the tribe's warehouse. The accounting of this storage is part of the job of the tribal council. Note that the mere existence of accounting and storage can be the predicate for malfeasance, when selfish motivation should emerge. The agents of such malfeasance will be the accountants, tax collectors, and higher administrators. These first avocational accountants will emerge in this tribal context. Why? Because it is in the band or tribal structure that the agricultural surplus is first created. And some person has to keep track of all of these contributions from the family farm. Some family must be credited, perhaps some clan, sodality, moiety, and phratry must be credited also. These are examples of how credit for contributions would have been made. When these avocational accountants become central conciliara of the chiefdom, we have professional specialists. Should they then get involved in astronomy and religion along with the avocational shamans, we have the embryonic form of what will become another professional specialization, the priests and priestesses. Once classes exist, these professional specialists will have class status of some kind themselves. In whole or in part, they will be the embryonic forms of today's new class. Of course, there will first be many intermediate forms for these professional specialists on the sociocultural evolutionary road to today's new class in Stalinist socialist societies and advanced socialist societies. The ethnographic record tells us that immediate recall is an accepted feature of such representative processes. The primitive communist mode of term limits for elected representatives, in other words. Shayanov's Rule Part 1. We know from the ethnographic record that another common way of avoiding the production of too much surplus in tribal agriculture is for these peoples to rely on the old-fashioned dumping of labor time in non-productive chores. Although, in its new form of moving on / burn agriculture, the dumping of social time comes in the form of the non-essential repetitive dumping of labor time. Nevertheless, inequality is a real and ever-present specter now. Infants and children are exposed to the fact that for some reason, it does not matter what, there is a difference between being well off and not so well off. In other words, all I have mentioned above, that is inherent in the economy and social organization of tribal agriculture, makes the fact of inequality inescapable. Even when ameliorated or leveled, it was still there, otherwise it would not have to be handled in these ways. Yet what could these societies do except what they had always done? And one feature of what they had always done is that the more hands there are in the family farm, the less each of them works. This fact has been expressed in the form of Shayanov's rule. Details are discussed by Solons in his book Stone Age Economics. It was not necessary in many cases that people pick up and move every few years for strictly technical, soil depletion reasons. This could have been handled with fertilizer, crop rotation, and irrigation. The reason they move is because they found the tremendous effort involved in starting over, all over again, to be good for the spirit of collectivity. In strictly economic terms, it dumped labor time before it could become surplus social product. Why didn't this go on forever? Because something just as critical as the mode of production was changing. That was the way some people began to view the egalitarian ideas of times past. The superstructure of ideology was changing from being altruistic to something less so, much less so. Understanding primitive communist mentality. Now we come to a most important part of this presentation, that is, how should we view the primitive communist mentality? How should we understand the way in which primitive communist peoples of the hunting and gathering and or early agricultural way of life looked at the ideas, mental categories, we call needs, desires, and wants? In answering this question, we are indebted to Professor Marshall Solons. He proved in 1974 in his book Stone Age Economics that the key lies in the understanding that peoples of the Paleolithic, Lithic in the New World, considered their society to be affluent, when it satisfied all of their material wants. When we understand this, We have to determine exactly the wants of hunting/gathering and early agricultural peoples. The incorrect way to assess this category is to assume bourgeois priorities about needs, wants, and desires. Bourgeois-dominated societies, capitalist societies in other words, such as our own, the possession of large quantities of commodities is the key to affluence. This is because manufactured production of commodities, via the application of human labor power, see Chapter 9, is the center of everything the ruling classes consider worth having. It is all they fundamentally really believe in. It is the barrenness of this worldview that accounts for the continuing appeal of religion to many who should know better and of course to the masses that remain uneducated. What Solons proved was that this is not the only way of assessing affluence. For 99% of human history, affluence was defined first and foremost in an entirely different way. Namely, by the desire to possess very few articles of production. Having the things considered essential was affluence. If you desire little, then little will make you affluent. Slogan of primitive communists. Primitive peoples desired little and therefore found it rather easy to be affluent. This sums up the entire attitude of humanity for millions of years concerning the possession of articles of production. In everyday talk, we call articles of production commodities. However, commodity has a special meaning and definition in Marxist analysis of capitalist economics. For us, applying labor power to machinery to get said articles creates commodities. Then our analysis proceeds to proving how and why commodities contain value and surplus value. In bourgeois-dominated capitalist society, almost everything we obtain is produced in this manufacture way. Almost everything we in the US obtain are commodities because they are produced in this way, at home and abroad. In other words, in capitalist society the articles of production equal commodities. In short, commodities in our technical definition are always produced by labor power. Before capitalism, and before the servitude epoch and its stages of slavery, feudalism, and capitalism, for the most part, articles of production were not commodities. Because they were not created by labor power. Labor power is that Karl Marx defined term for the homogenized labor of a group of factory workers. That is, the average production of a group of workers organized in a factory at their various workplaces, with the average being regulated by the factory clock. This is Marx's original contribution to classical economics. Things produced by individual human concrete labor are not commodities but simply article of production. Thus, individual artists produced pottery, glasswork, metalware, and so forth are not commodities but something else, in these cases objects of art. Such products could be converted into commodity-like articles for sale, if at some time a mercantile capitalist should invent a factory to mass-produce replicas of them via the application of homogenized labor power to machinery. However, no matter what happens to them in their original form, they will never be capitalist commodities in this technical definition of the term. Because they were not in origin created by labor power. Labor of this sort and labor power are two distinct things. Affluence of primitive communism. 2. By producing much, as in capitalist societies, but with distinct dramatic differences in individuals sharing in this production. Solons amassed considerable ethnographic data to prove this point. And a wealth of ethnographic proof has subsequently been assembled which makes this point written in stone. As far as the science of anthropology is concerned, go to Murdoch's World Ethnographic Sample for the proof assembled from ethnographic data of over 1,000 primitive societies. Why do primitive people desire little? There are numerous reasons and all of them reflect factors inherent in the primitive hunting and gathering mode of production, or the nearly as primitive early agricultural mode of production. 1. 2. One factor was mobility. If one is moving on a daily basis, as our hunter/gatherers, there is only so much one can carry. 99% of human history lies in this mode of production. In my own archaeological experience, I can tell you that most of the North American sites I have excavated are campsite remains and are of some daily stop. Semi-sedentary or truly sedentary mobility, as in the early farming daily lifestyle, increases the number of things one will want to have ready at hand. However, there are only so many of those things one can use in the farming household. In my own archaeological experience, I recall the first sedentary Maidu household I excavated in Central California had one kitchen with all of the ladies' household utensils neatly laid out side by side. And that was it. 3. When people have these things, they consider essential, then that is all they want. It would be hard to desire something one has never seen, can never see, and will never even know about. If the time should come when these people should have contact with a technologically superior culture, then they may well want more than they used to have and used to consider essential. As importantly, the ethnographic record proves there is a multitude of ideological ways to discourage production beyond what is socially recognized as needed from an individual. Regardless of his/her hunting/gathering or agricultural status, regardless of band or tribal status. Having X is desirable and everyone should have that much, but having more, Y, is not desirable, and no one should allow surplus to accumulate in their hands any longer than necessary to consume it in a timely way. In short, both natural factors and social factors mitigate in favor of an ideology where there is a distinct and recognized limit to what should be accumulated. The corollary is that a certain amount of possessions, regardless of how held, must be considered desired affluence. Primitive peoples always live in a world of superstition, as Ullman's service proved many times, e.g., Profiles in Ethnology. Their ideology will be one of animism and animatism that is devoid of the idea of article accumulation and conspicuous consumption, except when such consumption is of the potlatch variety intended to use up surplus accumulated. And that is a feature of advanced theocratic chiefdoms which by definition come at the end of the transitional period out of primitive communism. Shayanov's Rule Part 2: Economic Invitation to Violence. Solons proved primitive societies do not hoard articles of production and would always rather use them up immediately. They do this not simply because these things, besides being impractical as they constitute too much to carry or store on the walk or on the family farm, but because they would constitute new differences in relative wealth. As we have seen, it is this difference in wealth between individuals and or families which is the true enemy within. It is the source of coveting, envy, and jealousy. For this reason, the more individuals there are in a given social group, the less each of them works. Soviet anthropologist A.V. Shayanov presented the theory of peasant economy, and this fact in 1966, in his book The Theory of Peasant Economy. It is one proof of our theory that says surplus of any kind is highly dangerous to social health and the focus of the primitive communists' day-to-day battle for egalitarianism. The last thing a primitive communist wants is production of even more trouble-making surplus. This fact is the basis for what we now call Shayanov's rule. Simply put, the rule says the fewer hands in a given farming family, the more each must work, or conversely, the more hands in a given farming family, the less each will be expected to work. If surplus social product were to be created to the limit of each household's productive capacity, and then held within that household, there would be some farms with far more wealth than others. Different numbers of people in a primitive farming household is an arithmetic inevitability, if for no other reason than the variability in the cycle of births and hands on hand. Such an imbalance would be, as Solons says, an economic invitation to violence. Solons 2004:88. I think you can see this concern with differences in wealth has been at the bottom of primitive communism's concern with surplus social product for millions of years before the agricultural revolution. Shayanov's rule reflects the social insurance that the three elements of the DMP, domestic mode of production, so far identified are systematically interrelated. These are 1, 2, 3. Not only is each of these in reciprocal bond with the others, but each by its own modesty of scale is adapted to the nature of the others. Let any one of these elements show an unusual inclination to develop, it meets from the others the increasing resistance of incompatibility. Solons 2004:87. Missing the boat, White and Harris. None of the conceptuality of the bourgeois mentality is present in primitive society for these reasons. And, as a historical note, let me add a few comments. This is where the mechanical materialists such as Leslie A. White and Marvin Harris stumbled, faltered, and forever failed in their attempts to rationalize sociocultural evolution as systems of increasing energy efficiency. Unfortunately, White did not live long enough to internalize the significance of Solons' discovery. In 1976, shortly after the publication of my book Foundations of Archaeology, where the foreword was written by world-famous archaeologist Richard S. McNeish, I had asked him to write the foreword to my book Principles of Anthropology. He had agreed. It had been my intention to take up these questions with him before his writing that foreword. However, he called me before 6 a.m. on the day of our meeting to tell me he was quite sick and I should not travel to Santa Barbara that day. Before I knew it, he had passed away. In Harris's case, he simply was always too bent in his ways to consider other opinions. I became aware of this in Mexico City, in May 1970 at the Society for American Archaeology annual meeting at the National Museum. Professor Antonio Gilman had organized the seminar on Marxism and archaeology, and I participated, as did Harris. Harris continued to go down the wrong road of trying to prove that sociocultural evolution was a function of increasing energy efficiency among primitive peoples. A completely wrong way of looking at things. It is completely wrong because of its non-dialectical, in fact, anti-dialectical nature. And now he is gone, so the ideas he espoused have lost the champion that kept them around a lot longer than they might have been extant otherwise. Alternatively, if people like me had not switched our daily endeavors to matters more mundane and down-to-earth such as the Civil War in Peru. Anyway, Harris had never had the slightest grasp of dialectical materialism and proved it in a chapter by that name in his otherwise outstanding book The Rise of Anthropological Theory. What Harris produced was the step-by-step presentation of different levels of the arts of production and their relative efficiency in so doing. There was nothing new here. It was Lewis Henry Morgan after all which made that evolution the hallmark of his own version of historical materialism. There is a question that must be answered by any general or specific theory of causation in sociocultural evolution. That is, how and why did society transform from the altruistic primitive communism of the bands and tribes to the sadistic class division of masters and slaves, whether the slave be chattel or wage? A ladder of increasing energy efficiency, as a chart, does not answer this question in any way whatsoever. It does not even acknowledge the question. Harris's epistemological bankruptcy was at bottom the reason he ultimately failed in his anthropological theoretical career. His example should be a warning to any of you who may mistakenly think that our philosophy, dialectical materialism, is of no importance in the understanding of human sociocultural evolution, primitive or modern. Harris had grasped the truth of Marx and Engels' discovery of the evolution of society from one stage to the next, i.e., the practical side of historical materialism, but that is as far as he got. Chapters 1 through 11 of this book answer that question missed by White and Harris. You will understand how and why society continued to evolve through this series of stages. Alternatively, if you do not yet, you will once you read and reread these chapters, 1 through 11, a few times. You should take notes and study. I have done my best to popularize this for you, but you have to do the learning. Increasing energy utilization efficiency ratios discussed by White, evolution of culture, and later made the totality of Harris's model, culture, people and nature, may all well be true but are merely true, i.e., irrelevant. What is relevant is the struggle between the need for social, collective, labor to survive, reproduce and live day to day, and the need on the other hand to avoid too many surpluses on hand. Surplus that would be the economic invitation to violence in the hunting and gathering stages as well as the tribal agricultural stage. That is the answer to the question. What is the engine of sociocultural evolution? The increasing energy efficiency utilization is the ladder for painting the house, not the house itself. The prime directive of primitive communism was to produce only as much as needed and avoid surplus on hand at any cost. It is the ideological superstructure on the mode of production base of primitive communism. It was for millions of years of hunting/gathering the superstructural manifestation of desiring little to be affluent. Along the way, the simple process of diverting time from food and shelter productive tasks to thinking, talking, and observing led to the creation of an increasingly large bank of knowledge about the environment surrounding these people. Inevitably, this knowledge gave rise to broad-spectrum wild resource exploitation. That pattern in turn resulted in even more knowledge that inevitably resulted in the domestication of plants and animals. Surplus was irreversibly released in the agricultural revolution. The ideological axioms of primitive communism are thus explained. Energy efficiency utilization is the result of, and not the cause for, of this sociocultural upward and onward evolution. End of story. Slogan of the modern communist. To each according to her needs, from each according to her ability. Desire as much as you like, for our productive capacity can provide all your needs and desires. Having made a point of the slogan of the primitive communist, I will jump to the conclusion, for just one moment. So you can see that what we envisage as modern communism is technologically exactly the opposite of primitive communism. Thus, the dialectical resolution of the general contradictions of the epoch of primitive communism and the general contradiction of the servitude epoch is resolved in the second egalitarian epoch with the emergence of the communist stage. Our technology will then be so advanced that there are no practical limits to our being able to produce everything everyone wants and needs. This proper application of technological advance to society's betterment rather than the betterment of an exploiting, ruling, domesticating class will free people from the day-to-day struggle to live. The new technological revolutionary advance offers all people the freedom for the first time in human history to pursue their interests in life, as they will, and for society as a whole to pursue greater social objectives such as exploring the universe. That is why Frederick Engels called the period beginning with the communist stage, the era of freedom. Accordingly, he referred to that period of our existence before the emergence of the communist stage as the era of necessity. Now back to the ranch and the beginning of the first period of sociocultural transition, the stage of simple chiefdoms. Chapter 5: Simple Chiefdom Stage. There is another way to handle the newly emergent general crisis within the stage of tribal agriculture without moving on, slashing and burning, and starting all over again. A lifestyle strategy allows this while staying within the constraints of the general contradiction of the first egalitarian epoch. What is this other way? That other way would have been to stay in place, build an irrigation system, fertilize the fields, and intensify in situ production of both animals and field agriculture. This other way allowed each family to intensify its farm's reliance upon gardens and pens. This other way is what we in archaeology call the simple chiefdom way. The details can be understood if one studies Marshall Solin's classic treatise Stone Age Economics, in its first or subsequent 2004 edition. Karl Marx identifies the chiefdom stage as the locus of class division and state emergence. Karl Marx explains in his ethnological notebooks his view on chiefdoms. It was based on the then newly available ethnographic data. Looking at the ethnographic accounts of the living remnants of chiefdoms in sociocultural evolution, Marx found the point where society began to abandon primitive communism. From this chiefdom period, society marched into the historical stages of slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. He says this clearly in his now published ethnological notebooks. Archaeology, as we can see, has proven him correct in this regard. Furthermore, archaeology has provided us with the details of the prehistoric transition. We have to understand the meaning of the archaeological data, of course. And that is now what I will explain. Proto-commoditization of labor time proceeds apace. The simple chiefdom way required the professional specialization of some individual producers. Part of this division of labor along professional specialist lines was the marking of commodity production, marked with an abstracted sense of the amount of socially necessary labor time required to create each unit, commodity, article of production in this case, in the productive process. Thus, the simple chiefdom way is also the point in history where we have regular proto-commoditization of labor time, evolving naturally from the advanced hunting-gathering and agricultural bands and tribes. Concrete labor time has become abstracted into socially necessary labor time, in at least some component, small or large, of the new way of doing things. Some people contribute their part of the de facto social contract by farming. That is tilling, planting, harvesting, caring for the fields of whatever grass domesticate, e.g., wheat, oats, barley, rye, millet, rice, corn, while others work full-time producing pottery, textiles, and stone tools. The center, the chief and her consigliere, arrange for the collection and redistribution of the goods produced. This has become a constant or regular feature of social production. Professional specialization has been creating ranks within society. Among them is the maturing, if still embryonic, forms of what will become classes once classes exist. Professional specialization, social ranks, social classes. We cannot homogenize and thus categorize the labor time input of all of these professional specialist contributors along the same lines allowed by a factory clock that regulates production per unit time in a capitalist or socialist factory. But we can see the emergence of abstracted socially necessary labor time as an economic category. These societies mobilize people for a collective labor input to undertake certain large social tasks. When they do this for constructing bison drive lanes, village chapels, or cliff dwellings and apartment blocks, the creation of X amount of product per unit time is the focus for the economic endeavor. Observers of prehistoric sociocultural evolution are looking at the first faltering protosteps that will, as a category, transform into the abstracted socially necessary labor time involved in commodity production in the future. Brave new selfish world. Underlying this shift in the hub of centralized, reciprocal, movement of goods and services from the tribal council to the sole chief may be a new motivation. If the time has come in people's perception that there is a non-altruistic way of doing things, a selfish way, then there is a new kind of basal psychological imprinting. For the first time in all of human history, there is a new kind of basal psychological imprinting. In other words, the time will have come when infants and children recognize that no matter what mom and dad and the parental generation said about sharing, in reality some families were better off than others. The concomitant logical conclusion must have been that some professions might also be better situated in life than others. Something different from altruism is on the ideological horizon. Selfishness will become the new ideological template of the new epoch, i.e., servitude epoch, when the latter is extant. This parallel developing superstructural tendency is accompanying the move from professional specialization, social ranks, and social classes. From altruism to selfishness and sadism. It is inherent within a system where some people are supported by the social surplus of the tribal council that the differential in reward becomes part of what is imprinted as the nature of the real world. Some people may clear fields, dig ditches, build dams, and others make pottery and textiles for those who do not have the time. The reward for each profession will be different. It will be different even if, in an ideal situation, the labor power input of all of the contributors were exactly equal, because it may not appear so. Individuals may and often do have different values concerning work and reward. The perception that one individual's path in life may be superior to another person's, for said person's very personal benefit, has taken hold for the first time in 5 million years. In reality, it could never have been more than a matter of time until perception truly did reflect the objective fact that some professions offered more reward than others for the same amount of input. It only takes one person so imprinted, with the desire to be on the better end of the stick. That person to begin to agitate for a solution to the general crisis of tribal agriculture that is not of the egalitarian moving on, start over, and burn tradition. Such persons might pose the question, why not stay in our homeland and make our production more efficient? Commitment to efficiency in production does have many advantages. All that unnecessary, and sometimes dangerous, moving is eliminated. People get to stay where they feel at home and comfortable. And for a while the actual results will be better for everyone. Efficient field agriculture and stockyard husbandry will produce more surpluses at a lower labor time input per person. Note how complex the surplus column has now become. The general crisis has emerging features such as surplus constantly on hand as a fundamental reality and necessity. Yet, its division will be a source of great social friction when there is too much or too little social product. L plus LP plus TV1 V2 plus. Surplus storage / support neither too much or too little. L equals concrete individual laboring activity. LP equals labor power as a prototype is emergent. T equals proto-archaic / archaic. Neolithic / Chalcolithic technology. V1 equals cost of individual labor and collective labor power. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals surplus value. Storage equals that surplus value in storage for redistribution as needed or as planned. Support equals that surplus value used to pay the professional specialists, and the center, the chief and her consigliere, retainers, families, __ equals. This is the locus of the general crisis of the simple chiefdom stage. One must have enough surplus to supply demand, necessity, but not too much. That extra social product above the agreed minimum personal maintenance needs is collected by the chief and stored in her, society's, central warehouse, not in the family farms. Potential inequality is eliminated and needed surplus obtained simultaneously. Changing general contradiction and prime directive. Instead of avoiding the enemy within, jealousy, envy, coveting, by evading surplus production, one is now saying maximize surplus production, because with honest central collection and efficient one-woman administration we will all still be equal. However, on this course, and in a few more steps and centuries, the maximizing of surplus production will occur far beyond necessary amounts. Why? Because A. 1. 2. B. Society has been dividing into special interest groups, via professional specialization, which constitute de facto ranks of differing access to both the articles of production and the means of production. These ranks are the necessary result of the simple fact that with the professional specialization of individual concrete labor, some professions are economically and politically better off than others. And simultaneously non-egalitarian ideology has firmly taken root. The effect has been that the higher ranks of society, now selfishly motivated, want to maximize production to take more as profit for themselves. The general contradiction of the servitude epoch is on the horizon. This new and coming general contradiction would have been camouflaged by all the talk about how what we call the general crisis can be more efficiently handled. The archaeological record is universally in line with this interpretation. Everywhere, without exception, where we have a continuous sequence of sociocultural evolution in the ground, we see the transition from tribal agriculture to simple chiefdoms happened exactly this way. That is to say in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, Mesoamerica and Peru. And in many other parts of the world, as you will see in volumes 2, 3 and 6. Efficiency in a tribal agricultural setting is further enhanced, some would have said, by getting rid of the tribal council and all that democratic rot, opting instead in favor of military discipline, and the organization of the various productive tasks that come with the professional specialization of labor. So one chief was elected. And although she may have had consigliere from the clans, it was a revolution in social organization tending towards centralization and concentration of social authority, as well as surplus. The small group at the center will have had within it that one who advocated, or will advocate, this change for the ulterior motives of greed and self-advancement regardless of the effect on the community as a whole. Not that the immediate effect will have been bad. It probably will have been excellent. However, to the person with the hidden agenda this is altogether a matter of fortune. He or she can turn to their advantage in selling the new way. This soldier of fortune's concern is with herself, not them. And being in the center of the reciprocal movement of goods and services means you can pull some of it out of the cash flow, as you will, to do with as you wish. The farther one goes down the road of efficiency, via professional specialization of labor, the further one has traveled along the road of social revolution. The chief collects the surpluses and assigns different persons to new tasks such as full-time irrigation and dam building, full-time pottery and textile production for the new rank of irrigation and dam builders. The more labor time that is actually specialized is truly commoditized now. As numbers of people are assigned to specific tasks where their labor time is socially necessary and abstracted, the better the results in the production of both value and surplus social product, including proto-surplus value. The chief and her family, her helpers and cohorts from the clans, now constitute a special rank themselves. as do the farming families, the professional specialist families, and the priests and priestesses who convinces the rubes that all this is divinely inspired. A society of ranks has replaced the society of equals. This is to say, tribes and simple chiefdoms, where democratic inclinations were more powerful, moved into areas where they could stay with the old ways, where the rubes could slash and burn to their heart's content, and live happily ever after. Areas such as the vast steppe lands of the Soviet West and Central Asia and Eastern Europe. These ranks have special interests. It is inevitable that these ranks will become antagonistic, if for no other reason than that the vagaries of primitive agriculture and animal husbandry, the exigencies of tribal agricultural Stone Age economics, may create a severe shortage of surplus, leaving the central granaries depleted. Such exigencies are hail, rain, flooding, drought, locusts, disease, war, or raiding. Who is going to get the shit end of the stick when the chief's warehouse is approaching bankruptcy? When the granaries are full, which groups, if any, stand to benefit more? General crisis of the simple chiefdom stage. Coming from the growing need for professional specialization of labor on the one hand, and on the other hand the concomitant need to offset the tendency towards social dissolution, is a new stage general crisis. This is implicit in any society split between different special interest groups with inherently different interests. One must either stop fragmenting society and return to the simpler tribal agricultural way of life, or find some way to offset the dissolutional effects arising from the fractionating of society into groups of relatively discontented people. The resolution of this crisis always comes in the form of a unifying religion. For now, several points to mention first. First stage chiefdoms. In the Near East and Egypt. When migrating, where did they go? In the Near East and North Africa, some simple chiefdoms decided to move. Some went into what appear to be the worst rather than the best locations. Going deeper and deeper into the deserts of Arabia is one example. Leaving the lush environs of the Mediterranean or the hilly flanks of Southwest Asia, for the blazing hot desert sands along the Tigris and Euphrates as far as Samaria seems ridiculous. Up the Nile into the incredible ovens of Egypt, and the Sudan equally so. So, why did they do it? Because it was an excuse. Whose excuse? Excuses of the privileged ranks to further professionalize labor, which was the source of their power and their newly acquired riches. Wealth has been and is being accumulated by the chiefly rank, as a function of this new rank position in society. This is also the origin of new classes when ranks become classes. Not every simple chiefdom went this route. Where mass democratic impulses were stronger than the selfishness of the few, the chiefdoms moved into environmentally friendly areas. This is to say, tribes and simple chiefdoms, where democratic inclinations were more powerful, moved into areas where they could stay with the old ways, where the rubes could slash and burn to their heart's content, and live happily ever after. Such as the vast steppe lands of the Soviet West and Central Asia and Eastern Europe, and so on and on. Nevertheless, when those who wanted to further intensify social ranking, and the concomitant privilege of the central administrators and bullshit artists, shamans are becoming priests and priestesses, could do so, their chiefdoms moved to very challenging areas. Oldest profession. Shamans had become full-time specialists, priests and priestesses, supported in totality by the center of the simple chiefdom. This was the first time in human history that a religious specialist was anything more than a spare-time practitioner of the arts of supernatural communication and manipulation. The job of these religious bosses was to support the increasing reliance upon professionally specialized efficiency in the use of abstracted labor time, for those tribes and simple chiefdoms moving into the new way. For those simple chiefdoms that were dominated by the newly selfish few, beyond the point of sticking to the old way, that did move into the deserts where the most intense professional specialization of abstracted labor time was the only way to survive, while there were more surprises in store for the ones doing all the work. Challenge. Do not think that only deserts, such as those of Iraq and Egypt, provide the necessary challenge. The key word is challenge. That could be the challenge of living in intensely populated regions such as nuclear China along the Huanghe and the Yangtze rivers. It could be the Arctic and alpine environments of the highland valleys of the Peruvian-Bolivian Central Andes. It could be the humid swampy lowlands of Yucatan and southeast Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras. It could be many things, but the challenge is always so great as to encourage or indeed necessitate the extreme organization, perhaps quasi-militarization, of the labor force along professionally specialized lines. Nuclear China. In the great regions bordering the Huanghe River in the north and the Yangtze River in the south, nature provided China and humanity with some of the finest and greatest tracts of agricultural land. Land with the perfect climate she provided any Neolithic farmers anywhere in the world. Conditions over these millions upon millions of acres were exactly the opposite, one thinks, to the regions of environmental extremes posed to farmers in the other principal areas of the origin of civilization. Elsewhere, The challenge confronting the early simple chiefdoms were deserts, or low and humid lowlands, or alpine and subarctic highlands, as in Egypt, Iraq, Mexico, Guatemala, and the central Andes of Peru. These were areas that we have seen, requiring the professional specialization of labor and the application of true labor power. So what happened in nuclear China? If challenge is always the key, and it is, why do we see identical socio-cultural evolutionary trajectories in environmentally near-perfect China? What was the challenge? The answer: a very rapid population explosion of Neolithic, tribal agricultural farmers over an area so vast as to dwarf any of the other foregoing centers of origin, and to do so by orders of magnitude. Excavations were carried out in the 1990s, along the Yangtze drainage, by Chinese and foreign archaeologists, especially Richard S. McNeish. The results showed that by 10,000 years ago rice paddy agriculture was being invented and that the agricultural revolution was well along by 14,000 years ago. This irreversible release of huge quantities of agricultural surplus laid the basis for rapid population expansion. With this rapid rise in population numbers came the early and absolute concomitant necessity of immediate, thoroughgoing and dramatic transition to increasingly effective simple chiefdom society. A social structural stage featuring intensive professional specialization of virtually every productive task and the early application of true labor power to agriculture and other handicraft industries. The challenge was the sheer numbers of people, far greater in numbers than in any of the other centers of origin. To overcome the challenge, the simple chiefdom had to remain in place and intensify its internal processes. As there was nowhere to migrate, those persons in the center, with the new ideology of selfish acquisition motivating them, had only to advocate doing what was clearly essential and doing it in place. Getting it right is important. For once, Carl Whitfield's idea of the requirements of hydraulic civilization was almost right. I say almost, because, at bottom, Whitfield's hypothesis of irrigation agriculture necessitating state, army and police in the hands of a ruling class origins is incorrect. It was not the requirements of irrigation agriculture that necessitated the state. As Frederick Engels said, the state arose once classes came into existence, as the simple and straightforward product of these classes' irreconcilable interests. Nevertheless, the intensification of agricultural production was a byproduct of that ruling class emergence with state power in its hands. Irrigation is a technological improvement emerging nearly everywhere in the stage of simple chiefdoms, and even among some earlier tribal agriculturalists. Irrigation undergoes massive expansion with the emergence of advanced theocratic chiefdoms, and of course, is even more massively expanded with the rise of the stage of slavery. It is the process of reorganizing society along rank and then class lines, which is underway. And the state, army and police, arises, in the midst of this process, in the hands of the privileged ranks cum classes, that have the money to pay the thugs, i.e., to finance the state. The replacement of altruism with selfishness and sadism makes thuggery possible and in fact inevitable. Because Wittfogel did not understand dialectics, he was unable to get the horse in front of the cart, and this is an area where there is no substitute for getting it right in theory. The first phase began with the elevation of those that would form the ruling ranks cum classes, beginning with the privileged center of chief and consigliere, and their retainers and families. Later, the higher ranks composed of these same persons and other strategically and advantageously placed persons had to get into position. It was this position which provided a mechanism to professionally specialize labor and a reason to justify the application of the new economic category of labor power, always because of some underlying environmental challenge. In Egypt and Iraq, in the Mayan lowlands, in the central Andes, the simple chiefdoms walked into, asked for, and solicited these environmental extremes. In China, it was the in situ fact of vast human numbers that provided the environmental challenge. This was the key to enabling the underlying interest of the new selfishly motivated persons to intensify their advantage via special position in the center of the new mode of collection and redistribution. In other words, the interests of those in the center were advanced when the need to professionally specialize labor and apply labor power in place occurred anywhere, regardless of the reason. Once the ranks formed, and privilege existed, the conditions were right for class separation and the emergence of armed force in their very private hands. As you will see in the subsequent volumes, this same trajectory was followed throughout Latin America, East Asia, Oceania, South and Southwest Asia, Arabia, Africa, and Europe. It requires surgically precise logic to see the difference between this and what Wittfogel superficially and mechanically projected. It requires the dialectical understanding of cause and process in prehistoric socio-cultural evolution. That is what science is all about. If everything were self-evident about these processes, there would be no need for science. Wittfogel's errors led him into pathological anti-communism and into acting as a willing agent for U.S. imperialism in later years. Root origin of the concept of profit side by side with the sincere converts to the cause of efficiency via professional specialization and tight central administration were those of ulterior motivation whose basal imprinting of selfishness and soon, if not already, true sadism was invisible, cloaked as it was from public view. One can imagine a variety of reasons offered for moving into the hot and hellish deserts of Mesopotamia and Upper Egypt/Sudan. Free land ready to exploit. Relative security, as people would be protected from raiders by the very deserts themselves. However, at bottom, the real reason was that survival in these extreme climates could only be certain if these societies went whole hog down the road of the professional specialization of labor. And in that process, of course, those at the center of the reciprocal movement of goods and services stood to benefit, indeed, to profit. Thus emerges for the first time in human history the concept of profit as a primary motive for the action of certain persons. Hidden for sure, but nonetheless just as real. This is the origin of the category of profit in our equations as an economic category. It is a distinct new category because, for the first time, we see a new disposition for surplus social product. When slave labor is applied to the mechanics of irrigation agriculture under the overseer's whip as a time regulator, it is the first system in which surplus value can be extracted by society's administrating clique. Extracted for its own upkeep and lifestyle. Perhaps even for reinvestment. Chapter 6: Stage of Advanced Theocratic Chiefdoms. An advancing simple chiefdom is a society about to be torn apart by antagonistic special interest groups. For chiefdom society to survive, it is essential that the professional specialist groups, and their ranks, high and low, be unified behind the leadership. In all cases of autochthonous sociocultural evolution to the slave stage, there is the mechanism of a unifying religion that accomplishes this task. It necessarily precedes state formation in that the state, army and police, has not yet emerged. Origin of religion. For supernaturally steeped people, only religion can do the job. For there is nothing else. No state apparatus, army and police, yet exists, so it is impossible to forcefully compel obedience of one rank to another or even of one special craft guild to the center. In other words, before there was coercion there was persuasion, because there had to be persuasion, in the absence of the state, armed thuggery. Persuasion was the only way to ensure social unity and cohesion. The archaeological evidence is clear in this regard. Religions emerged which persuaded people to give over more authority to allocate their abstracted labor time, corvée labor drafts, annual labor time voluntarism, and to adjust the amount of produce to be kept in the individual family farming household, per head, as the leadership wished. These religions allowed the privileged ranks to take more of the surplus social product being created at the family farm or village commune to the center themselves. In fact, they require that more be taken to the church, and of course its practitioners. And more of the abstracted socially necessary labor time goes to the center too, even before it becomes surplus social product, which can be thought of as proto-surplus value. This was the function of what we call the first religions, and of their full-time specialist practitioners, the priests and priestesses. The job of religious professionals was to support the center and its new selfish extraction of surplus policies. In Mexico, we see this religion emerge and spread like wildfire, and we call it the Olmec. In Peru, it is the Chavin and Paracas. In China, Longshan. In the Near East, the Anen cult. And in Egypt, the solar cult. Structurally, they are all the same things. A unifying religion persuades people to obey the dictates of the center. The same was true throughout Latin America, East Asia, Oceania, South and Southwest Asia, Arabia and Africa, and Europe. We see in the archaeological record, in each case, that these societies often last millennia or more when the leadership at the center is religiously reinforced. In shorthand terms, for convenience of rapid calculation when reading archaeological sequences, you can think of this religious stage as lasting in every case roughly 1,000 years. The ranking of society will become acute in these advanced theocratic chiefdoms, ATCs. When it does, the separation of the specialist crafts and guilds is the basic diagnostic feature of their social organization. The selfish and sadistic imprinting of infants and children proceeds apace, as it must, since it is sadistic relations which for the first time are everywhere at hand, and thus, what all infants and children must see as they mature. This is the second diagnostic feature of the ATC stage. We know this from the archaeological and historical records. And everywhere, abstracted homogenized socially necessary labor time is emerging, which is to say the new economic category of labor power. From now on it will be this proto-labor power which is the principal form of human labor setting the standard for our formula. Not that concrete human individual laboring activity ceases. Far from it. But it is this new category of labor power as applied to technology that sets the pace, acting as the common denominator for the payment of value 1. Even for those who are not part of the category of collectively applied, temporally measured group labor. From this point forward in history, what is obtainable by the individual will be measured by what the collective labor of corvées, or forced labor, slaves, convicts, captured peoples, has to be paid. Paid in the form of food and shelter. That is, their minimal subsistence. However, the seeds of the destruction of this order are also very much in place. Religion has temporarily solved the problem of labor discipline. Obtaining voluntary compliance with the theocrats' production plan in the production of surplus. What was surplus is now a necessity. However, in so doing, the practitioners of religion have set themselves up as a new social rank, now exacerbating the increasingly complex division of social production. No matter how this increasingly acute struggle over social produce is resolved, it is likely the poorest people that will get the shit end of this stick. Let us look at how our formula says that the surplus value column is subdividing LP plus TV1, V2 plus SV storage / support profit / theocrats LP equals labor power T equals Chalcolithic and Bronze Age technology in the Old World, classic and some post-classic technology in the New World. V1 equals cost of labor power. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals surplus value. Its distribution is the locus of the general crisis in this stage. Support equals cost of supporting the professional specialist. Storage equals that surplus value held in storage. Profit equals that appropriated by the high ranks for themselves for the first time. Theocrats equals that appropriated by the theocracy for itself, a substantial continuing appropriation derived from what the chiefs and conciliarate took during simple chiefdom times, a form of profit. To the degree that the theocrats are also part of the high ranks, this is a double dipping for them. __ equals religion temporarily solves the problem of labor discipline in the production of surplus, now a definite necessity, but sets itself up as a factor exacerbating the increasingly complex division of social production. Comment on process. Monumental architecture, e.g., pyramids, urban platform complexes, and Nazca lines, is an archaeological hallmark of ATC stage society. Such construction is the real-world manifestation of religious tenets holding the masses of ignorant farming families in line. However, eventually, all the explanation and persuasion of the theocrats in justifying the social order, the unequal division and distribution of surplus social product, the bullshit in other words, from the priests and priestesses will be insufficient. It will eventually fail to assuage the anger and insight of the mass of farmers and lower-ranked labor specialists. This is the locus of the general crisis of the stage of advanced theocratic chiefdoms. That is, on the one hand, society must have the theocrats to stay together. On the other hand, the priests are also simultaneously exacerbating the inherent unjust nature of a society in the process of dividing against itself. The institutionalized inequality between the haves and have-nots reaches the breaking point. The theocrats are contributing to this splitting of society by helping themselves to the maximum. When a crisis arises that puts too many people between a rock and a hard place, and the resolution attempted by the center is blatantly unfair, Ma and Pa Kettle will gather round with their fellow rubes and revolt. Then either they will tear society apart in a rank war, or some will flee to begin life again in a simpler way, in lands far from the home region. Or a new solution will appear to the civil conflict. What can that be? Answer: the state. Origin of the state. The state is the army and police in the pay of the richest families. It exists to compel obedience from the poor families. That is what the state means in scientific terms and should not be confused with government, which existed before the state, and which will exist after the state withers away. The archaeological record is replete with proof of this eventual end to advanced theocratic society in Mesoamerica, the Central Andes, along the Nile, Tigris and Euphrates, Huanghe and Yangtze rivers, and in many other places including East Africa, the Indus, the USA's Southwest, the USA Eastern Woodlands. For that matter, throughout Latin America, East Asia, Oceania, and the rest of the Old World. Everywhere it is always the same process. Is there no other way forward? Yes, there is, but it involves the emergence of armed force and the very private pay of a few financially powerful families and or ranks of the old theocratic chiefdoms. Where that happens, which is to say, where the state emerges, then true class society has also emerged. Ranks have been transmuted into classes, and the ruling classes will domesticate the rest of society. Mel Gibson's movie Apocalypto is as perfect a recreation of an advanced theocratic chiefdom, ATC, as I could imagine, and I have no hesitation in recommending this movie to you as an excellent historical example of the stage. It was precisely this kind of society Hernán Cortés and his investor adventurers first encountered at the mouth of the Grijalva River in the contemporary state of Tabasco, Mexico, along the Gulf of Mexico coast, as Gibson's movie brilliantly illustrates. Note that the Spanish monarchy was unaware of Cortés' existence, let alone his adventure against Mexico. In 1518, Cortés put together an investor group of wealthy men and women in Cuba and Hispaniola and a bunch of proto-buccaneers, and they went after a rumored city of gold on the newly discovered Mexican Yucatan Peninsula. As an aside, it is a matter of continuing interest to me that a religious person such as Mr. Gibson should repeatedly recreate a perfect Marxist example of historical events. In Braveheart, The Patriot, and Apocalypto Gibson illustrates the struggle within English feudalism, the North American Revolutionary War, and finally the advanced theocratic chiefdoms of the Yucatan Peninsula, respectively. Stonehenge. Not all chiefdoms on road to statehood. In Neolithic Europe and thereafter through the early Bronze Age, we find a tradition of building large stone structures called megaliths. Most of these are tombs, but some are of the rather spectacular impress-the-sheep variety, such as Stonehenge. The latter architecture is clearly a major undertaking of many tribes, simple chiefdoms, and at least one advanced theocratic chiefdom in southern England, bringing the main construction elements, blue stone, from some 240 miles away. In both cases, these projects serve as excellent dumps of communal surplus proto-labor power, regulated, let us say, by dawn to dusk collaboration, reinforcing simultaneously the main tenets of the religion of these builders. At Stonehenge, we see the equivalent to ATC pyramid construction, or Nazca lines, elsewhere in the world. And for exactly the same reasons. But unlike the Chinese, Mesopotamians, Egyptians, Mesoamericans, and Central Andeans, the Stonehenge builders did not move on to statehood immediately. Why? Mainly, because there were inherent economic limitations in the far northerly climate. This put a real-world cap on surplus social product creation. What are now Great Britain and Ireland would have to wait the coming of Julius Caesar to learn the glories of true class division, slavery, and rule by the army. With the collapse of the Roman Empire west c. 8400, the descendants of Stonehenge would prove they had learned the lessons of Roman class/state society well and permanently. See the recent movie The Eagle for a view of Roman Britain c. AD 140. Chapter 7. Stage of Slavery. Several excellent cinematic presentations of the way of life in the slave stage are now shown regularly on television. One is the HBO series Rome. Another streaming on Netflix is Spartacus, Marco Polo, and the Starz series Black Sails, DVD. Anyway, there were two chiefdom stages preceding the slave stage, and together they constitute what we may call the first transitional period. These stages and this transitional period took humanity out of the primitive communism of the first egalitarian epoch, and its three stages of hunting and gathering bands and its stage of tribal agriculture, into the servitude epoch. And the latter three stages that we know from the historical record, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. As we see in volumes 2 through 8, the chiefdom stages occur throughout the Old and New worlds. Our focus in this volume, 1, will be on these two chiefdom stages of the first transitional period. In the Old World, in Egypt, Iraq, and China, where they begin about 7,000 years ago and come to a climax around 5,500 years ago. Old World slave stage west in contrast to east. In these three centers of the origin of class and state society, the first stage of which we call slavery, the beginning appears around 5,500 years ago. Within half a millennia, say about 5,000 years ago, roughly 3000 BC, we have imperial slavery in Egypt and Iraq that continues until about AD 400. Frequently, under new management, e.g. Greece and Rome, of course. The collapse of the Roman Empire west into feudal kingdoms and fiefdoms is the special and peculiar political/polity form of feudalism in Europe and much of Arabia. Old World slave stage in China. In China we see an early rise of the ATCs and true class division soon thereafter. In fact, this is the earliest yet known class division in the world. From at least 3500 BC the slave stage lasted in China until 221 BC. China experienced in that period the most advanced technology and state, social organization of any slave stage anywhere on the globe. So advanced in fact that we know of two early experiments during this 3.5 millennia period in feudalism. Although in neither case was the experimentation successful in becoming permanent. Rather, we have the slave stage lasting, as I have said, until 221 BC. The last part of said slave stage is called the Warring States period, 481 to 221 BC. In the end, slave kingdoms were replaced by imperial feudalism. The imperial feudal regimes of China and elsewhere in Asia invariably featured the replacement of nobles and aristocrats. Earlier these classes had constituted the boss hierarchy in these areas, as they did in feudal Europe and feudal Japan for much longer periods of time. Now emerges a new class of professional specialists similar to nome bosses in Egypt. In China this new class was huge and called the class of eunuch scholar bureaucrats. Castration of these scholar bureaucrat officials was ruling family policy in China. Under the imperial feudal regime that begins in 221 BC, castration was mandatory for the 250,000 scholar bureaucrats, the ruling family, and its retainers employed to rule over the vast empire. The theory of the thing was that castration would prevent ill-gotten gains of the bureaucrats from being passed down generationally. In such societies it was as a given that all bureaucrats steal. In practice many of the scholar bureaucrat eunuchs passed down great wealth and in built dynasties through nephews and nieces. Asiatic mode of production. Similar great new class-run societies existed at one point or another in the ancient world on the Indian subcontinent, Indochina and Indonesia. In the literature, Indonesia is what Europeans thought of in their Dark Ages as the fabled Spice Islands. It is, by the way, the existence of these concentrated populations ruled over by professional bureaucrats that gives Chinese feudalism and these other imperial systems their special, Asiatic, character with regard to the feudal mode of production. This is a reference to Karl Marx's interest in the East, and what he called the Asiatic mode of production. As you can see, this Asiatic mode of production is in reality just the imperial bureaucrat-run slave and feudal stages of South Asia, the Far East and Indonesia. Feudalism West and East are historical isomers. Old World West and East are then mirror image opposites in terms of polity, but exactly the same thing in terms of sociocultural stage evolution. In each case, East and West slavery is replaced eventually with a halfway house between chattel and wage slavery that we have come to know and call feudalism. Note 1. In the use of the term feudalism, in discussions of this sort, i.e., sociocultural stages, we do not imply anything about the political form it might take. In traditional uses of the term feudalism, in Western historical literature the term was heavily loaded with the idea of small fiefdom, organized society. This is an entirely different use of the term and irrelevant here. Note 2. Some many years ago a conference was held on Marx's Asiatic mode of production. There the intellectuals attending spent their time analyzing the psyche of Karl Marx and a variety of equally irrelevant things, rather than focusing on the historic and prehistoric record for the origin and evolution of these Asiatic systems. That would have produced the accurate and useful result herein. Instead, as usual from these types, we got wasted trees and garbage. Secret of Spanish Ronin's conquest of the New World slave stage. In Mesoamerica and the Central Andes, the stage of tribal agriculture lasted several millennia longer than in the Old World. Why? Because there were virtually no potential animal domesticate stocks in the New World, and far fewer domesticatable grasses. Thus, the experimentation in North and Middle America with domesticated grasses in a sedentary, or even semi-sedentary village setting was limited to 1. 2. A variety of other wild grasses that didn't really pan out beyond local usages. It took longer in the Americas to get to the point of substantial reliance on grass cereal, as a basic foodstuff, than it did in the Old World. Because in the Old World there was multitude of wild grasses and penned animals such as sheep, pigs, goats, horses, and cattle, not to mention fowl and pondable fish. These fortuitous natural differences allowed sedentary and semi-sedentary agricultural village life to come to the fore in the Eastern Hemisphere, several thousand years earlier than in the Western Hemisphere. In other words, the simultaneous domestication of the wild grass species we call oats, rye, barley, wheat, rice and millet, whose progenitor forms were spread far and wide in the Old World. And therefore in the Eastern Hemisphere they underwent domestication very early, occurring alongside the villages with penned animals of all types. This could not happen, mirror image, in the Americas. Why? Because the hemispheric stocks from which animal and plant domestication could occur were qualitatively different. Temporal evolutionary ramifications. Therefore, the sociocultural evolution from tribal agriculture to each successive stage took longer in the New World, without these wild stocks. Since the agricultural revolution was at least 3,500 years longer in the New World than in the Old World, so it had to be that the evolution of the stages of simple chiefdoms and the following advanced theocratic chiefdoms likewise was offset by 3,500 years. Then the first of the servitude epoch stages, slavery, was offset 3,500 years. For this reason, when the Spanish Ronin left feudal Spain arriving in the Western Hemisphere, the latter was still in the slave stage, and historically vulnerable. As a momentary aside comment, it is interesting that in South America people proved they could duplicate the surplus potential of domesticated grass seeds by the creation of several stable agricultural equivalents to a cereal staple. 1. 2. 3. The woody shrub cassava for its roots to produce manioc, and of course. Yet, despite the difference in grain or other carbohydrate protein staples, the processes underlying the reorganization of society were identical. At any rate, this is why the stage of slavery does not emerge in the New World until about the time of Christ, a full 3,500 years later than in the Old World. It had earlier taken that much longer for tribal sedentary agriculture to emerge in the Americas, with so few plants and animal domesticates on hand, and upon which to experiment. In other words, once the tribal agricultural stage was delayed in the New World, in reaching its fullest modernization, by at least 3.5 millennia, then each successive New World sociocultural evolutionary stage was likewise offset in temporal sequence, by comparison with the Old World. Indigenous slavery gave way overnight to foreign feudalism, and the overall evolution of Homo 3,500 years is an insignificant amount of time. However, when white contact with the New World did occur in AD 1519 and AD 1534, Mexico and Peru, respectively, The difference was enough to make the destruction of one sociocultural stage and its replacement by another inevitable. In this case, 3,500 years was more than enough difference in technical development, and most importantly social organizational development, to give the Spanish Ronin the decisive edge as the two stages went head to head. The one giving way to the other like antiparticles in collision. One simply disappears in a puff of history. More on origin of the state. Society could advance when confronted with civil war and the failure of the persuasive capability of the religious authorities only when there was a new option. This was the new option of the richest families, to use fire, sword and club against the mass of farming families. Those with the money had now to use it, to pay thugs to suppress by arrest and brigandage those in opposition. This is the origin of the state everywhere. Which is to say that what we call the state is at bottom just armed force in the pay of the richest families. The state, in scientific terms, then, is armed force in the private pay of the wealthiest classes. The state is not government, nor is it the armed force of the people as a whole. Rather, the state, in scientific terms, as used in this text, refers to the army and police, or in more modern times the military intelligence establishment and the police. There were no exceptions then, and there are no exceptions now in the servitude epoch. Nor, for that matter, are there exceptions in the second transitional period, which began in 1917, where the state is in the hands of the working class via its vanguard political party. And state society must continue until the reasons for the existence of the state, class struggle, class war, classes, no longer exist. Neither should you confuse the state with the use of violence. As Engels pointed out, armed force of the masses existed before the servitude epoch and will exist after the servitude epoch. In the latter case, for example, in the form pictured for us by Gene Roddenberry, that is Starfleet. But these ancient tribal war parties, and these future forms of armed force, such as a communist Starfleet, engaged primarily in exploration and only secondarily in defense, are an entirely different matter than armed force in the very private pay of exploiting families. The latter are used to force the mass of producers into submission and obedience. In other words, armed force of the people as a whole and armed force used by the exploiters against the exploited are two totally separate categories. Armed force of the tribe and or Starfleet has nothing in common with armed force of secret police, spies, regular police, and the army. Marx and Engels were clear about the difference between the state, government, and violence, as all Marxists have been since then. We have become increasingly convinced of the accuracy of this view by the unfolding prehistoric, archaeological, record and the numerically increasingly qualitatively penetrating historical studies of many researchers. Fatal error of anarchist theory. It was, and is, the inability of anarchists and their offspring, anarcho-syndicalists, to understand this difference, which was the at-bottom reason for the split in the First International between anarchism and Marxism and our subsequent parting of ways forever. The state is a peculiar instrument of class power, and nothing more. In class war, one class or the other must persevere via its use of its own state power. It is not this state which is the source of all evil, but the class system from which it comes. And in the course of eliminating classes, it is only a communist class instrument, the state, the army and the police, which can make the state, as a social institution, wither away. It does so by